言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね Rain.
Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find hearts dance in time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel your eyes. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings. incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died
and welcome back to LEC Winter for the last week of regular season best of ones, and I know you're all very excited about not seeing any again. The LEC has been wild so far. Fnatic, KC and Koi already chilling in the playoffs waiting room. Vitality continues to walk the thin line between int and entertainment, and BDS is wrestling some, let's call them intrusive thoughts. And Camilo, he's still smiling. No, seriously though, he hasn't stopped smiling since week 1. Today in Ready Check, we're discussing how to level up as a region. Bwipo has some strong words about lifting his league, so let's see what we think on this side of the Atlantic. And maybe also Yonkos has something to add. I'm Laure, I will be your host for the day, joined by GB. And look, we know leagues players don't take showers, but luckily for us, our guest for the weekend is washed. Welcome, Odomne. I'm sorry.
Okay, whatever is happening to this knot is because of you.
No!
All your fault.
Why are you taking it all on the poor plushie? And your most played champion, if I may say.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is maybe one of my regrets to play Nar so much, so that's why he had. Yeah, I was just looking for a little excuse to just.
I decline all responsibility for this guy's
really
behavior.
should take it, but it's fine.
2 plushies, but hey, nice to have you back. How have you been?
It's been great watching LEC from the sidelines.
Yeah.
Was a delightful experience because League has been entertaining over here in LEC. I have enjoyed it thoroughly. I do like the fact that we have a lot more top teams in the sense where before the middle of the pack was the more competitive one, but now with G2 sucking for the first time.
Oh my god.
It's the first time they suck, you know, so it's great to have it. With G2 sucking and MDK and K-Corp doing, or MKOI, sorry, and K-Corp being so good, it is a refreshing breath upon our league.
I really do agree, but I feel so, it leaves a sour taste in my mouth that the league got competitive, not because they matched up against the level that G2 had at the time, but they had to suck and then they got better. So it kind of felt like a little bit of a freebie.
He's gonna.
Well, at the same time, it is also because everyone before was always tuning in on LEC and it's like, oh, G2 is the greatest again for the 7th year straight. And right now also it contributes to the hype of the league right now that G2 is not doing so well. So everyone's just a lot more excited.
A lot of things are changing. A lot of dynamics are changing. A lot of teams are experimenting on stuff. And I know that we opened the jar of streaming scrims, rather, last week. We've talked about this statement that Bwipo said in LTA North. We've asked Elioya what he thought about it. TLDR, if you missed it, FlyQuest wants to stream their scrims. A hot topic right now, I feel, on social media. So for a bit of refresher, if you haven't watched PGL last week, let's check out what Elioya had to say about this. I love the advertisement. But it's dividing opinions, honestly. And when we ask our LEC player, LEC jungler, what he thought of this, the answer was quite clear. So let's check out what Elioya said last week. It is coming.
I mean, I could see
in a few minutes.
the league itself getting better, but you're also, I think you're giving away too much information. I'm a bit skeptical about this. I don't think if you want to perform at your highest level, it's something you should aim for, because obviously teams already know how you're going to play, but there is tendencies in your comms, in your way of saying things, like you might just give away more things than you don't need to. So yeah, I'm skeptical on this. Yeah. So I don't think it would be great because you're giving away too much of, of how you play, of how you see the game. I think that would give an advantage to the enemy team. So he can stream his games.
He can stream his games. That's going to help you maybe later.
Yeah, I'll watch the streams happily. I don't think I'm doing it. So yeah.
Okay, maybe that's finally how we get better than the LTA. But no, in all seriousness, what do you guys think of this? The proposal from Bwipo to make the league better, and what Yoya had to say to this?
I mean, as a viewer myself, it's like, I think it's, I still don't think my full opinion on it is completely clear, but I'm trying to see it from different angles. You know, as a viewer, if they were streaming, I would absolutely watch them. Like, I've been loving watching the Los Ratones scrim. I feel like if I got to see it at a team that was at a higher level, I would love that. From the perspective of you scrimming and giving away too much, like, I think if you're the best team in the league, which FlyQuest obviously think they are, I think they obviously know what they want with this, right? They want to level up the league. But if you're one of the worst teams and you're already struggling and you're scrimming away from the public that you're struggling and you're feeling the pressure, not just from the official games or any other things, like, I think there's too many dynamics where some teams just don't benefit from it at all. And I think FlyQuest, they're in a position where right now they feel like the best, they have the confidence, but not all teams are going to have that. And I think that makes it very difficult for them to say they want to start scrimming.
It's a thin line, honestly.
It is a double-edged sword, because if you're at the top, you don't really get much from, you know, the information you get from other teams, you're going to level up other teams by giving them access to your systems, to how you implement them, maybe how communication goes, the way you draft before each game and how you approach it. But it is a little bit of a throwback to what G2 did when they started leaking the scrims, because at first we were
leaking scrims, not really. Like,
well,
to put a bit of context
well,
here, Romain last year started publishing scrim results after the split ended. And he did this in a way to motivate the league to stop first cancelling scrims. But it helped.
It worked because if we remember, the first time he posted, there was a lot of cancels. Pretty much no team was going through a full year without canceling. And then by the end, after 1 or 2 splits of having or promoting this culture where if you're canceling scrims, then G2 is going to leak it, and then the community is going to go on fire towards you. Teams stopped canceling scrims, and then it leveled up. And at first, there was this wall that you're hitting. The community was like, well, you can't really be doing this. But it did level up the region. And right now, we might be at exactly the same point or exactly the same position where you're like, OK, well, you're showing teams the way you approach this system. And by the teams having access to these sorts of systems and implementing themselves, they're going to become a better opponent for you. It's going to be harder for them to. It's going to be harder for you to just outplay them because they know how you think. And indirectly, it's going to start leveling you up.
But I also feel like, I think a lot of people are tunneling on the, streaming everything to make it better, and I think that's a fair point. But if the end goal is just to make the league better, I think there's better ways you can also do that, where you're just like, well, I mean, what if they just met up actually after scrims? And like, if you're going to an international with specific teams, I don't know how it works in Europe, but I feel like it's just one of those things where you can talk about what you feel like is the meta, because most people they will come with different meta reads from the different bubbles. People could exchange what bubbles feels like. They could have those conversations. You wouldn't necessarily have to stream it, right? I feel like there's still ways where you can, like, if you want to communicate with each other, but then that's literally also just giving away what you currently know, right? So I think it's a tough conversation, and honestly, I don't know, because I'm not on the team side, so it's really difficult for me to have that opinion. On how
lucky
I
for
would
you,
feel.
I was on the team side.
Well, let's hear it then.
Well, at Worlds, there was always this tradition that as late as the tournament goes, the more teams start working together, because you start figuring out the meta. You kind of talk about whatever your issues are, what the bubbles are for each scrim, because usually you get these scrim bubbles, and then your priorities go all over the place.
What is late in the tournament? Like, how late are we talking here?
It's pretty much second week of group stage, because EU always goes out early recently, and it sucks. But I think this conversation about the strats and everything makes a lot more sense, because at the same time, you do have access to these scrims, right? In an ideal world, you do have access to these scrims. But even when you review T1 games, you see what the best play is. But the problem is with all of these teams, especially the teams that are lacking in strategy and direction, is creating these sorts of systems where you can replicate them in-game. And having access to these scrims and seeing other teams, how they create these systems, I don't really think it helps you so much, because you need to have your own personal approach that works for your staff and for your players.
We asked Jankos as well, who's been around the league for a long time, what he thought about this. Let's check out what he had to say, actually.
How could that potentially impact LEC? Well, streaming scrims potentially would raise the level of the league higher, as if teams like G2, Fnatic, GX, KC, MKOI would scrim each other, people would be watching. Teams like Rogue, for example, or teams like Team Heretics or other teams would definitely be watching and taking notes. That way, potentially over a long period of time, yeah, sure, maybe G2 wouldn't win like they did last year, but at least the level of the league would potentially rise, and because of that, we will have more average teams, like from bad teams to average, from average to good, and that would mean LEC could do better internationally. LEC could be stronger. Then again, though, if you go to Worlds or if you go to MSI, do you really want to stream your scrims? Do you really want to show to all the regions what you play? We are going back to the subject of leaking every pig, leaking every strat. So I think it could potentially make the region better, as the bad teams could learn from the good teams how good teams operate. But at the same time, I feel like if you go to international competitions, you really want to hide the strats. You want to pull off a Vayne mid lane out of nowhere. You want to perform a Shenjang out of nowhere, or maybe a Nunu, like Inspired did at Worlds, right? So I feel like these kind of strats need to be hidden. You need to surprise your opponents with these picks. So not every stream can be scrimmed. Not every scrim can be streamed.
Wise words from Jankos, who's keeping up with the entertainment here, but I think he's opening a question that is really, really interesting. What are you going to do when you reach international? So for me, it's not only a reason and a way for you guys to get better within your league, but I also feel like it's a way to make the league more entertaining. At least that's what Jankos thought on the second question we asked him. So let's check it out.
Hey everybody. I think streaming scrims could be quite interesting from perspective of a player. I feel like that way you could potentially grow your branding, you could potentially get a bigger income over the month, right, as you are streaming. You would pump out more content for the viewers. So from a selfish point of the player, could be beneficial. Also, as some players are labeled as chokers, I feel like practicing in environment where people would already be watching you and you could get used to the external pressure of viewers watching, even in scrims, could impact players quite positively when they go on stage and there is that external pressure of people watching. So I do think there are some upside of streaming scrims. Also, I do think there are some downsides. Of course, you are teaching your opponents how to play the game, which long term could be good for the region, but you know, for the best teams, not always the best if you want to win only domestically. Besides it, you are leaking all of your strats. I think that leaking all of your strats is a better reason, since you can't really hide anything. If all the streams are screamed, people know what you prepare, people know what you want to play. So unless you want to surprise them and first time something, it'll be quite difficult to hide any tactics.
Jankos fully embracing his content creator cap here, but I feel like he's he's bringing up interesting points in the sense that, well, people are gonna wanna watch this ultimately, and I love the choker factor because indeed, if your streams are, I don't know, for me it can make some players better or at least be seen in a different light.
I still think it's a double-edged sword because, okay, imagine you walk up into a scrim, it's streamed, you stomp everyone, you go on stage, you choke, and then it further accentuates the narrative that you might be choking because, oh, everyone's like, oh, he was playing good in scrims, but he's going on stage and he's still choking. So it doesn't really help. I think the point is about moderation, though, because as he said, even when you rock up to an MSI, to an international tournament, the fact that you might be wanting to hide strats, which happened until now with the Nunu pick at Worlds that inspired Pullout, and it was great. I don't think Asian teams really need to watch our scrims to beat the life out of us, which is kind of sad, you know. But it is a fair argument that in a fairy tale, when we're a little bit better, if we walk off to Worlds and they get access to all of our scrims, and our strats is gonna be a little bit, you know, disheartening for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think from a fan perspective, even when I'm seeing like how people feel about Los Ratones, like I think it's the closest that fans at the moment get to feel like what it is to be part of a team, and I think that breeds a way bigger fan culture for said team as well, because they're there for all the moments, they're there for the practice, they're there for the pre-game, they're there for, well, just the content in general. So I do see from a fan perspective why that feels so good.
But would you say that maybe the fans just want more content from their favorite teams then, instead of?
I mean, I absolutely think so. But I mean, it's a double-edged sword because, like, back in our day, you know, content would go hard. Yeah, I mean, I started in season 2, season 3, right? But YouTube for League back then was going crazy. Like, you'd easily have millions of views on some YouTube videos, even with some teams. Like TSM was huge back then for a reason.
We would see them screaming CLG and stuff like this. So those who went in the golden days, that's why everyone was so hyped about it.
I never actually saw them. Like, the only thing I cared for was just like the content anyone would pay out. Diaries burning down the microwave to burn down the house, like all these things. And those videos were crazy back then. And even if teams put out that content now, I don't think there's the same exposure for it. Like, I still look at views from some teams, and even G2 as a team, like if you take a look at the most recent ones and we go back, like there's obviously a difference if that's the conversation we're going down.
Kedro was talking about the fact, and Wipo was as well, that they should do this for 2 blocks a week. A block is a set of 3 games, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, nowadays they do.
Nowadays,
they
but
do
yeah,
5 games.
Debatable, but that you don't actually do this all week, and that actually you could start your week and just actually ramp it up and just close your stream as the week goes, but that the first scrim blocks of the week could be open for the audience to see. That's an alternative. Soaz had a completely different view on this. It's actually interesting when you consider the story between Soaz and Wipo. But yeah, for him, it's just going to make everything worse. For him, it's just something that can work for streamer teams, and it would just show that the league is dying and that we need people to care. I don't know what you think about this, guys, because I actually think it makes sense for a league that NLC, for a team like Los Ratones, but I don't actually see this working in the long run for us.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I think on the the streaming part, if you're a team that's doing it, I mean, it's a hard conversation, right? Because it is FlyQuest that started saying it themselves, which is one of the best teams. Had it been one of the worst teams who said, we're only losing because you guys aren't showing us our practice, like, I mean, that obviously would have been a very different conversation. But I mean, I think, once again, it'll come down to team to team.
Yeah.
I think Odo's point as well with, like, if you're struggling and if you, like, you can ramp it up, maybe that's easier. But I think it's a fun conversation. And as I said earlier, like, I think it's just going to vary.
For me, it also reminisces me a little bit of the Champions Queue situation where everyone is so hyped, the community is trying to push really hard, and then is it really something that is going to be super beneficial for everyone, or is it just everyone acting on FOMO really hard? We're just like, okay, we need to push on this, and then the hype kind of dies after 2, 3, 4 weeks. I think it's just something new. I feel like if it's implemented properly, it would be helping the league overall. But I'm not 100% sold on it.
Yeah, TBD, and we'll see in the future. I actually want to see how it's going to pan out over on the other side of the Atlantic. I don't think the LEC is ready for this, though. What the LEC is ready for, though, is sending new teams in playoffs. Because we sent 3 teams already last week. Movistar Koi, Fnatic, and KC are already locked in. Who's the strongest one of them?
That's a great question. I'm going to probably go with a gut feeling of Fnatic right now.
All right.
But you can have that opinion if you want to, Odo Amne, but I think Fnatic is looking sick right now. And I mean, the glimpses I saw of Offset and Mickey on the Kalista and Rel, that was something I hadn't seen in a long time, and it really gave me hope for their performance display.
GB is just so disappointing that for the 15th year straight, we're still riding the Fnatic hype train, when in reality, we should be riding the Movistar Koi hype train, because they have Jojo and he is slotting in like a glove. He is bringing in a lot of these, the little voice in the back of your head that I feel like every team needs, and Movistar was also lacking a lot. Okay, you need a yapper in comms.
All right.
Okay.
You need at least 1 yapper. If you have 2 yappers, a bit too much, okay? 2 yappers, too much, but 1 yapper is great. And then Jojo is doing this exceptionally, because I've been seeing in what's it called? In Ready, not Ready Check. We are doing Ready Check. In Mic Check,
yes.
in Mic Check, he is talking a lot passively on what he wants to do. I want to do this. I want to walk here. I want to do this. And with the pairing of Elioya and Alvaro, I feel like this is exactly what Movistar Koi needed to level up from their previous year.
No, I will agree. I think the top right now, the top 3 is fantastic to watch, and I agree with the MKoi point. I also think, like, speaking of bot lane synergy that I was on earlier, Casey's has been on point. I mean, it's been ages since I saw Takuma perform. Like, last time I did see that, when he was playing EMEA Masters with Kalis, and they're back together, making it work. And, I mean, that's just them. I think if you look at Vladdy's performance, we spoke a little bit about him last year. You have to speak about him this year, because he's been incredible.
Would Fnatic be the most complete team then when it comes to what they've been showing us in draft, in game, and the execution of it?
I would say so. Even though I was on the Movistar Koi hype train, I do think that Fnatic is probably the most adaptive team in terms of the draft that they're playing, because even early on when they played against G2, when we saw against the Atakan, their comp that was going on was really great. They were holding zones very, very well. Even now, we see they're starting Atakan, and usually this is where teams are throwing. But right now, as you can see, everyone is pressing S. G2 is forced to walk forward because their comp is so low range, and no one on Fnatic is in danger right now. Azir and Maokai are just holding the zones of control so well, and they're just wiping them out. And right now, in a meta where everyone is playing ranged, at the same time, they're probably the only team that have been playing Kalista really well, because Upset has been doing wonderful things on Kalista, and even with their other engaged comp. I think we saw against Rogue where they pulled the rabbit out of the hat with oh, never mind, we're talking about this one, but it is great because they're playing unconventional. They're looking for traps with vision. Kalista is just jumping forward, dodging all the skill shots, and this is the sort of Fnatic that we want to see from Upset.
Wow, Odo, it kind of sounds to me like you're describing the best team in the league right now with all these positive things you had to say about
He just really doesn't want to say it.
I'm just filling a quota, you know, because every week you rock up to the LEC and you need to talk about Fnatic because this is what drives engagement, GB. That's how it works.
Is it the fact that it drives engagement or the fact that they're actually looking really good right now?
All right, we've talked about the good. Let's talk about the bad and the ugly, rather. The team's fighting for spots. Starting with... Who do you want to start with, actually? Let's take a look at the schedules.
Yeah, because I was actually going to say, one of the things I really want to look at least in the beginning, would be one of the teams towards the bottom. I don't know if our Telestrator is currently active, because you're still looking at us, but I'm sure
it will be
it'll come
active.
up. It's the schedule right now of team Heretics that I would actually like to look at, because I think they've actually been punching up a bit above their weight so far. Well, we saw that Rogue win against Rogue at the start of their career, but I still think when it comes to fighting the middle team and upwards, they're having a hard time doing it. So I retract my statement of saying they're punching up. I think, though, they're going to have to do it if they want to make it into the top 8 definitively, because they're going up against MKOI. Vitality is kind of beatable on a good day, and then G2. So I think that's a rough matchup to go through.
It is rough because they might just be getting punched down by the big boys with KOI and G2, because Heretics has been looking a little bit shaky. Reminds me a little bit of Splice back in the day where they're just winning by...
Your Splice?
That Splice.
Oh.
I mean, personal experience. You know, I had dark times where I was playing 50-minute games and we would all be getting Gathering Storm and be like waiting for the power spike to kick in, you know.
Yeah, but speaking of your former teams, I also think Rogue is in a tough spot where they only on paper maybe have one good matchup. You see it behind it, like they're going up against G2. SK should be doable. I say should, you never know. And then MKOI, I'm going to pass this over to you. You still know how to use that, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's the thing. For most of the teams who are struggling right now, I feel like they don't have the easiest schedule. Now, you want to be able to beat all teams if you want to advance. But
I do think that right now BDS probably has one of the easier schedules because...
All right, let's take a look at it.
Yeah, because BDS, I wanted to look at them because I do think that they're a team that is very interesting because... They're the team that has been underperforming because when we saw Irrelevant walk up to BDS, everyone was a little bit more hyped. They still had Ice, Nuke was great, you know, they changed the jungler. But it hasn't been working, but at least this week they have an accessible schedule, I think, with SK, GX, and K-Corp. Arguably, K-Corp is the hardest one. GX, now is the perfect time for BDS to show that if they want to punch up their weight and secure, you know, middle of the pack and be a contender and maybe bounce back from their poor showing, this is probably going to be the week.
But this is just such a good ramp-up as well. You start out with what should be an easy matchup against SK, that's the confidence booster. You're going up against GX, okay, that's a step above, and then KC, a little step above again.
It's a little miracle
so
run,
yeah,
you know?
actually you're going up there as well. But I think BDS has been so interesting to watch because they still do things well, and then they decide to say, you know what, we don't want to do that anymore. And then they just start making way too many plays at the same time. Like, I have seen too many times where they're ahead, and suddenly they just think, well, let's dive bot while we're going up towards top lane at the same time, or if we're doing Herald, let's make another play. They're just trying too many things at the same time, and they can make it a lot more simple.
I have a feeling that teams just get bored at some point.
Yeah, for me this is intrusive thoughts. Like, right now, everything is going so well, they're vibing, and all of a sudden, the Varus not only flashes forward, but then starts clicking forward, and all of a sudden, this game that was completely free win, that they pulled back, and they really deserve this win, they just lose because the little tiny voice in their head was like, do it.
I would say that game was a lot more stressful than some of the other games as well, where I thought, because that was a rough one. That was a hard opponent too.
It was, but the thing that was stressing me the most was that I knew that it was going to happen. I was like, it's too good to be true that they're just going to take
wait
the
for
free
it, guys.
win. I was like, it's the freest win, and it's going to be free. And then all of a sudden, I was like, and then it's
I
lost.
have to do
and
it.
then the pressure.
Another team that I think, so fighting intrusive thoughts more than fighting opponents on the Rift for BDS. What about Vitality?
I'll put them in
Vitality is like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, I feel. You never know what you're going to have.
That's a very good way of putting it. I think that's perfect. I think Vitality, to me, right now, is the perfect middle of the pack team.
All right.
Like, they're beating the teams below them, and they're struggling a bit with the ones above them. And I think just they're a bit flippy right now. But I think in general, we're seeing improvements from them. I definitely think that week 2 was a lot stronger than their week 1. And I mean, hopefully they can continue that ramp up. And they should be, I say should, because we've seen teams make it past at like 2 wins going into playoffs. But 3 is not safe yet. So 1 more victory, I mean, it's not confirmed yet, but it should be close.
For me, pick middle of the pack is, yeah, as you said, Vitality. But that's just because, you know, when you flip a coin and it's 50-50, you get good Healy that's going to win the game. You get bad Healy that is going to maybe make it a little bit worse. But with Linkas and Chaik being actually stable and really good this year,
you slept on Naknako? You're not putting him in the conversation?
I can't just praise everyone because you can't just go and be like, okay, this analyst is just praising everyone, so he's friends with everyone.
Okay,
I need to pick 2 favorites, you know, and my favorites are Linkas and Chaik. They have been doing really good.
Are they actually living and dying by the bot lane?
I mean,
is it actually what's going on?
Yes.
The one game, wait, when was the game when Chaik played? That was against BDS. They didn't win and live. They didn't live and win by live and die. There we go. They didn't live and die by that play in bot lane. They had Chaik on the Talia. That was pretty much outperforming Nuke when in.
Yeah, he was doing really well, but at the same time, Healy had a great game that game.
Yeah. I think
you can leave the narrative there. It's fine.
Before we jump onto the first game, SK BDS is going to be our opening match of the week. Quick take on this one. Do you actually think that SK can pull it together.
I mean, they
I
have
want
to
to
win.
say it makes
Nothing's in their
something
own
happen.
hands anymore. If they lose this one, it is rough. They have to win this one. I don't think it's going to happen, but they have to.
We'll see what happens. A lot of things can change within a week. We'll see if that's the case. Let's send it over to Ginny, who's sitting by the Marriott Bonvoy check-in with owner.
Thank you so much, Laure. Ginny here, and I am joined with Owner from SK. Let's talk about this game that you have coming up. Let's talk about the whole week that you have coming up. Let's talk about the LEC in general. It's been a little bit difficult for you guys, and this is genuinely the do and die moment. How do you mentally prepare a team for that?
I mean, right now we are struggling because we feel a bit disconnected in-game. But we are trying to get to know each other even more outside the game. We are trying to do activities together, like playing board games. Like yesterday, for example, we have a really nice time as a team. And try to make the players feeling more connected to each other, because that's, for me at least, the most important thing, that they don't lose that, more when you are losing, of course. And yeah, we are all at this point right now a bit disappointed, but we are hard working on it. We are mentally prepared to actually go for this weekend with a lot of energy. We have a lot of drafts prepared. We have a lot of options to play, and we are good.
I'm looking forward to it. Your first game is going to be against Rogue, and you touched upon a little bit that you are disappointed in a sense, and I can totally understand that. When it comes to going up against an opponent who's not necessarily in the top rankings, but more closer towards where you're sitting, does that maybe mentally make it a little bit easier?
Not really, because at the end, for us at least, the same is the game. It's on us. I think we had really good games into the top teams too, and then we lose it. Like we throw games against Giants, we throw games against G2, for example, and we are aware of it. We know that it's on us, not on the rest, and we are working exactly on that. That we make sure that we have a plan, that everything is clear, and then through that we go through into the win.
I mean, I'm assuming as well, like as a coach's perspective, you have this plan, you have this game idea that you're approaching it with. But then once the players are actually in the game, they're kind of like left on their own. So do you have any words of wisdom that you share with them before they head in? Like, don't do that.
I mean, I will say that, let's say we are being really aggro sometimes in the game, and we are not respecting some control of the areas that we should respect. So I'm trying to tell them, like, please, guys, before we go into the game, breathe, think about what are we doing, what is the next plan. Try to help each other in game, don't discuss. Try to always words of affirmation to each of you. What are the summoners? Everything make it easier, and through that, like, I feel like they join more focus into that. So yeah, I would say.
That's like a good motivational speech. Thank you for your time, for the interview.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. We are ready to head over to our casters. So Hysterics and Dagda, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny, and welcome back to the LEC for your opening of week number 3. My name is Jake, also known as Hysterics. This is Dagda, and you know what? We decided today that we're going to get fresh with the look a little bit.
Yeah.
It is a fresh new week.
Yeah, you got a lot of cats.
I don't know what's going on. You know, I also got help to be dressed. I've never worn a turtleneck in my life.
Yeah.
I
How does it feel? You feel cozy?
It's warm.
You feel supported?
I feel constricted.
Okay.
I feel like a snake is like wrapping over my neck right now. So that's new for me. What's also new is the position, I guess, that SK are in, because I don't remember that last year, considering how they were a team that got me a little bit excited, Dagda. I'm not going to lie that, you know, their bot side coming in was cool. We saw Niski really stepping up, at least earlier in the year. Now SK is 0-6. They start week 3 in a pretty rough spot, especially starting up against BDS.
I mean, the fact they haven't picked up a win says it all, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's where a lot of people are going, okay, you've got BDS today, you have Rogue tomorrow. These are two of the teams that you are chasing to try and push yourself into the playoff spot. But we have to wait and see, because if they lose here today, it is dire straits for SK. And coming into the draft, I just want to see a bit of simplicity. It feels like they've been trying so many different things with these compositions. Like we saw the Nidalee game from Isma, they're trying with the Gallios, haven't quite worked out, and like even things like the Elise support coming through from Nupi. I think just keep it simple and see if you can play through easy team fights and secure your win.
Yeah, to hit what you just talked about, identity-defining split where they try and find out what works, but they have run out a bit of time. They need every single win they can get. And even then, it doesn't feel like their life is in their own hands. Now, Ambessa banned away. Zyra as well to start off the draft. Maokai has been a strong jungler. Nah going away. Remember things like Cassante first pickable as well. Where else do you want to start?
But it's also like Victor is still a very strong pick that we've actually seen one of the champions that's given the most to SK, so maybe you're just not really worried about that.
Yep.
And Ezreal, also Varus, quite high priority, so it is just a case of where exactly you want to try and put your focus, but I wouldn't be surprised if Victor is left open that you just immediately go towards that.
How many Akali players have we got in the LEC? By the way, I've been told BDS actually just missed that ban, so we're getting fresh, and that means one extra pick's open, something like the Varus as well to add in.
Yeah, so I'm curious. Victor would probably be the standard to me. But as you say, Cassante's open. You got the Varus as well. But I think here you can probably go towards the Victor, take the Varus for yourself here for Ice. And I think you've set up for a reasonably strong team fighting composition with a ton of AoE crowd control. So I think that's just a nice area to be. And then Irrelevant can even go back towards things like the Jax that we've seen already for himself into this matchup and still be completely fine.
A lot of people who just handshake the lane. You were talking about this, especially for the side of Isma before, but 113 is going to debut with it on the split. Remember, he's been playing Sejuani, Maokai. He's had a duty on this team with the Varus as well. Forgot to update. Damn, there was an Italy game there, Dagda. But outside of that, he has had the duty.
Yeah, see, the problem is he did the exact same thing as Isma, which is have a good start on the Nidalee and then not be able to do a huge amount with it.
Yeah.
So still opting in towards, hey, range seems to be king for a lot of the LEC, but we've seen a mixed bag of if it actually gets to work out. So this is where you need to start off well, but I'm curious how they want to try and round out this composition, because right now Cassante should be reasonably fine on the top side. You've got the Victor as well, who can get a lot of control over the mid lane. And then I'm not sure how you want to try and go for jungle matchups here for Isma. Like maybe Xin Zhao is your option, or the Vi even just, you have to just start off these fights.
Yeah, Vi's still there, and pairing's okay. We get Xin Zhao instead, and this is something that Isma's played quite a lot of. Do we get a matching of mid here is the next question, because normally you'd see internationally be Akali. It's a Jace instead, which usually goes towards top.
Yeah, it can go top, but also can go mid in this scenario, just because you already got that AP jungler, so you do have the mix. And I think in this case, having Irrelevant for something that he can kind of play that split push isn't the end of the world. That Jace can also slide into it. But I think, and the matchup is very good into Cassante if you want to go for it, but I think you can still go back towards things like the Jax if you really want to. It's just a question of how do BDS want to go forward. You can either go for more of the engaged supports and engaged top laners, so then you can solidify, hey, we can follow up once that poke lands, or do you want to just go even heavier into the poke and just say we're going to shove you off of any of these objectives?
I think the difference is here in the LEC, though, we're stock and standard consistently, and like we haven't gone much outside the meta. You know, we haven't started experimenting with tops because we don't have to. It's not fearless, right? It's a single best of one, where everyone knows that the priority drafts are. As you said, Jax would have been a priority, because for BDS, for Irrelevant, historically, we've seen him on things like the Jax there as well. We've seen him on carry tops. Also shows us, by the way, that SK are thinking, yeah, that Jace could be exactly what Dagda was saying. Could be towards the mid lane.
It also could just be the Renekton ban to follow after this and just shove Irrelevant onto something that is not what we've seen from thus far in the split, because it has just been the Renekton and the Cassante. He could also take the Jace into that top side. Nuke has played a different champion every single game so far, so maybe he wants to go for something a little bit funky in that mid lane, but I think the Jace kind of works in that flex spot anyway. So imagine we just get support here for Ice, or take him for Paris on this next rotation, and then you can just figure out what you want to do with this flex on the Jace.
A bit hypercritical of Paris. I want to see what he lands on as probably taken away. Maybe opens up for something on SK's side. What are we going to support matchup? Rel's been mega big, Dagda. Let's just put that out there. Like, Rel has been the support of EU. I mean, it's been the support globally, right? But in EU, this has been the go-to.
Yeah, and I think you do need some sort of engage here, or at least counter-engage to make sure you're going to be fine. So Rel kind of fits both that. But now the question is, what do Rahel and Loopy want to try and take into the bot lane? Corki, I'm not the biggest fan of here. I was about to say, love something like an Ashe. We haven't seen it a huge amount in LEC, but a lot over in the LCK and the LPL. And I think when you need something that is that go button to shoot off against that long range engage, that Ashe Arrow is perfect. You can try and lock down some of these members and actually get the fight started. So I think it's a great idea to go for this.
Especially when it looks like you're going to be building off the skirmishes of Isma in this early game. Maybe we just get a cow to match because we've already got the Rel on the other side. Dagda, that's something thrown in there.
Yeah, it could also end up, I think just some sort of engage, like Leona can also work, just that long range engage with the Solar Flare should be fine. But yeah, basically engage is what you need here, because you don't really have that from the rest of your composition. So I love the Ashe. Whatever engage you have here is fine, and then we just get to figure out for BDS, where is this Jace going?
Finally solidify that solo lane. Let's find out now. Loopy has played a different support every single game day, by the way. 6 in total. We've even had the Elise, and you know what? This will be Brom number 2 if it gets locked in. Better skirmishing power, Dagda, but you use the word engage, and that's not something I pair with Brom.
Yeah, this is now everything on Rahel to land these Ash arrows, or you just don't get an engage. And I wouldn't be surprised now to see like Cleanse on towards Varus get a heap of value. This would be a sick pick for Relevant at the top side.
Someone loves Gwen.
Well, it's not only the fact that it's like good into the matchup against Cassante, it's you slam W, that Ash arrow doesn't get to connect with you, right? So I think there's a lot of nice picks here that you can go for.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the Gwen fan in the crowd. Like, really upset.
Living their best life.
Gragas. Gragas is still cute, guys. Don't take that away from him. At least the Rumble gets locked in, we get AP. Dagda, I also want to build off your point and say, without that engage, range looks real good and a lot easier to execute when nothing has the ability to close the gap.
Yeah, not gonna lie, SK's comp sucks here. I'm not having a good. Like,
love you, Dagda.
I think that like you have a composition that wants to have champions jump in on top of you, and then you can control space with the Victor. You can control space with the Xin Zhao, and same when it comes to Cassante. And then you have this AD carry that should be dishing out a ton of damage with the Victor behind. But you have every champion on BDS can hit you from a screen away, and it's just like, all right, well, hopefully Rahel can hit some of these arrows, but it's not going to be easy onto some of these champions. And if you do, great. Well, now you got to walk through a Rumble ult as you try and play catch up with them.
I respect the hell out of you right now. Like, to say it how it is, and you're right. I mean, Loopy's going to have to get some uptime on that wall. That's what I'll say is a positive. And SK got to play this perfect. And let's be real, this 0-6 team has not been playing it perfect.
No.
We've had a lot of issues with how it's come together. We've talked about draft at the start of this draft, saying that SK have really struggled with an identity. What do they want to play? Like, we've had some of these front-to-back comps, we've had some of these high skirmishing drafts, and there's been this massive mixture with a couple of rookies coming in, and they're not really rookies, right? They've had their time, like Rika a couple of years ago, Genax the same as well. They've both had their time to show up, and unfortunately haven't done so. They've been given a second offer, and right now in their opening split, they're once again giving us a mild reaction.
It's just the... It feels like they decided this was what they're going to play regardless of what the enemy team had locked in. Like, I did like the Ashe pivot, and I thought that was sick. But to then say, hey, our only engage is going to be this Ashe ult is just not it. Because I think it's so easy for you to just throw down a Rumble ult as you try to follow up on any of it. Make it very difficult for that kind of through line of attack for SK. Yeah, it just even... like a flash kind of ruins the entire engage from SK, and then you just have no hope of really being able to follow up. So a lot of this is on Rahel, and if Rahel can pull out a miracle, well then maybe that's the miracle that SK need to not go 0-7.
Well, a miracle indeed. Every single game must be a win here as we open you to week 3 of the LEC, the final week of best of ones for the entire year, by the way. I know a lot of you are looking forward to that. 3 teams are locked in Fnatic, in KC, in Movistar Koi. Later on, and especially after this, we'll see if Giant can join the fray. But right now, SK are fighting to stay alive. And in the past, 2 wins has actually been enough for teams to get through in that 7th and 8th position. But they need to find them. And, you know, we were just talking about how difficult it is. Remember, they've got Rogue, yes, winnable. But then they've got Fnatic to finish up. For SK, an uphill battle. One that could be defined, and their feet in the sand absolutely sunken if they don't get a win against BDS. BDS need a win to get themselves comfortable as we go on to Summoner's Rift, and we welcome you back to the LEC for our final week of the regular season of winter.
Yeah, this is do or die for SK. We'll have to see how they manage it, because a win here puts BDS up 1, and they're going to go to 3 wins, and then they don't really have any sort of option to chase people. So SK need to get off the bat rolling early, and it looks like they're going to go for an invade to try and throw this game into the mix.
I'm going to start taking notes. It's good with Loopy, but a Winter's Bite early as 113 spotted out. So now that Winter's Bite can't really poke out and get a slow. 113 just pays the respect, and with a standard lane swap here and Rika moving in, respect going to be given as BDS look to move bot.
Yeah, the real question though is how do they want to try and change things up here? So do they just full commit now to the top side with the bot lane, or it looks like that's going to be the case because the reset's coming through from Genax. Paris has snuck into that top side though, which I don't think they've realized.
We're going to have to silence Isma soon. It's about the 5th time. I feel like we squelched people in the past. So it wouldn't be the first time here as Irrelevant walks down. And I was saying that BDS were going to go down because I was expecting 113 to maybe think about the deep ward he can get. But in fact, with a defensive ward set up by SK in their own red side jungle, right now, there's a big opening advantage for Isma as Loopy and Rahel hover and now move to top lane to get matched, but opposite lanes.
BDS is still hiding here. They don't want to show exactly where the lanes are. Rumble now has shown on the bot side, which is why Ice and Paris move out of the bush to start contesting this wave. But I think they're happy that they end up in the similar lane matchup, because realistically, Rumble not going to survive as well as a Cassante if they end up going for some of these dives, and especially with something like an Ashe, and a Braum, it's very easy to land CC, and also then follow up with that poke because of the long range of the Ashe. So BDS just going to have to play this one out nice and slow and make sure they're all going to be okay.
Yeah, Paris is the one giving respect, and I mean, this is one of the powers of the 2v2 Dagda, and from Ashe, the sticking power early is pretty nice. Very easy to just get a lockdown here as Isma is still on the right side or wrong side, depending on what team you're a fan of, as he now hits level 3 as well. But the wave has been thinned out a little bit. The power of Varus here as Isma just walks back to his own side of the jungle and will clear out.
Yeah, it's just going to be a split match for both junglers as they try and clear out their respective sides, because you can't really contest either direction. Isma has push on top. You can see the bot push for Relevant is there, so you get the invade from 113. I think it's more of a question mark as to what happens after that, as Nuke has taken some rough trades, but should be able to reset, TP back in. But yeah, I think it's more like as we start to look towards objectives and that we'll really start to see the push advantage that Rahel has come into play a factor towards moving at grubs.
Ice walks up. Paris is going to get stunned up in a second as well. No crash down available. He just remounted, and Rahel and Loopy, really good trading. You know, Dagda, as we see them battle it out a bit, there was something we're going to talk about. There was something we introed to as well as Isma heads towards top side. I might even hold on that thought as he's thinking about it.
Yeah. Rahel burnt the barrier to keep the trade at least somewhat even, but I don't think you can really go for the dive here, especially level 3 just hit by both. They're pretty healthy. Good ward from Paris to spot out this potential dive as well.
There is also a cleanse available in this lane. They look for the damage and the turn as 4 members are going to show up with the teleport. Rika at level 4, extra damage, healed, burned early. The crash down under turret, a little bit messy, but Loopy flashes out. It's a trade for now. Turret ramping up onto Rika, but he will not take the third shot, so it is a 2-for-1 in favor of SK.
So you end up getting the kill, but you're going to lose plates on mid. If Nuke can stop the resets here, okay?
All right, let's have a pause to think about that one.
Yeah, so I was going to say, so yes, you get the TP play to get the dive on top, right? But you do get at least a bit of a trade back. You will lose a wave top, but you also will lose a wave mid. I know you kind of traded for the kills, and I would be very surprised if the SK jungler can get out of here, because Isma, I think, is going to get interrupted and die. So you end up with 2 kills now going over towards BDS, and you still traded the waves evenly. So honestly, I kind of have this as a win for BDS, as long as they can get this kill.
I mean, let's see how it plays out. The Shock Blast was used on Isma, and we're getting back into game, so we're going to find out the conclusion here. And so, Nuke, I'm wondering, as you'll see it momentarily anyway, I'm wondering how it's going to play out, because, as our audience at home, they're actually in a 1v1. Isma's already flashed away, I believe. No, he hasn't. Nuke just solos in. And we come back, and Rahel now has to flash away as well. If 113 hit that Javelin toss, it would have been an advantageous trade. I mean, Dagda, they're actually up on kills anyway, so...
Yeah, because they got the kill onto Loopy underneath the tower.
Yep.
They got the kill on towards Rika there with 113 as well.
Yep.
And Isma down behind the tower to Nuke. So you've now just completely fumbled all that. Rika has to do the long, slow march back into mid lane.
Slow.
And now BDS are just in a really great spot at almost 1,000 gold lead. And they can get a lot of these early items so they can start to push over in towards the void groups as they spawn, like you see here.
That's what we missed.
Yeah, so Isma didn't walk out, reset on a ward, so Nuke hits the accelerated shock blast here, but they don't realize they're on the ward, so Isma gets interrupted, and then I think they stop to try and save Isma, but then doesn't realize that 113's in the area, so Rika ends up dying then to the Nidalee, now you've also got Rahel who's been chased down, so Rahel has to flash on the play as well, so when you start to look towards any sort of engage tools or a setup now for a void groups fight, I think for the next minute and a half, you kind of just have to give everything up as SK.
And Dagda, you know the half of it is as well? Well, SK initially traded good. The thing we haven't talked about is how well Rumble does into the Cassante lane. Yeah. And why a lot of the time when you're first picking Cassante, you ban away this Rumble, as Nuke might be in a bit of trouble. Will Win become Lightning or just a bit of a farce here? He's tagged, he's hit on the back, but you can still get the Shock Blast to get the push in and eventually reset this wave. Because Dagda, irrelevant. I mean, he's up in CS. He's now in that lane again. Cassante hates this, and double Null Magic Mantle is showing you why.
Yeah, so like the Rumble is going to be fine. You can see he's going to pick up a little bit of a CS lead here, but the big winners for me are, look, you can look at the Varus and go, hey, if we look at that little purple bar underneath, you can see it doesn't match up to Rahel's. So he is a little bit behind, but Nuke is ahead, already clicking over to level 6. 113 has just hit level 6 as well. And we just said, hang on, you can't really go for this, Isma. Like, I think, well, they've moved the Brahmin towards mid lane, so maybe just the fact that they have the map movement here. But if I was BDS, I would have 100% been contesting this. I think you're in a good spot with the move you already had for Ice to set up on the mid lane and then rotate across. But instead now, it looks like they're just going to try and drift over to Dragon. But the fact that SK get this when they have so little engage is kind of a shock to me. I thought BDS would have been able to poke them off just using that range advantage, but they're playing for gold on winning on Ice instead.
Especially with the early burn. That's already coming out in the build-up to Leandre's 4-1-1-3, picked up a kill. I mean, BDS at least getting themselves bot-side plating, but you have to remember, they didn't pick up the grub, so it's going to be a bit slower. 1-1-3 hovering around as well as they start using their range.
It's also surprising to me to see, oh, hang on, BDS. Ice going for the on-hit Varus instead of the poke Varus. I assumed it would have been poke Varus just to play into the composition, but I don't think you really need like consistent TPS when Rumble and Jace are already there.
I'm worried about Cassante at the very least. We can talk about that in a second. Isma's walking into a trap. He has audaciously charged this one, but even in a 1v1, how does it go? He's looking for the next knock-up. He flashes away, but to the other side of the map, why flash is the big question. And now Rika's just once again tried to help his jungler. Second time around, Dagda, that Rika's walked into trouble because Isma's been hurt.
Yeah, I don't understand why Isma flashed there. There was nowhere to go. He was pincered on all sides, and then Rika trying to help him out. I think at some stage, SK, you just kind of say, hey, look, we're dead. Like, we're going to leave it at that. Try not to burn as much as possible. Now you have 2 flashes gone, and the death goes across too. So, yeah, really just question marks for me from a lot of the SK plays.
Now, a lot of people might be tuning in and thinking, like, man, you guys sound like you're down on SK. But again, it's fair criticism, especially when we've watched the first 2 weeks and a lot of these same recurring issues keep popping up. I mean, you got to remember for SK as well, changing coaching staff, changing structure, changing the parts that I think made them strong. Like, sure, Niski towards the end of the year, Dagger, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, had a bit of a slump, but over the year, Niski kind of was this reliable source, this great mid laner that I think, I mean, we had him on the cusp, that's why I'm calling him great, who SK could kind of sit on. And they had Rahel and Luon. Luon's now gone over to the LCPs, actually in the Australian team, weirdly enough. And they had this bot lane that was growing, that had a lot of skill. And for SK, it is just like a massive bit of whiplash.
Yeah, I don't think it's like one part changing though. I think it's just lacking a clear identity or clear way of how they want to try and play out the game. Because you can see like they go for the dive on top, but Isma going over aggressive then gets caught out. Isma trying to take the aggressive path in mid gets caught out as well.
Yeah.
And you've kind of got these, sure they played before, but they are still new-ish to the LEC, trying to cover for them, and they're getting caught out when a player with a bit more veterancy would just say, hey, look, you're dead. I'm going to leave you to it.
True.
So I think it's kind of like one thing goes wrong, and everyone jumps in to try to save the sinking ship instead of just going for the lifeboats. And I think that's kind of what the problem with SK is in a lot of situations.
Yeah.
And the good news is, though, they're actually doing relatively well when it comes to objectives.
They are.
So, like, 3... Oh, hang on.
But where does it go from here? Chains of Corruption lands down, Ice gets in the circle, and you know what? That's going to be hard for Isma, because even though he gets the objective, he's giving more and more gold over, and Dagda, I'm seeing all red all the time here for BDS in the early game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty spot on for BDS in the early stages. The objective control is a little bit of a concern, just because it does mean, hey, as we start to get on towards the rest of the game, you're going to have to take things a little bit slow, because you can't force fights at an early dragon or burst open towers, because you've got 6 void grubs. But even just compositionally, we kind of said SK's isn't in a great position, because you have to rely on Rahel with that level 6 to engage. So for BDS, being 2.5k gold ahead at this stage is massive for this style of comp.
You see Nidalee like that, you're looking pretty good. Now, just a reminder to everyone out there, while again, I bring you back to the reality of SK. Just the thing we talked about at the start of the show that I want to reiterate on, this is their strength of schedule for the next 3 days. They end the split with Fnatic. I would say, Dagda, that the best chance they've got is winning 2 out of 3 of the games, bare minimum, so that they do put, the odds kind of in their favor.
Yeah, the problem is if they lose here to BDS then go to 3 and 4.
Oh yeah.
And then yes, they are playing against Rogue, so they have maybe that step up to try and get over them, but they then need Heretics to lose every other game this weekend.
And Rogue to lose.
Exactly. So they're in a precarious position to start off with. And I just don't see a world where if they lose this game, BS, there are outcomes that make them exist in playoffs.
Yep.
I just don't see those outcomes as very likely, especially when they have to try and beat Fnatic, and they haven't picked up a win against any other team in the league.
And in this best of one as well, we talk about gold. We also talk about the Grubs going over to BDS. So there's one objective for them in the game is SK's old top laner on a bit of an island here, so Paris needs to help out. He's level 6 now, though, as well, as the fight over the Grubs might go even further. Ice is coming in, and BDS are about to encapsulate this whole bottom side of the river with a TP as well. Chains of Corruption, the Equalizer. SK are isolated and outnumbered, outmatched. Isma is doing a bit of work, but once again, he's going to be the first to drop. 4 deaths on the jungler, and BDS are taking him like a fly.
That's the flashes you like to see from Ice. Manages to just clip Isma. Now, Loopy stuck underneath tower. I don't think they can run out from this. Rahel has barrier, you have heal, but can you survive? I don't, it looks like BDS aren't going to try and fully commit to this, though.
Or they just keep throwing spears. You know what's even funnier, Dagda? BDS are currently in a 1-1-3, as he is actually backing here as well. One member in top, one member in mid. Didn't know if I had to explain that to you, as they are backing off the
solid
turret.
macro read.
Thank you. Yeah. When he had the KDA last week of 1-1-3, which is getting close, by the way. An opportune moment.
But yeah, I think this, we kind of said it from the get-go, this is not going to be a pretty game for SK to try and win. They needed to really get off the bat early, and it has just not gone their way. So at this stage, you open up mid, Ice and Paris, you can start to lean over towards, Dragons in a minute and a half, and you can lean down or lean up towards Rift Herald when you're in that position as well. So from this case, I think you just continuously look for the push with Ice, and you can already see they're starting to set up this vision control on the bottom side of the map. See here and here, and you just kind of play for the push in mid to set up further vision control and just make the game really difficult for SK to try and play, because again, without any real engage tools, you don't really get punished for being a bit more aggressive on it. So even if Ice gets hit, he's got the cleanse, you're kind of looking for either 1-1-3 or actually Paris to be the ones that really get engaged on here from Rahel, but I just don't really know if you're in a position to fully go for it.
And when we see poke comps, when they have deep vision, like the vision you just kind of pulled out in the bottom side of the river, it's always a nice time because you see where your enemy's entering from and you get your free poke. Yeah. It's a lot easier to land when you know exactly the pathway they're taking.
And here's the push that we're talking about, right? And again, you're not really going to get punished because, Rahel has to try and hit an arrow onto a Paris with flash, Nidalee with flash, Nidalee with pounce. You just don't really get to play the game. And again, every time that they set up vision in here, you're setting up for this potential. You're actually going to see it now. The roam down to sync up with the bottom side. True. And now you've got to completely abandon the bottom side turret as well because you just don't have anyone here. So here, BDS are actually just playing this really well on the bottom side.
And Rumble's weak side laner has equalizer to drop down to instant clear the wave. Big poke landing. Rika gets the front of it. 1-1-3 plays with it. Gravity Field now drops with it, and spears are going to keep flying out. Chaos Storm uses to clear the wave, and Loopy's here to defend. I mean, that's the problem. Reek is now going to back away. He has teleport. There's another wave incoming.
Yeah, and they had Rahel starting to move down, but they were like, hey, do we try and go on towards Ice? But he can immediately burn cleanse, and then you're kind of fine. So you'd have to invest Isma's flash in that river to try and get on towards him. Or you just don't really get to do anything on bot side. So just the pressure from BDS on playing off of mid into jungle vision, into that bottom side was excellent. And now Gen X trying desperately to do something.
There's that equalizer under turret range. He's going to be alled out. Irrelevance close to dying, but they've run out. That's the spell weaving that Rika's now gone through as Isma's coming up as well. Wind becomes lightning. Paris is here to defend. Good sidestep. You're not going to get the harpoon, but he's under turret again, so Isma's going to take damage. Magnustorm draws him back in. He flashes the wind, does again, but with the ignite down, it's close to being a trade. Paris thinking about a remount. Gravity Field, Shattering Strike, and the support gets it done. SK are defending their lives in mid after a ultimate from Ice is sent out, but a 1-for-1.
But look at boss! We're about to take a tier 2 turret at bot lane. The Jace is just working away on it, so Paris gets the kill back. Reeker gonna at least push him back. The bone plating making sure he basically takes nothing, but that tower on bot is very, very close to dying. You had good push in mid for Ice, so even with it all said and done, what do you get?
This does feel like our first real massive, we've had draft gaps, and I know everyone has an opinion, and it can be an opinion in League of Legends, but this does feel like our first real, wow. Here's the results coming out of draft. And BDS weren't even picking up all the objectives. We didn't get objective fights. We got trades of the map.
Yeah, and that's where it's there's always the draft influences whatever X amount it is, and you can always outplay it. But in this case, SK have just done themselves no favors by giving over the early lead as well.
Yeah.
So in this position, like, it is the strongest version that this composition can be because they're the ones dictating the pace. And now you got to try and, like, you can see here, right? Like, how are you punishing this? Like, you have to fire this ult as Rahel, but you don't really have a target right now.
You just hope that BDS don't land the poke. Right now for 113, he's missing javelins, but I mean, if Loopy gets hit by one without Unbreakable up, it is a little bit dangerous, as this time the spear hits Rahel. Yeah. Okay, problem number 2, the 80 carries at 3/4 of their health, and SK is thinking about fishing around the Herald, but Dagda, I don't know if it's a safe spot to fish.
No, because you're just setting yourself up, because look how small these corridors are that SK are walking through. Like, you've got the Jace poke, you got the Nidalee poke. These are not your friends. So if you're in this position, it's great for BDS. So now you're probably going to have to look for it. Yeah.
There's Arrow, Chain of Corruption. Okay, finally using their one tool. Ice almost trades it out. He flashes away onto Rahel. The auto forces the barrier. That's good. SK getting run into now as well, and there's an opportunity as Rika's now joined up. The poke landing though as 113, and Rika having it out in melee range. Paris is here. Shattering Strike forces a flash from Rika. SK in a 3 versus 3, but they need to get in. Poke lands, and oh no, what a surprise! Flash away as BDS's jungler. He's getting poked out too. He's burning down, but he's still not dead, and nukes another element from the skies. BDS, it looked like they lost that Dagda, but I still think they won it.
But the thing was, Rahel found the target. Ice without cleanse, was actually a really good turnaround. But the follow-up after was, you need to disengage, because you're kind of one and done without any sort of follow-up engage. And BDS just continued to play at range. SK kept trying to step into range to do something. So you trade 1 for 1. But then afterwards, you get the Rift Herald. So you can see here, this is a good call from Rahel. Ice has no cleanse. Let's go for him. Yeah. He doesn't get the flash off in time, goes for the ult instead. And Nearly, as you say, does get the turnaround play. Barrier kind of coming in clutch there for Rahel at the end. But at this stage then, how do you try and follow up? Isma tries to go in, has to step away. And now you're hoping for a random Q from Loopy to hit to start things off. But you're against an incredibly mobile team. And they're just constantly kiting you out, kiting back, playing at range, waiting for the cooldowns, and then good job from 113, just immediately turns around the second he has a chance.
Have you gone to the arcade and played Dance Dance Revolution? You know, with the arrows?
Yeah.
That's kind of what SK have to do in the fight, you know? But it's like the challenger mode, where you're walking all over the place and you're about to fall over.
Yeah, it just says poor,
yeah.
poor the entire time.
Stop making fun of me. Oh, SK gonna get a turret. Okay, we come back to live and at least they trade turrets. Gold lead is still 2.5 in the favor of BDS. But Herald went down. There's another dragon coming up as well in a minute 10. Atakan is spawning, I believe, on the top side of the map. And again, when all these objectives are coming out, SK got to dodge every single bit of poke because they'll get chunked out before the fight even begins.
Yeah, I think the small solace here for SK is that Rahel, because you don't have that poke Varus build, does win mid-push and manages to outrange Ice. So Ice does have to be very careful, but with Cleanse back up, he can play a little bit more aggressive on the wave. But I think if I'm SK, to try and get back into this, just constantly ult Ice, try and burn that Cleanse, and hope then that you can win off of a team fight because Ice doesn't have that Cleanse up and available. But 40 seconds, until the Ocean Drake is up, means that you're just in a position where you can't really burn that. Nuke has got top tower, so you're anti tower for tower. You have at least a decent setup for SK on this bottom side, so maybe you can catch the poke comp as they try to regain vision, but it's still a toughie.
Rahel liking those Aussies stepping up because, again, that arrow, now that it's out, has to be used. Nuke is just going back to split pushing while BDS leave 3 members in mid, and I mean, side lanes are being battered here. And top is what I'm talking about.
But the problem is as well, Rahel just took a massive chunk of damage, so your engage tool can't really stick around. Ripped out now in the mid lane. So tier 2 top, gone. Tier 2 bot, under a lot of pressure. And now you're about to lose your tier 1 mid.
That's an easy charge. Almost able to step up. Isma is the one who steps up for SK. Nuke is now joined in. Loopy's got the wall up. There's no turret to sit on now as well. That arrow being down. Shock blast dodge, but Loopy is now front line. Magnet Storm easy as that, and SK are dropping like flies. Isma gets an ulti up, but now that Irrelevant's here against his old team, he's laughing at him as he goes golden as well. BDS, all they have to do is land the poke, but now Genax is here without the backline damage. Dagda, it just keeps hurting watching these fights play out as SK can't get a single recipient outside of Paris, who ran to them.
Yeah, it's support for support, but it's BDS with the health bars at the end of it, which means more objectives for them. And again, they're winning out on map states, so it's just so difficult for SK. They really needed to have further engage coming from that support role if they were hoping to do anything here.
Dragon down. 5k gold lead, by the way. Dagda, by my feet, there's a lot of paper for no reason. It's just, it's the same questions I have about this game. Like, what are they doing here?
Why is there paper?
I don't know. There's a whole pile of paper here.
But yeah, like, the engage from Paris was, I think, a bit overeager. Like, as BDS here, I actually don't think you need to force this hard, and I think that's why we end up with being a little close as it starts to go, but the damage has already been dealt to the main carries, right? Rahel has to run away, Reeker can't re-step up because he's been damaged as well, so you're heavily reliant then on Cassante and Zinzao to carry the fight, which is just never going to work out in your favor. So I think for BDS, if they weren't as far ahead, that could have gone poorly, but from this position, like, now Ice has all of his summoner spells back up, you're never going to get anything here.
SK are just still trying regardless. What can they do? 4 members. Ice does get hit, cleanse away. TP uses response, Chains of Corruption lands. Oh, dearie me. Reeker out with the Chaos Storm and wait for Nuke's poke, which doesn't land. So that's a reprieve for SK. They group up as 4 continuously as the Javelin Toss was close. The only thing you can say is at least Genax is in a side wave. He didn't commit his teleport. He is doing something down bot.
Yeah, at least they got the TP out from Nuke, so you do have the teleport advantage and might be able to get bot tower out of it. So even if it doesn't quite work out, I think, again, this is kind of what we're saying, the best way for you to play this. Oh, Rahel! I was going to say is getting that summoner spell out from Ice, because at least then you can try and make plays on mid-wave, but you do have to play in these like minute-long increments of getting the waves, getting the cooldowns, and then trying again. Oh my god.
I'm just so anxious for him. Rahel, just, I mean, this is one of those games you're just like, how do you play? Yay, turret. Okay, now Atakan time. And at least they have on him for BDS, so it's going to go a little faster. Isma's trying to poke his head up. But 113 and Nuke, they're not even there. They just keep fishing out. And SK, as they slowly group up, look at the vision control that they have to walk through as a deep TP goes through from SK.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can set up, but I don't know if you can really catch this. Genax needs to get on towards a key carry here and shove them into SK, but Relevant's playing keep away.
And they're going to turn for the fight. They've got a GA now available as well for BDS. They're grouped as 5. Isma's going to go in, good Shattering Strike, and at least SK get to walk into the enemy this time, but a Magnet Storm from Hell draws them all in, and at melee range, Genax now doesn't want to be there. Nuke goes over the wall and batters them down! Thor's hammer right in the face as Isma gets a little bit of taste of Valhalla as well. BDS are still the ones standing, and they're the ones who look like they entered it, Dagda. I cannot express this enough. It just feels like it's in the too hard basket.
It was a nice attempt from SK. Genax trying to find that pinch so they could actually force BDS to play the team fight, but there was just nothing they could do. Irrelevant was slowing them down here. Good job slowing Isma specifically. And then SK, like, this is a decent ultimate from Loopy to try and start off the fight as BDS are trying to play for the choke, but he's just not hitting the carries. Nuke, Ice, Irrelevant all out to play in the back. Paris, with already having that Atacon buff, he's happy to go down. It's just, there's nothing you can do here.
That's the arcane buff. Nuke, by the way, at the start of the fight, I don't know if you saw, he got an enhanced shock blast on 3 people and just half HP was gone. I mean, it is nice to see, and it is a relatively clean game from BDS. Say what you will about the other side. I feel like for BDS, outside of, you know, there were a couple of questions with objectives in the early game, but the way they've transitioned this game in the mid-game, Dagda, their setup, really importantly, it has been nice to watch BDS actually put the pieces together quite cleanly from there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think with this, it doesn't look like we're going to have an SK in playoffs. Like, sure, there are scenarios where they can make it, but my God, are they hoping for some sort of miracles throughout.
Quick reminder for everyone at home. Inner turret went down mid, inner turret went down bot. It's not even a Baron, it's just a GA at the Khan. And now in mid, the minion wave's going to strike through. Rahel just got chunked by a shock blast. Chains of Corruption are down, but SK have 4 members at half HP. The arrow, that's their engage tool, and it's down. Shock blast again. This time, Reeker gets it to the face. And BDS is just playing. I mean, it does really feel... I used to play this game called Ghost Online. It went in the bin, right? Went in the bin. But you'd sit there and you'd AFK, you'd just fish. Because that was the currency. You get the fish in. You know? And you just sit there, you'd fish over and over. You'd chill. You'd have a good time. You'd laugh because you're making money. It's obviously what BDS do. They're fishing.
Rahel was apparently the best fisher, so they were like, we're going to put everything on you. This is what you won in the weekly tournament, is all the pressure in this game.
SK's internet died, you know, in this analogy. Like, their internet died. They haven't been fishing. They come back, they get one, and then, you know, it's like the old days, you know, back when I played RuneScape, I had to plug in, and my parents would get upset at me because I would unplug the phone, because it dial-up back then.
Yeah.
So I'd unplug the phone, just to play RuneScape. Now, I don't know where this comes into the analogy of...
that people these days don't know what dial-up is.
It's crazy. Oh my god, that equalizer. Not too bad, but Rika is cooked. Yes, he is. Nuke, he did it again. Oh, that's a bit of dynamite. 5 members of BDS very healthy. It's Baron time.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I think this is the... Oh, no, never mind. Paris healed it. It's the only bit of damage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Nuke's going to solo. Loopy's up next. Who doesn't know what dial-up is, Dagda is? Loopy is going to get a bit of help from the Enchanter across the arrow, but Nuke just sidesteps it, and away he goes. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think that maybe SK are still playing on dial-up because that arrow was a little late. Okay,
yep.
Save. Or hell flashes.
Good flash.
They're trying here.
Genax is here. Yay. Oh, no. Irrelevance damage also hurts. Good flip back. Okay, shut down. But it is 10.5k gold lead.
They won the 2v3.
Nice, sir.
Yeah. I think at that stage it's like a solace you can take, but I don't know how SK are ever supposed to get anything done here. Third dragon available for them if they really want to, but at this stage I don't think you really need to play for this like dragon win con. You just instead go for turrets and use the Baron before you can.
Irrelevant. Can he solo kill Genax? Well, it won't be a solo kill, there's an all out, but resistance are now gone. He's overheating a bit. And Relevant versus Genax has some nice story to it, but it won't really matter here as he tries to fry down Genax. He'll get flipped back and there's another kill. Okay, SK fans, kind of be happy. I'm gonna be honest, guys, you're gonna need about 20 more of them.
Yeah, and a lot more, but again, I think for BDS, they still get the dragon, so even though the kills go across, like, it's still a 9k gold lead, nearly a 10k gold lead, you're still not in a position to push out the map stage, so at least you slow the Baron a little bit, the Rebel Baron power play a little bit, but, like, I don't think it matters too much. Again, like, even without the Baron buff, the siege from this BDS composition when they get set up is insane.
I mean, SK are trying to push against that now. They group up mid. They want that mid outer turret that's been sitting there for 28 minutes of the game. Arrow comes through onto ice, instant cleanse away again. Here's Nuke, by the way, one of the biggest devils on the team as Isma jumps into him, but how easy is that going to be as his ult comes off cooldown? Chains Corruption as well is spreading like the plague. Loopy, meanwhile, sets up the door, but now it's wide open. Oh no. I see a teleport, Dagda. It's irrelevant. And he's got a bone to pick with his old roster.
Oh my god.
He lays down the carpet and it's brand new. Take your shoes off because BDS are coming in. And once that door's down yet again, all they need to do is stamp their way to the kitchen because they're eating dinner early tonight.
BDS just walk over them. They say, thank you very much. We'll take the base. We'll take the game. And we'll take your chances of playoffs out of your own hands.
It looks so rough. As Dagda said, only 2 wins accountable now. SK, it does feel, and it looks like this was their chance, but it has been beaten down every single portion of this game. Starting in the draft, BDS on 3 will knock down SK to open up their last week of regular season.
The two lads trying to figure out if they're going for the handshake or the hand 5 or if they're going for the fist bump, but glad they got it sorted. But honestly, from BDS, I mean, clean. I mean, a great draft, winning very, very hard from that, and just able to play through it. But yeah.
Well, vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X, 113 Nuke or Paris.
Sorry, why is 113 struggling so much with what he's supposed to do with his hands?
I'll be honest, maybe they weren't warmed up. You know, it was a very quick game.
The Nidalee, he got the first win on Nidalee though.
He did.
His hands had to be warm enough.
Oh, yeah. That's true. It was a good win on Nidalee, and I think it was a good shine and a showing for BDS as well. And as they bow, I mean, BDS fans can unite. They can be happy moving up to 3 with Vitality and G2 Esports. A really, really important win when you consider that we're talking about who makes playoffs. Again, nothing's guaranteed. That's why we said for SK, it's out of their hands because even though 2 in the past are secured, all it takes is for the top 8 to get to 3 and you're locked out. You're done. So for BDS as well, they make it harder for other teams like SK, and especially when they got Ginex and KC tomorrow and the day after.
Exactly, yeah.
It looks really nice to see if BDS can actually climb back up to the top 5.
I think it's also for BDS just trying to get more time for the team to sync together. Because obviously a lot of changes coming through, like Paris being promoted as well from EMEA Masters. This is a team that kind of needs a little bit of time to find their identity, find the structure that they want to work through. And I think this is definitely a confident win for them. The draft looked pretty good. They read their opponents pretty well. And look, I'm still not the biggest fan in Italy in the LEC, but they looked like they knew how to pilot the poke comps in the majority of the fights.
But I think just quickly before, because I know we'll throw it over to the stage. So were you at the stage where you actually unplugged the telephone line to get internet? Was it telephone or internet?
I wasn't allowed on the main computer.
Oh.
Yeah, I had the PlayStation.
Well, isn't your mum here today?
No, tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah.
damn. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I was going to say to you that, you know, because I was, but I had to really set up the Ethernet through the house. That was the trouble.
Yeah.
That was what made it so
I remember logging in, look at all the PC games in the shops because they look so much cooler.
True.
And then it was like, okay, like I was still happy.
Did you buy the PC magazine that came with a disc?
Yeah.
And then you got like Age of Empires 2 or something for free. That was cool.
Yeah. But no, I was also getting the PlayStation magazine, so I remember playing like Silent Hill and didn't know what this was, and then was fairly freaked out.
I remember I was like 7 years old, and I'm like,
what is this?
Yeah, it's very, very scary. But I've been told after our yapping that Ginny is ready on stage, standing by with Irrelevant, who's just won against his old team of 2023-24.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake and Dagda. It is 2025. Old team was SK. I would love to touch upon that because you're able to get a win on the board against your former team. Was there maybe a little bit extra anxiety coming into this match?
Like not anxiety, like it was personal probably. Like always happy to see SK lose, I think. So that's good.
Okay, so it's a little personal. Do you want to expand on that?
Well, there are reasons, but I cannot say them here.
Okay. If you speak, you will be in trouble. So we don't have to go further than that. I'd love to talk about your mentality then coming into this game. Obviously, you're talking about it maybe being a little bit more personal. And of course, this is also the last week of regular season. So you really have to amp it up and get as many wins as possible in there. How do you deal with a combination of these emotions all in one?
Like last week was pretty bad from us. Like we know we have to do well this week, and our goal is not to just barely make it into playoffs.
Yeah.
Our goal is to go into playoffs with like going 3-0 this week. So I think we just try our best. Our practice was good this week, and I think we just play as normal. Like hopefully not as last week, but better.
So when you're looking at going 3-0 this week, for you as the top laner of BDS, what is your main focus for these games?
Like, I don't know if there's one focus.
Okay.
I think as top lane right now, you just kind of have to tank it. Like, people lane swap you, people like... Yeah, they lane swap you, basically.
Do you like lane swaps?
Like, no. Like, I don't know if any top laner likes lane swap. It's kind of unfun to play, but like, it is what it is, I guess.
I mean, BDS is a team that last year particularly was very happy to do the lane swap. So I guess it's like a little bit of, you know, their own issues coming back here.
Yeah, I mean, lane swaps are really OP, right? So you have to lane swap and because you want to win, but it's just not fun.
How has it been on BDS for you?
Very good. Like, I think I'm very impressed by the coaching staff and by my teammates.
Yeah.
Like, I came in with high expectations of the team in the offseason, and I'm very happy to see that they are all like doing a good job.
Well, I'm looking forward to your guys' games as well, because you still have 2 more this week, and a strong start so far. I think this game, you know, we see what BDS is capable of, so I'm looking forward to the next games. Thank you so much for taking your time for the interview. We are going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back to see you on the other side with GX going up against Fnatic.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the LEC ahead of our second game of the day as we see GX. Oh my god, Jackie's not been that violent, but yeah, he's fired up and ready to take on Fnatic. GX needs more win,
look at him.
To get to playoffs. Oh my god, Marek Bazda, what are you doing?
Wow.
That's going to be a spicy mid lane matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, those stairs right now just reminds me of old, like, it wasn't Wicket, was it Snoopy? I can't remember who it was. They're always staring at the camera, but again, it kind of gave me the same vibe. But yes, exciting matchup.
Yeah, and following up on what we were saying in Reddit check, I want to talk about the bot lane, and especially Fnatic's bot lane, because although Upset, the only player in the LEC who can make Kalista work, how is he doing it?
It's the typical Upset champion, because everyone's like, oh, he's a KDA player and everything, but right now he's a KDA player in the best possible way. Right now with the Kalista and the Rel, they enable each other so well, and he's just jumping forward, knows very well the limits of his champion, is not afraid of taking damage, and he's just collecting kills left and right.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it kind of helps as well that it's with former teammates where he's seen their growth as well. He kind of already have this pre-built trust in them now, where he's actually having so much confidence. I can't remember the last time I saw Upset playing like this, and I'm not just talking about this Kalista, I'm also talking about his Ezreal, where he's up in their face, he's feeling himself, and he's willing to make the mechanical outplay, and it's been a joy to watch so far.
Plays into what Mickey was saying with the fact that they get along super well, they understand each other on the Rift, and that's what you want to see from an ADC support synergy, but also I'm really surprised to see them work, given that they've been playing for such a long time, and although you know how difficult it can be when you have strong opinions on the game to make them work like this.
Well, it does seem like their opinions match each other because Mickey, we saw Mickey int, but most of the time we see Mickey doing crazy plays, and I just think with Upset, it's a match made in heaven. They complement each other so well because Upset is the kind of guy that talks a lot, keeps his support in check, while Mickey is the one who kind of wants to get off the reins.
Yeah, but I mean, I love that match made in heaven because Noah can't be here without Jun, and that's what we're talking about. The potential solution today versus the so-called problem in the bot lanes. And it's not like Noah and Jun hasn't been popping off either, because I think Jun was one of the best supports that we've seen in the LEC so far. I think Noah as well has refound that confidence that he clearly lost in the earlier splits. And his Ezreal, I keep bringing it back, like both of them actually are feeling it. But I remember him in between Nexus turrets and outer turrets alone, just chasing down people by himself. You really just saw how much and how free he felt.
And it reminds me right now of the time when he came on Fnatic, because if everyone remembers, he had these 2-3 weeks of crazy KDA, not dying. It was always the mini game, will Noah die today? And he never did. And right now on GX, it does feel like he found this sort of confidence again. This low pressure environment, going away from the Fnatic prestige organization that is always expected to win. And right now he has a little bit more of a chill environment where he can ramp up and find himself, especially alongside Jun.
Less pressure and yeah, revamped synergy, I feel, within GX. Let's see if it's going to be enough for them to beat their former team. GX versus Fnatic. Casters, take it away.
And it will be a good one, won't it? Because Giant X and Fnatic at the top of the table. Giant X with a win to get playoffs. Fnatic with a win to move themselves up and define their split to be the best. The problem versus the solution. I like that from GB.
Yeah.
That starts now. Azir, Poppy gone. Skarner already taken off the board as well.
Yeah, I think as well for Fnatic, though, I do want to see them kind of win this game cleanly, because I do still think they are one of the top teams in our league. But like when you look back at like their game against BDS, their game against Rogue, they actually end up losing some of those early games and then having like their phenomenal team fighting and relying on players like Upset and Mickey to pull them back into it. But I think I want to see just a strong, clean early game from them that leads into that late game and start to get that consistency into their gameplay.
While Callista's taken away, I like that consistent point. We want to see the best parts working together. As I mean, this is also a nice takeaway from Razork.
But I was going to say, Maokai's open, which I thought would have been the better version, to be honest. Because Vi, even back when they were still trading all the like Sejuani's, Vi's, and Maokai was kind of the one that came out on top. Because if you engage on Vi, Maokai just slams the R button, and the rest of your team gets CC'd, so you don't really get to play. So yeah, Oscar Rinnan even went a little, let's go. I think he realized that he was going to get to select the Maokai. So so I think like Maokai taken here, fantastic. The question now is, do you want to take the Ezreal as well? Looks like it might be the Corki, but I think Ezreal, good shout if you want to, just to say, hey, that's the other kind of premier AD carry that is there. Well, it looks like they're going to take the Corki for themselves instead.
Woo! Corki fans unite. Well, for Upset Dagda, and I'll question you because before my program wasn't working, this is the first Upset Corki, but it is a flex. I mean, Humanoids pulled this out before. We know in EU, some teams are willing to flex it around, so not defined just yet. As it looks like Giant X want to lock in their AD carry at least for a response and give Noah a bit more playmaking.
Yeah, I'm curious actually if you end up as Fnatic rounding out your composition with a pick for Oscar Rinnan here on the top side, maybe something like the Jace, and then you can always opt in towards like the Zyra Rakan, I think, for Mickey and for Upset, because especially when you've got the Y on the opposite side, having something that has that self-peel tool is just really, really nice. Also, it does relatively well into being able to farm up if you want to play into that Ezreal, but Aurora going to be taken here. So that's definitely something we've seen a lot of over in like the LCK and the LPL. Has that flex potential as well, can go top, can go into mid. So I think that's where we'll be waiting to see exactly what the game plan is here. But looks like for Fnatic, honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of going for the Kaiser here. I think holding that Corki flex is actually more vital here, but now they're just going to go back towards it again.
Dagda, you're not going to believe me when I say this, but is this our first Aurora? You'd think surely not. I've just been watching LPL, LCK over and over. I know it's been banned a couple of times. It's actually been banned 6 times. It's never been picked.
No pick.
What?
Yeah, kind of crazy, because it is still a very, very strong champion.
Wow. Okay, so first Aurora for Giant X. I never thought I'd be saying that. A lot of people globally would be like, yeah, who cares? It's just Aurora.
Yeah.
But in EU, a very different feel. As, and they also labeled that.
But if we're going more to the LCK style of draft, does that mean we get a Nivea top soon? Is that how this works?
Nivea top on 4, thoughts? How does Lot feel about that one?
I think he's a lot of emotions.
I'm just going to say it. I hope watch that game back. That Anivia did next to nothing. It had zone control.
He was trying his damnedest to flash in, make things work, but, but look,
he had to.
But still, anyway, I don't think we'll be getting Anivia this game. I think we'll be looking more at some sort of engage tool like a Rel being picked up here on this bottom side. So I think the Galio is basically Giant X saying, hang on, you can still look for that Galio in the support role. For Mickey, we want to try and go for the Rel. Whereas now with the Braum and the Rakan banned out, basically Fnatic are saying, we are going to take Rel. Are you going to ban it? And it's kind of a case of, hey, I think just ban the Rel. And just now, Mickey, I think, can go towards something that's a little bit funky like the Alistar or a Leona. Probably the Leona. And then, okay, actually Nautilus there as well for that point and click. And then you can take the Alistar on the opposite side into the other answer.
But you mentioned support, and it's good here as well, because I was just thinking, I'm like, what if Oscarinin goes to something like the Rumble, right? What if we get that AP? But AP jungle here, mixed damage for Kai'Sa, engage now set up. Giant X, one of the only few supports left and available, as they're also looking for their top lane here. And Ambess is something we haven't actually seen yet. Oh, we have seen in the LEC. Not today so far, and hasn't been thought about in this draft. Would also complement some of the skirmishing nature is that Alistar needs to be locked in.
Yeah, so the Alistar is going to be taken. You're going to be very fine to go ahead with that. Now the question is, what is going where? And I think this is why we're kind of waiting to see where this Aurora was going before Oscarinin locked in as champion. So they are going to send the Aurora, it looks like, into the mid lane. Not going to go with the Jax. I think then, is it just going to be something like the Gragas for Oscarinin if you go towards the Jax? Jace is also something that I wasn't sure if you wanted to answer with for Oscarinin. So we're actually going to try and take the Jace away with a feeling like they have enough engage. And now, yeah, I'm kind of curious as to what Oscarinin wants to answer with here.
Is that Ambess of what last top lane left open, unless you want to play something like an Ornn?
Yeah, I think you're going to get bullied either way, so maybe you're just going to look for the lane swap instead. But I think Oscarinin honestly had a great performance on the Ambessa when he played it last time.
Yeah.
Was getting some sick engages off to really set themselves up for some plays from his, especially when they're playing from a deficit too. So I think, yeah, I like what both sides are bringing out. I think they've got good answers into each other. And you've got a lot of lanes that you can look to play around on both sides. So honestly, I think there's going to be a barn burner that just comes down to these team fights.
Let's hope, because Giant X Fnatic ain't a pushover. This is a top of the table matchup. Giant X will be our 4th team in playoffs today if they find this win. Fnatic, as I said before, move closer to the 6-1 mark. Move closer, they'll just be there. And when they aren't, they'll have 2 series left remaining. And a lot of people who came in will start thinking they're right when people were saying Fnatic would be the best team of winter. I know, Dagda, you were mentioning it. I know a lot of other people out there have been saying the same thing. With the roster change, everyone was like, this is going to be Fnatic's year.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have kind of seen Fnatic rise up the top. There's a lot of talk about what's happening in scrims.
Yep.
I think for me, though, like, this is still a team that I have a huge amount of faith in, but I just want to see those cleaner early games, because watching back a lot of their games is, against BDS, they fell behind. That was the 1-1-3 Nidalee game where he was able to get that early lead, and then Fnatic had great team fights to come back later. And it's the same when you look at kind of 2 or 3 of the games they had where they do tend to fall behind, but it is that stellar team fighting that brings them back. For me to really fully believe in this team to take over, I want to see that clean early game that they can then snowball into those great team fights and leverage that.
Which might come from this, because Oscarinin's baiting that it is a solo lane top lane, but Mickey and Upset are sitting here waiting. How sus is Lot? Is he like, hang on a minute, bot hasn't shown? Well, nice, really smart from Lot.
I do think there was about 15 missing pings on the bottom side there, so I think they knew something was up and available. But yeah, I mean, not trading nicely, knowing that Mickey can't really do anything. So you are going to have to burn Oscarinin's TP now to get back into this bottom side, make sure you catch the wave. Actually, just going to walk, so no, I'm not going to push that hard. I think the fact that Jun now is off the wave says to me that we're going to try and send Jun top. So they're looking for this very quick dive from Fnatic, but I don't know if they're going to be in a position to go for it before the the Alistar gets there.
Razork flashes immediately. Well, it doesn't matter because he gets a Bramble Smash Shield to Durand, and Lot's just dead. Great combo, and Fnatic not afraid to pull the trigger.
Yeah, fantastic read from Fnatic, but do we get something on the opposite side is now my question, because Closer is there, still level 1 for Oscarinin, but I think, yeah, wave isn't big enough, so nice job from Fnatic. They read that Jun was going topside, but were able to get him out of position. Now, Lot, I think, might have to TP back to this top wave so he can get there. But do they try and go for a repeat? As Razork, I think, should hit 3 on this next camp. if I'm right. Yes. So do they try and go for that? But even Razork's a bit low, so it looks like, yeah, Fnatic just going to back off instead.
He will get a bit of healing from the passive and being in jungle, but my biggest question is, yeah, you're right. Will he be able to get anything from the level up as well to give confidence? Lot has Jun by his side now as well. As Razork's just going for another camp, so maybe not thinking about it for now. As level 2 is hit by Upset and Mickey. Jun is hit level 2 as well, but Lot is still just sitting here without anything to combo.
Yeah, I think you're fine, though, as Fnatic, with this being the case, because you've got that early kill on towards the Kai'Sa, which is fantastic. You're going to get that full topside jungle, now move back into your own. And Mbessa isn't really being set behind that much. Sure, she hasn't been able to CS, but you can see she's got a full level lead over Lot. And this is what we've seen a lot of teams go for, is if you have a Jace in the enemy team, just focus him. He's just not that useful if he doesn't get to go. Now, you can still go for that tank build, but you still kind of want those leads as a Jace.
Yeah. And as my ears are ringing, because you were like, yeah, getting a kill on Upset is good early, especially since the analyst desk were talking this guy up massively. Oh, what a surprise. We have something prepared about how good he was up only last week.
I mean, Upset's been insane. The desk kind of highlighted as Noah going to get
great kiting.
Taps.
Hang on a minute.
Wait.
Noah just E'd. Ooh, yo. But I guess Oscarinen, long cooldowns early on Mbessa. Don't get your hopes up here as he's on a ward. He's still quite low. He's got the pot ticking, but Giants have support. This was what was called the problem. That's Noah who now needs to get forward and get his arcane shift, but he doesn't have it on cooldown yet. And he won't flash for the Q. So Oscar in and out with his own flash.
Yeah, but now the Razork's on the top side.
Would interrupt.
Giants need to get out of here.
Upset has Berserker Grease. He's going to get that second skin passive immediately. And Razork now trying to zone out. Is going to pick a target onto Jun, who flashes away, but enables rail smash. And one person's dying here. Who's it going to be? As Mickey steps up, goes forward, can't get the trade kill. Upset with a second skin. And let's be clear. This is the dude who now has 2 kills.
Upset is popping off in the LEC this split. He's been majorly aggressive in team fights, flashing forward where he needs to on Kallistas, and now 2 kills already on this Kai'Sa. This man is going to be huge in this game with the setup that he has.
This lane swap working wonders here as Giant X. We look at how they got concaved.
Yeah, and Jun tries his best here, like flashes underneath the tower, then gets the knockback. But they just don't have enough in the tank to actually keep the Maokai there. And then Mickey, even with that turret shot, barely survives. And Locke can't go forward because he ends up dying in the end if he does. So he has to retreat. And as Oscar and TP'd back to bot, he's now only extending the lead that he has for himself in the XP levels between the top lane.
You see Giant X again antsy now. I mean, with that top lane lead, or rather 80 carry lead, trying to invade and flip the map a little bit here, and that's what they've done, sending Ezreal top, but now Upset just mismatches the lane, walking towards bot where Mickey's already standing. Now with the recurve bow as well, this 2v1 will continue.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what... Yeah, Razork's just going to go and get some vision for 1, Dragon, 2, camps, and 3, a potential play on towards the Jace again. So they're going to try and look for Jace. They're moving Jun down to answer for this, but now Razork spots him, doesn't have any cooldowns, just use them on towards the Krug, so it will just be Locke trying to pick up a fairly big wave under tower, but I don't know if he's going to be allowed to.
It's a big question, isn't it? I mean, Razork, how are we the XP bar? He's only just hit level 5, so nothing to talk about with the ulti as the poke's already come through. His flash is being reminded by Dagda here as a twisted advance is what I'm waiting for. He bramble smashes, looking to juggle aggro. There's the engage. Mickey takes it. Razork tanks it and now tries to get away and does so. Onto the minion, by the way. So that's an easy juggle. It's a double that goes to Mickey. But hard work deserves a hard reward.
Look, bot lane is about the 2 of you. You're in this together. If Upset gets 2 kills, Mickey gets 2 kills. When Jake sings, there's not a hope I'm going to sing, but it does mean you end up with more turret plates, and Jace being set further behind again. Now, Void Grubs were taken by Vi, but I don't think it matters, and this was just great execution. So Razork uses the sapling to start it off, get the slow, literally walks up, just knows that at this stage his flash is off cooldown. He's always got that twisted advance to try and get away from this. And Jun tries to go for the nice timing on the knock-up, but just barely messes it up so you don't get the CC long enough to follow through.
Good buffer. Oscarinen now looking for his path out, but is he in trouble? Good trample as well from Jun, and all they need is a shot. And there you go. Problem becomes a solution for the GX 2v1.
Yeah, definitely needed something back for Giant X there. You can see even with the 2 kills, Noah still at least able to keep it in touching distance. Like, only less than 200 gold is actually pretty nice for them, but it's only going to get worse because you can see here, level 4 on loss. He's behind the support on experience.
Yeah.
And Mickey having ticked over to that level 5, I think Lot is just like, can we please stop believing me, please?
I mean, Mickey's going to be tankier so much earlier as well. And Leona damage, nothing to froth at, as EU will know. Back in the Misfits days, I think still think about Fervor of Battle, by the way. Do you remember that? Well,
Yeah.
Game 4, Game 5, quarterfinals,
yeah.
Misfits versus SKT.
Yeah.
I still, and that's when my Leona battles began myself. As out of the way from Hunt Summer and Ignar, we look at Mickey X, who, again, already mentioned, quite tanky. He's going to help up with Dragon as Fnatic take this and balance out the first objectives of the game. Grub's already taken by GX earlier on, but now Dragon's going to drop. Closer can't get in there, even with his ulti. Fnatic are now on the board too.
Yeah, I think the question is, what do Fnatic now do? Because this wave has hit him bot side, so do they want to try and go for the 2v2 lane and just match it, with feeling that Best is now in a position with the like 3-level leads, kind of 2 and a bit level lead that she has, that she can just bully loss?
Well, I guess so. I mean, Oscar, oh, Jesus. Levels matter a lot in League of Legends, and so do 3 pointy swords, as Oscar in and again keeps zoning him out. And yeah, this is the thing about lane swaps I think we don't talk about, because we always look at what's going on ahead of us. But because Oscar in and got so much more time, as you were talking about with the experience, this is an impossible lane for Lot.
Yeah, it just doesn't get prettier. So it looks like Fnatic are just happy to match this. You do have a minute until Void Grub, so I wasn't sure how much they wanted to go for. Hey, let's push bot, try and then go for the mismatched lanes once more. But
who made this champion?
But like, his public execution's up very, very soon. Like, you have to be incredibly careful as loss. Public execution CC into a full combo, you are dead.
The guillotine in public, in front of everyone. Lot right now just hoping he can gather the experience as best he can. You know he's thinking about
He's
it,
in
right?
death range, yeah. Lot needs to be very quick on the flash trigger here. You can see Oscar Rennie trying to hide out of vision, not to let him know.
Kill. Where, when, how, Dagda? These are all the questions I have about this dive coming up.
Well, there's Vi in behind Lost, so I don't think with Closer there, you can actually go for this play as Oscar Rennie. Lot, if he steps up, okay. Yeah.
0 damage.
But again, like, look at the resets now. So you've already got Fnatic that are resetting to move back to the bot lane. Lot is probably going to have to match this, but maybe it's just Oscar and able to move down to bottom side, because the Closer's reset, so they're not going to try and contest this Void Grub change. May just try and go for the dive and the punish on Oscar in. So he's TPing now. Point and click CC and Closer. There's a potential here for Giant X to dive the top laner. Even Lot's coming down.
With everything up and available, though, I still just wonder, Oscar Rinnan, it feels like this is the kind of the case you take someone with him as well. Clears out the wave nice, good lacerate here. The Drakehound step continues bopping him around. And remember, at this point as well, Oscar Rinnan, cooldowns aren't actually as much as they used to be.
You also don't have the level 6 for Jund. They need one more wave for that. So, yeah, Mickey now going to try and stop him from moving in.
Side step, really nice. Shield of Duran slows down the play, and Oscar spotting this out. I mean, they're still turning it into a dive. There's a big minion wave here to deny. Oscar's going to try and get it as he tries to survive as well. There's the ulti and lands all the way to Closer. Mickey's here to help out. Oscar flashes away, but solar flare. Mickey, you're so fine. And Oscar wants to make you mine. A trade under Closer, no. With the shot ramping up, no one takes a bit as well. Mickey's now stuck under 3 members. But where does it go from here? Giant X asking the question. I'm pondering it. Mickey's thinking about it. They just want the turret so that then he's a dead man. It's a demolish, it's a proc, it's a flash. Mickey's away while it is a race for first turret. Giant X have won that battle.
But Jackie's died in the mid lane on that fight as well. Plus, you're about to lose the top tower. So yes, you do get the tower quicker on that bottom side, but Fnatic are about to answer. But it was looking a little dicey on that bottom side. So the big things to note coming into that dive was that Jund was still level 5. So they desperately wanted that next wave to hit so they could kill it, get Jund to level 6, have that unbreakable will for the dive, and he can tank that tower for significantly longer. And that was kind of why we got to see that work out, that Giant X could actually kill under that tower because the Alistar was able to tank so much more damage.
I mean, again, held out so much time. I think it's brilliant to see. I'm not sure what this pause is. It is a Fnatic pause. Everyone at home, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, there's audio issues of some kind. Maybe it's Ambessa related. That champion is so broken. I love the Cassante Ambessa lanes. It just feels like right be right. But yeah, really need to learn that champ.
Yeah, Ambessa is Well, it's stuff like that, right? So, like, she's so much mobility that when you try and go for the dive, you lock her up under tower as Jun, and you're like, yeah, I've got her. And then she just goes, wee, straight past you, and immediately jumps on towards closer. And you're like, well, I guess I tried in this situation. So we'll do our best. But it does mean that then when you've got follow-up from Mickey with a great solar flare, you can actually turn around some of these plays.
Now, I'm not sure if, while we're in the pause here, at some point we're looking at crowd shots. Someone came around with a Noah versus Jun graphic. I'm just going to call it graphic. A sign. Yeah, let's call it a sign. And Mickey versus Upset. And it was some really ingenious artwork. Maybe it's not safe for air. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this. I can't remember what was on it.
It just said who's going to win.
Oh, really? Oh, no, I didn't know if the
it says
pictures
who
were
wins.
bad.
You just put a line as
yeah,
to who
but
you
I
think
can't
is going
remember
to win.
what I've seen. I look at it and I go, well, maybe there's a
Maybe
reason.
you should get that checked.
Yeah.
You know what?
Right, memory of a goldfish back in action. 2.5K goldie for Fnatic in this early game. And we're going to get a replay of this dive.
Yeah.
No, we're going to get a replay of mid.
Oh, Jackie's
who's a
just
good boy?
gets destroyed by Humanoid.
Or is it?
Oh, he missed the Q. That was questionable from Jackie's.
I'm sorry, that phosphorus bomb, to be fair, did a lot of damage.
Yeah, but look, here's the dive, right? So they're trying. Jun goes forward so that then he can get the wave with closer to hit level 6.
Yep.
Then he's the one that's tanking up with the unbreakable wheel. There's the public execution to jump onto closer to buy that space. And then watch the solar flare here. So immediately on towards the Jace underneath the tower. So he ends up falling then. And then they're nearly able to turn around. No, actually picking up an extra third shot when he wasn't meant to. But Jackie's
trouble again.
Do they? I think they're okay. With 3 people, I don't think Fnatic can do this. So, yeah, they're just going to back away and use Upset to get back mid, so then he can defend the mid lane tower. But, yeah, you can see Fnatic, like, they are very quickly trying to capitalize on these winning side lanes and just overload. And it's very difficult for Giant X to match because they just don't have control, really.
So as Jackie sits in the side wave, I want everyone to pay attention to the fact that we got Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. He is in the right side of the map, hence having no TP. And I'm looking towards top lane as Locke can join in. Oscar in and has to start walking down now. As Fnatic are just looking through priority in these waves, maybe an opportunity to get someone as Noah's right on a ward. Perfect execution.
Oh, he got him.
Public, and yeah, easy as that, isn't it? Noah's dead. Upset gets the kill credit, and this is how strong Ambassador is. As long as you land a button, there's one from closer in return. He's running for his life, trying to lacerate his way out of this one, but it becomes a trade. Top laner for 80 carry down. Nature's grasp. Isengard's left. I don't know what's on the right, but back to the Shire apparently as Mickey sends a solar flare. 2 strange ults from Fnatic, but the damage has been done to make sure they start this dragon first.
Yeah, they will still go over towards the dragon, so nice job on another pause.
Oh, Fnatic.
Jun actually, to give him credit, played that fight incredibly well. He used Ambessa as a taxi service to get access to Upset, so flashed on, get the headbutt, so the pulverize, so then he couldn't actually follow up on any of the damage that was coming out. So nicely done there, but it does mean then you're kind of flashed us, and then I don't know what happened with Fnatic ults. They kind of just went, yeah, we're gonna throw that one, and then maybe Mickey did nail Jackie's with the solar flare, but it was just kind of like the guy's under tower.
Got him.
There's no one nearby. It's more about sending a message, I suppose,
Just
in that case.
I'll land it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Giant X's time, by the way.
If I had teammates, you, buddy, were in trouble.
Oh.
And that's basically
me particularly?
Yeah, no. Well, that's kind of the mentality of going to every solo queue game with. Yeah, it's just if I had decent teammates, I would have a better win rate.
Do you know,
mostly because they need to carry me.
Speaking of support, you know, today I had a very good day, by the way. 6 wins in a row.
Oh.
Volibear support.
Oh, no.
Fiddlestick support. Oh, yes. But my point in transition is I don't know why there's a pause for Giant X, but I need you all to know that I had a very good day. And today has been a very good day because ending with our cast of Giant X Fnatic before Medic comes on, and who's Medic casting with today? Who we got joining in?
I assume Vetty.
Vetty? He didn't say hello to me, so if it is, I'd be very upset.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I haven't been following.
Potential bug about this one, by the way.
Okay.
Investigation is ongoing, so this is not an audio issue.
I did notice it a little bit where I thought the arcane shift would still go off with the public execution. I don't know if that's what it was, but it did look a little funky to me.
Because the buffering on that is interesting because arcane shift can buffer like Vial, right? If you get it at the right point.
But it went off, but he still stood in the same place because the
Right.
public execution. So I'm not too sure exactly how that interaction
But I
works.
want it because,
yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah, it might be Noah then. We're just speculating. We'll
Yeah.
get a proper answer for you once
But
we know
it's
what's
also,
going on.
yeah, because I can see how, like, Ambessa holds you in place. You kind of get brought back. But, yeah, we're just speculating. We'll have to wait and see. But
we're what?
Speculating.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes Irish, I don't understand. I hear you speak and I just don't understand it.
Yeah,
Surely you think the same with me.
I had this conversation with my mom and my sister earlier.
Yep.
And I was like, the biggest problem that I have is having to say, how are you?
Yep.
Because in Ireland, you just say, how are you?
How are you?
And it all just blurs into one word. So, like, you becomes, and then the word, well, it's just, how are you? And it's like, it doesn't actually sound like itself.
No,
and
but
everyone also responds to me when I say it. So in Ireland, if someone says, how are you? You just respond with, how are you? And no one actually answers the question. It's basically just become hello. So every time I come here and I go like, how are you? And then someone responds, I'm like, oh, crap. We're now in the conversation.
Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I was like, oh, no, now I have to figure out how I am. And then that's a whole different kettle of fish.
See, I feel I resonate with the Irish because I think we've got our own kind of language as well. Like we'll say, it's going on. It's going on. It's going on. You know?
Yeah.
And that'll be like, what's going on?
Yeah,
right?
and something to do with spiders.
Yeah. Well, they're everywhere. But you know, like back home, right? Got the forest is the bush. Is the bush, right?
Yeah.
I live in the place where.
But why is it called? Because the forest is the trees, and then there is bushes in the trees.
Yeah,
so how did the forest become the bush?
You just think about where the snakes are. You know, you just think about that. I've just been told in my ear, sorry for the quick pause, that the game has resumed.
I will never find out the mysteries
Maybe
of Australia.
Maybe it was the ulti as Skarnon with upset as we come back. He's in trouble. He just flashed out of a big circular vehicle known as Between Worlds. Now, Jackie's didn't ride it, instead just left it out, and now Upset has got one summoner down.
Yeah, I mean, nice attempt by Giant X on the mid wave. Also then opening up now for Lot to try and get some much needed go back and play up towards this top side. So I think overall, like, two nice quick plays from Giant X to get some much needed go back for themselves.
Well, there's 1,500 still in the lead for Fnatic in this early game. The feat of strength has not been picked up by either side. 3 grubs apiece. Doesn't mean that, well, the advantage of objectives has already gone to Fnatic, so we're just waiting for that first turret, and the third kill's already gone down, so I'm going to assume it was Fnatic who's actually already picked it up.
Yeah, I think the question mark for me now is how Fnatic want to try and play this, because I think putting Upset in the mid wave kind of works out best for you. I think Humanoid should be answering on the spot wave, but...
Jack. What?
Yeah, like... Well, nicely done, sorry, by Jackie's, but at the moment, Fnatic have no real pressure on the map. Because if you look at this, you've got push here from Loss going in here. You've got at least a little push coming through on this top side, but that's going to be answered by Jackie's. But you're now opening up for Lot to continue to push or to move around the map. Like, he's able to now join up and contest any sort of vision. You can also then shift the Ezreal up into a position where he can now match for the likes of these upcoming Rift Herald in 30 seconds. So you're kind of putting Humanoid now in a position where he has to burn the TP, whereas Giant X don't have to. So I know it seemed like it was just so you could give the rev buff across the Upset, but I don't think that really should have been as big of a deal, because now both side lanes are in Giant X's control, and Fnatic, actually, Oscarina might get dove on here with the closer ultimates.
There is good damage in return onto Jackie's just by himself for now. As you said, closes in range of a Vault Breaker into a cease and desist, but Jackie's is the one I'd be more worried about. If there's a perfect execution here, rather public, as Oscarina now hits level 11, there's probably enough burst with Shield Bash that could do the job. As Herald now spawns, everyone moving up, and Dagda, you're setting us up for this. That Corki needs to get turret and TP.
Yeah, I don't know if they are going to TP though, because Humanoid doesn't really have much mana. This is a dangerous one, and Upset not having Flash leaves them very vulnerable, so I think it is just going to be give this one up.
Yeah.
Fnatic going to try and look for the mid lane turret just off of raw power instead.
And Oscarina just burned the public execution behind on Jackie to try and get some kind of way in. Missed it, and Fnatic leave it at that. So Herald goes down. Tier 2 turret now under threat. That's the option here for Fnatic as they move down to make sure it's a smooth path. The minion wave is healthy enough, and with 3 grubs, yeah, Humanoid's got enough damage. 2 turrets for the trade. Ain't bad.
Can Fnatic get out though? Giant X starting to move in. Closer has that flash engage, and Upset still doesn't have his. Mickey trying to play bouncer.
Tree Wizard gets knocked into. That's Jun. The Cow follows up, but Ryan Flash here won't have anything more. There's cease and desist. Nature's Grass defensively used. Look at Razork trying to save his support. Flash for Flash. They're closer. They get the chase. A shutdown into the ground as Giant X took that chase. And they took it personally.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Giant X were just immediately going to move mid and try and break open that mid lane tower with the Rift Herald there as well. Try and punish the fact that you're now down that support and a ton of the engage tools on Fnatic. But it looks like they have to get Lot back to cover this top side instead. So it is just going to be a pick, but Tier 2 tower is a lot of gold that's gone over to the hands of Humanoid and Upset.
It really is. For Giant X fighting an uphill battle still in this game. A little bit of a bug with Spectator from my understanding because, I mean, 3 kills have already been picked up, unless in first tower it has as well. I'm assuming Feat of Strength went over to Fnatic is irrelevant now because Giant X are playing the chase in this replay.
Yeah, at this stage, it's just Fnatic trying desperately to get away. Losing Mickey isn't the end of the world because you're getting still Mbessa with more control over that top side. She's getting to push in. You got the Tier 2 tower, which is a ton of extra gold, and you're getting away with a lot of free... well, you're getting away with mostly unscathed there, only losing Mickey. Now Fnatic once more trying to set up on this bottom side. It does feel like they're not comfortable leaving Humanoid alone on this bottom lane, so Mickey gonna have to come help.
Just got the Gatling gun in my ear. That's the real one this time. And I'm wondering here, is Giant X still group around? Jackie's away. Into the portal he goes, and how much information does Fnatic have? Razork's now peeking in there, want a full-on fight. Mickey goes into the choke, and they're going to put this all on the line. Upset needs to reposition as Mickey is in the middle of 3 people, and he's just dead immediately. The poke lands from Upset, and he's thinking about going in. The public execution lands as well, and now Lot's just dead. Jackie's with the Between Worlds is big, though, but he's drawn the attention of Fnatic. Razork needs to survive for long enough, but as he dies, it is a trade for Giant X in their favor. 3 for 2. They split the fight so well.
Yeah, immediately Fnatic go in because Mickey thinks I can split up the fight enough that Razork can lock down Noah, and with Oscarinin coming, we can also try and kill Noah in the midst of that, but it's immediate cleanse. We get to see it here. Like, in theory, they want to try and split up the fight in this direction, and then they can go on towards Noah in this top side, but he immediately cleanses as Razork goes in, so ends up repositioning. Now Razork is actually out of the fight, and it just means the rest of Giant X can focus on towards this bottom side. Oscarinin does end up getting on towards Loss, and they do get the turnaround. But now thinking, hey, we've got the numbers advantage we can go for it. But Jackie's finishes off Humanoid, and Razork hoping to set up for the re-engage here with 2 healthy carries. Ends up falling too quickly, and then you just don't have anything to keep Noah locked up.
The pieces are pulling it apart, and Noah and Jackie's are actually in a good spot here as Lot now teleports in, gets them poked down, not too much on Upset, but the Herald gets a charge. Giant X are trying to bring the pace up. As 5 members move down into River, they want the Dragon, they want to stop Fnatic from getting this 3rd stack. Solar Flare is what shows that as Solar Flare after the fact, and Nature's Grass lines down the middle. True Shot Barrage doesn't do too much work, but look at this. Fnatic separated again at closest life, but Jun has to flash away because his ulti is seconds away from being up. Giant X had that at one moment, but Fnatic, their poke is starting to reel it in.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey goes in on towards Jun and is basically just playing as a scapegoat because they can turn on towards Closer, prevent him from really getting value from the ultimates, and there's just no way Giant X can follow up on that engage. So now, Fnatic, Dragon, move over to Atakan. Giant X starting to move down, but they don't have an Alistair, so it's going to be on
Jackie's Between Worlds again onto Humanoid. The poke's there. He goes over, flashes, but Upset's got his number. Jackie's drops to the ground. There's a killer instinct in Upset's eyes. And once again, the 80 carrier Fnatic is carrying this home. Giant X on the retreat. Voracious Atakan taken. And Oscar now spinning like Giant X's life depends on it. You give Upset the carry power and he'll take it all the way.
Jackie's was flying around the fight and Upset said, that looks fun. I'm going to immediately kill you and then fly over to kill Noah as well. Atakan was picked up now. It looks like Fnatic, I mean, they are in such a good spot to close out this game. Giant X are fighting hard, but there's just nothing they can do.
And again, Fnatic in this game got early couple of kills. We said it was great for Upset. We said it was great for Fnatic. We are now seeing in those fights what that early gold advantage meant. How Fnatic are using it in these drawn-out fights.
And fair play to Jackie's, because you have to do something with, especially when Atakan is this low, but doesn't quite get the kill, trade 1 for 1, and then Upset, just flies in. That final auto, despite the CC from Jun, ends up picking him off. Upset and Razork finish off the Atakan, and Oscarinin is just chasing Giant X all the way home.
Nature's Grasp again. Jackie's doesn't have the Between Worlds flash or anything, but he's too far away. He'll get rooted up, but it just zones away Giant X and gives Fnatic free access to this tier 2 turret. Miniwave coming in, and that's just gone. And with the Atacam buff as well, Fnatic can play this mega aggro.
And I think that's one of the things that Razork has been great at with this Maokai is those zoning ultimates, especially for the tier 2 towers, making it impossible to really defend. Now Noah trying to be between 2 lanes here, and Fnatic may not like that, as Oscarinen will get the first tower. How heavy are they going to commit to this?
Solar Flare, is it a bait? Or rather, Zenith Blade, excuse me. There's good poke coming out from Noah, but Mickey flashes Shield of Durand.
Oh, that was so
Public
close.
execution was the setup from it as well. But it narrowly misses. The poke coming through as Fnatic are now trying to get away, but remember they still have that buff. Upset is on a flank right now. The between two worlds are set on out as Fnatic are hard losing this one, as you'd expect. The cease and desist gets the final 600 gold and the debuffs away. As, I shouldn't say debuffs, they just lose the GA. Upset didn't want to go on the fight.
Great reaction speed from Noah at the start of the fight though. Mickey with the flash forward, and immediately Noah Arcane shifts away, so the public execution doesn't hit. It was a good attempt from Fnatic, but Noah just too quick for them, and it does mean that they've gotten the majority of those Atacam buffs off. I think Upset is the only one that still has it available for them. But with nothing on the map, it's not like Fnatic are really in a position to be punished for it, or even to get too much, even if they don't have the Atacam.
And after that as well, by the way, Upset went back, third item picked up. He's got an Ashes in hand, so there's an upgraded W now available for this Kai'Sa. And Upset's damage, along with his poke, is going to be showing you why it's good to invest in this 80 carry. He's 1,400 ahead of his counterpart. By the way, 1,900 is Humanoid ahead of Jackie's this game, despite Jackie's having these big picture ultis. Humanoid's just chilling.
I do like Fnatic though, just playing off of these 2 wave states. They drop topside, they drop bottom that last play, and just continuously saying, hey, Oscar can take this. Now there again, these zoning ultimates on towards the tower, force you back. And they've already got the push on bot side, so Fnatic are just slowly but surely taking everything. And with a potential Hextech Soul now in a minute and a half, Giant X have to do some real heavy lifting if they hope to get some more control back over the jungle.
They're getting schooled a bit here in this game, aren't they? Feels like Fnatic are really good at dotting their I's, crossing their T's in this mid game. And you wanted to see Fnatic and how they push a game, how they clean it up a bit as well, right? I think this is showing us quite a lot. They're set up around these turrets, using the Maokai. I think when Razork is the fuel of this team and has been for a few years now, it feels like that's really what we're getting here in this mid game.
Yeah, and especially now that you have like Upset as fed as he is, but Mickey, Hex Flash over the wall, they're just going to try and fight it back. Razork still doesn't have ultimate, so Giant X trying to play for that poke and play forward. Because if Mickey is in a range, you're not really struggling, and Noah has that cleanse for any sort of solar flare. But Fnatic, group is 5 on mid. That dragon in 40 seconds, it's all about getting control, but Closer stuck his way in behind.
Solar Flare doesn't connect either. An opportunity for Giant X, cease and desist between worlds. An AoE paradise for Jackie's, but he's stuck against the wall. He comes out of Invis, gets out eventually. Humanoid is now just starting between, doing the rest. You thought it was perfect for Giant X, but there's a little small man and a dog firing out guns. After calling the police, Fnatic say it was just our business. Jun and Razork swap spots. Razork is greeted, or rather Oscarinen is, by Jun, the mad cow over the wall. And all it takes is one more, but he's going to be out, while Fnatic, it just felt so good watching Humanoid.
That was so close for Giant X. Like, I love the idea from Closer. Get in behind Upset, focus this Kai'Sa down, but they burn everything. Jun flashes in or goes in for the follow-up. Jackie's ends up burning him out. And now you're kind of like, well, who has the rest of the damage? Like, Noah's actually in a good position here, but Humanoid is unleashed. Tear-throughs Giant X on that top side. They managed to get on towards Noah here as well. And then at that stage, Lot, those levels, the 4-level difference on this Jace versus Humanoid. Oh, they got
again. Set up for Upset. It's Mickey who jumps in, and now with the second skin, Upset gets the first kill of the battle. And a battle it will be for Giant X as they run away. Twisted advance with a Bramble Smash. Another one bites the dust. Giant X left with 3. A Nature's Grasp again. Jun to block. Noah still hit. And Razork looking to fish a little bit more. He twists, he advances, he executes, and Noah will not advance. Giant X trying to poke away. They are getting good damage, but at the end of the day, Upset still stands. And the new Fnatic, God, it's hard to look at them without this gleeful trance.
Without a big smile on your face if you're a Fnatic fan. The combos, the synergy are there. Their team fighting looks sick. The early game in this one was fantastic. Fnatic making a statement here against Giant X that there is a difference between 4-2 and potentially a 6-1 Fnatic.
Making a real big set out for Fnatic being the best team. And again, we're in our last week, but we're going to start thinking about who is the best. Fnatic fans really reeling it in. Remember, tomorrow they've got KC, SK on the last day as well. If they win this, if they beat KC, then Fnatic will be our best team.
Yeah, I mean, Movistar were able to beat them on day one, but this looks like a different beast as Giant X. Like, this was sick. Razork with the knockback, the immediate public execution. Mickey to follow. Vito's give his life for it, but the follow is there. They managed to get on towards Jackie's. And then Fnatic, they turn over towards the big purple worm. Now that Red Bull Baron power play is about to become very dangerous for Giant X because they've got very little left on the map.
And the siege has just been so easy. We've been watching Fnatic walk up to these turrets and pushing Giant X off actually quite easily. So now with Baron, it makes it so much easier as they've also got the Hextech Soul as well.
It's almost like you should first pick Maokai.
Oh,
because he's really strong. He is, yeah. So now Razork got to be able to hit the OR button again, and then you got to run away from it, and now you get the tower, and there's just nothing really you can do.
The March of the Ents again. Jun straight into the ulti, public execution into the backline, and watch Upset go. They spiked it up so that he can smash it down. It's a double kill already. 3 members left standing, and all I'm going to do for you at home is watch Upset, who's getting kills fed into him. Close is going to be next up. It's Humanoid, who steals away the possible Penta. 5 members of Fnatic, although low, have 1 Nexus turret to go. Demolish in hand, and Giant X will not stand. It's Noah who's going to get poked over and over again. Upset to clean it up, and this Fnatic clears all.
Fnatic are terrifying. Giant X had set themselves up as one of the teams to watch, as one of the teams that could contend for those top spots, and Fnatic never gave them a chance in this game.
They did not. And you can tell us how as you vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Razork, Humanoid, or Upset. That's a hard battle. But I do know that Fnatic has scaled into this split. I know that Upset is continuously scaling his bottom lane. And while at first, I know we had some concerns, we're wondering, like, what does Fnatic look like week by week? The appreciation week by week has gone up exponentially.
Yeah, I think it really is just trying to get that cleanliness, but this game was fantastic from them.
Absolutely fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. I hope, because I know we're having interviews galore today.
Yep.
I do hope that we get to maybe talk with Upset. I can't remember who we talked with last week, but I want to know what's really fueling this team at the moment. I want to know where the development is going towards.
I mean, I was going to say, I think it's just pure anger and revenge for Fnatic that fuels them. Like, wanting to get past what happened in 2024, for Mickey, like, finding a new team, for Upset, trying to beat back against all the haters. Like, I think this is a team that just has unbridled rage at everyone else. Good. And they're taking it out on them.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's what GB said on the desk. He said problem solution. Sorry. Yeah. Noah and Jun with a problem, apparently, and I think Upset and Mickey are definitely a solution because it's working out wonders. You get the best support from the league historically in the past couple of years, and you get an AD carry who, you know, in KC had a slow bloom, but that's because the team was suffering when he has individual skill, and Upset has proved it many times before. Right?
And I don't really think that Noah and Jun were the problem in that game, but there was just nothing.
But it's just a nice story.
Yeah.
It's a nice story. Ginny is now ready with Humanoid and Jackie's apparently as well, so we're going to hear from both of them and both sides of the tale after that game.
Thank you so much. Ginny here, and I'm joined with Jackie's and Humanoid, correct? Humanoid, congratulations on the win. Jackie's, sorry. But Humanoid, how does it feel going up against your Czech brother?
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good to win, so I can show my Czech dominance once again. I think he needs like maybe 1 more month, but in playoffs, it will be free win for you.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know why I said that.
You know what? He said you only need 1 more month, right? But you're so much younger than him, so technically there's a lot of potential.
Yeah, I would say I'm ramping up faster than him for sure, yeah.
Okay.
100%.
You had like a little message for him that you posted on your Instagram story. Do you want to like translate it broadcast friendly?
Broadcast? Well, I would just say I would demolish him, kinda. And then I would like one-tap him. Like if I'm boxing, you know, I would one-tap him.
Yeah, yeah.
But I kind of go one-tapped on mid. I got solo kill this game, so that kind of backfired. Yeah, it is what it is.
How do you feel about that? The one taps in mid.
About the message? About what?
About one tapping him in mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I have to punish him for this Instagram story. I don't know. Like, I was really angry.
Really? Did it hurt your feelings, or was
Yes,
it just like
it
out
hurt
of
my
place?
ego. I have a really fragile ego. So whenever I see these comments, it hurts my soul.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry as well.
Aw, you're such a nice person.
Yeah,
Like,
I
apologize
wouldn't be
for it.
sorry if I would win, but
Let's bring this back, though, to when I was interviewing you last week, when GX and G2 were setting up behind us. And I asked you who did you want to win. You said G2. Why was that?
No, I was just making fun of them. I actually wanted GX to win. I just knew that they were listening to me, you know, so...
So you wanted to get a reaction out of him?
Yeah.
And you did react. You didn't
your
like it.
direction.
He did get it. But you know what? You guys have both had a really good start of the split of winter regular season. So for you, like coming in here, how has that been for you, like starting off and hitting the ground running?
I mean, even for Giant X, right, it's something new that you start off 4-0, so for sure it feels very good, but now I'm kind of sad that I think we're 4-3, which we kind of fell off already, which is not a good sign, but I'll make sure we get for playoffs ready again.
But then we have you guys on Fnatic, and you guys had such a strong game from literally start to finish. You were tower diving, you were controlling the pace of the game. What's been different between this Fnatic and the Fnatic that we were seeing last year?
I mean, it seems to me that we are not scared to just go for fights. I think a lot of the times last year we were like scared of losing the game when ahead, so we were not doing much because we had like a record of kind of throwing games. So then it became, you know, maybe a bit too much pressure on us. And right now it feels kind of like easy to play aggressive.
Yeah, well, thank you both so much for the interview. Sad that we won't ever see you play on the same team because same role, but it was fun having you both
I
here.
can also.
I can also.
When my hands don't work, I go to support. It's fine.
You guys heard it here, but let's head over to the desk. So guys, take it away.
Thank you, Jeannie. Gotta love the hate-love relationship between these two on mid lane. We could have talked about this. We could have thought about Aurora, the first one in the LEC, but she was useless. So.
Oh my God! that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Unintended, of course.
That's the back of my head.
Like GX felt that loss, I feel. But let's talk about support jungle synergy in the early game, because we've talked about what makes Fnatic good. That's one of the best points for them.
Yeah, it was insane because even the early game, straight from level 1, they did something unorthodox with the little swap, Mickey and upset laning top. But I thought it was really, really sad for the top lane brotherhood, you know, when I see Jace getting pummeled down so hard.
Yeah, I mean, we got clips here. We should just roll with the clips and just show these things as well, because I think this early game was just defined by the fact that Jace just got the rough end of that stick again and again and again.
And I've been there many times where my support is coming, it's like, hey, I'm coming, I'm almost there, and then you just die, and then the Kai'Sa just gets out of control fed, and it's just so doomed and just snowballed from this point on, because I feel like at some point he just fell 3 levels behind. He's getting dove 3 times this game, and honestly, he's playing against the most OP champion in the game, Maokai. Look at him, he's just sitting there. Oh, he's about to die. Oh, well, he's not about to die anymore. W just so OP, and he couldn't really do much.
He couldn't at all. I mean, I will say that on the other side, Noah was getting an XP lead, but let's show the XP lead right now of the top laners, because I mean, I think that's the one where you just realize how dominant this was. Lot was unable to play the game, like completely. It's not coming up, but I can tell you it was around 8 minutes. It was like 1,400 experience difference, which is like 3 levels. It was incredible. So yeah, got thrown out of the game. Team fights were easier for Fnatic. Upstead still performed, so fantastic.
As much as we want to praise Mickey and Razor for this, it's just the whole preparation makes so much sense, because Jace cannot Jace is always going to be murdering the Ambessa in the top lane. Ambessa can't really lane. This swap takes her away from the Jace, gives her 3 levels, 4 levels lead, and at the same time, giving solo XP to the Ezreal doesn't really do anything to the economy of the game. Having the Jace be such a non-factor just makes so much more sense for the game plan of Fnatic.
We have a bit more time here, so I want to spend more time talking about Upset, actually, because we've been mentioning his, I don't want to say glow up, but how he matured within Fnatic with Mickey and what they've been able to display as a bot lane. One of the best AD carries we have in the league right now. What sets him apart, though?
He's just very consistent, but also very aggressive, which is a little bit weird, because you would not really expect this pairing to go well. I still feel like even in the Schalke days when I was playing with him, he was always he was always considered very, very good, and he always had this natural confidence to himself. I just think that he was a little bit on the unlucky end of the stick where, you know, he did the funny comment where he's like, I'm too good to never win an LEC title so early in his career, so everyone just jumps on that bandwagon of hating him. But I do feel like every single time, 90% of the times, well, that's not really every single time, but it's close.
Mathing, it's fine.
Yeah, it's EU math, you know. I feel like he's backing up the talk, you know. It's just unfortunate that when you say something so controversial and it doesn't land, it will hit you really hard. And I feel like that's kind of what's been haunting him and what tarnished his reputation. But I still feel like he has not really had any bad splits. He's always been considered very, very good, and he's always played very good.
I mean,
Okay,
he has had a bad split. I mean,
which it was?
I mean, I wouldn't say from an individual standpoint. Actually, I think like in a position where he wasn't able to find much influence as an AD carry, I don't think there's anything wrong with the statement that with what he had, he wasn't pushing the boundaries of like, as you say, he's always been very good at knowing his limits, and I think that's one of his clear-cut strengths. But in a team where the limits can't get pushed by his teammates either, you can't utilize Upset very well. At least that's my opinion after I've seen what's happened from a move from KC to now to Fnatic instead. Like, there was reason to doubt Upset. It did not look good for Upset. There was doubt with him coming into the Fnatic roster, but all those doubts has vanished because he is performing as well as he is. His killer instinct is at a crucial level, because I saw in this game an Upset that was willing to see just Mickey engage alone and just a Kai'Sa ultimate in on it immediately. And yes, they had Soul, yes, they were far ahead, but I really like how much more confident he's feeling with the players around him.
Beautiful. From Fnatic. On the other side of the rift, though, GX. Small question. Are they falling off the way Jackies was potentially describing it? Because super strong first week, still 1 week away from making it to playoffs. If they want to be one of the best teams, they have to beat one of the best teams, and was not the case today.
I don't think they're really falling off per se. I do feel like they had strength of schedule. Their first week has been 3-0 versus teams that are perceived middle of the pack or bottom of the pack. In that sense, right now they're playing the top teams, and as I said, it's their test to see if they actually belong to be here with the top dogs at the table. And I don't really think that this 5th, 6th, 7th middle of the pack team, I think they're going to still be top 4, top 5. But Fnatic, K-Corp, MKOI, they are the super top dogs over here. So it's hard. You need to push your boundaries and excel and get a lot better if you want to sit with them at the table.
Missing a bit of precision from GX to reach that level. We'll see them tomorrow, though. We'll be taking to a quick break. For now, we'll be back for Rogue G2 right after this. Why are you laughing?
Wake.
Wake.
There's the ulti and lands all the way to closer. Mickey's here to help out. Oscar flashes away, but solar flare. Mickey, you're so fine.
I think Ranjik is nice. He's very far. We are fine, guys.
Aurora going. Oh, kill the Aurora. No flash.
I'm ulting his spell. I have to base.
Alisa, no flash. Finish it.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC, where Veddy and I are here to take you through the final 3 games of day 1 of week 3, the final week of our LEC regular season here in winter, the final week before we get into Fearless, Veddy. You know, the true test of our team's metals. Until now, who cares? You know, as long as you're not bottom 2, does it really matter how you've played until we get into Fearless? I think some analysts around the world would say perhaps we can draw some conclusions, and so far Rogue have played poorly is the general consensus, whereas G2 are on a bit of an uptick after beating Giant X at the end of last week.
We jump into the draft with a Zyra ban. We've seen G2 in their previous iteration and in this iteration be quick adopters of the AP jungle meta, and I feel like in the current meta we're seeing a lot more of that in Europe, whether it be the Zyra or the Maokai being the prevalent two. We've also seen the brand even come out from Skumont. I wonder what the priority will be today as Cassante and Skarner taken away from the side of G2. The Draven directed towards Hans Sama. This does mean that, of course, a number of power picks are up and available, in particular in the AD carry pool. Kalista, Varus, Corki, the flexibility that the champion has, along with the Maokai and the Sejuani, do seem to be high priorities here in Europe.
Victor's still available as well if we want to, if Larsen's going to go towards that. Hasn't played it yet this split, but does seem to be a champion that would feel very much in his wheelhouse. Azir, the final ban from G2, met by Draven from Rogue, and now Rogue are thinking about that first pick. As you say, Varus often at the top of the leaderboards, but Maokai alongside him in terms of first pick priority.
Now, typically G2 would respond with a fast clearing jungler, but instead they're going for a little bit of dive. They've got themselves the Vi. I wonder if we'll see the Cassante paired alongside it. Ooh, Ezreal for Hansama. Now, we've seen him play the Ezreal before. I think towards the end of last year we started seeing him playing it a little bit more, but for those long-time LEC viewers, you all know the Hansama, not traditionally an Ezreal player. We know him for his Misfortune, his Draven, his Kalista, his Varus, his typically lane-dominant AD carries, so getting to see him play a little bit more of this range is definitely a testament to the meta that we're seeing with poke and range being the dominant factor.
Yeah, say what you want, Veddy, though. He did win a game on it against BLG at Worlds. Yeah. So, best Ezreal in the world, world caliber Ezreal. Although they went on to lose finals, so it's really any good, you know. Jace and Yone currently the hovers for Rogue. They've locked in the Jace. If you add a Yone in there as well, that is a bit AD heavy top side, yeah. It would surprise me a little bit. Corki, though.
That's a little bit more.
There we go. Would be the first time Larsen's brought it out. Can, of course, be flexed down to Patrick in the bot lane. He's played it once already, the split.
But, I mean, unfortunately for Larsen, there is the Corki-Larsen incident that happened many years ago. Fortunately, we're well past that. We'll see how his Corki performs today.
I doubt most of our fans actually recall that incident as well. It was a few years ago now.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the package was involved, which isn't in the game anymore. Now, Leona going to be locked in on the side of G2, so a pretty strong bot side of the map. Ezreal Leona is a common bot lane combo that we've been seeing throughout the world in the current meta, which means that you expect AD carries to be the follow-up ban, or maybe supports instead. The Rel, the Alistair, the Braum, all very viable to mitigate the, well, I say the disengaged potential that Rogue could be looking for against this type of comp.
Yeah, I think if you ban out AD carries, the risk is the Corki just goes into that AD carry slot, right? So banning out the supports makes a little bit more sense. Rel already removed by G2. Rogue maybe will look up towards the top side, try and get rid of things that work well into the Jace, who, although we have seen flexed from time to time, the expectation is that Adam will be taking that up into the top side. Gragas the ban, Poppy as well removed by G2. Good ban there. Already would counter the Vi's engage and the ability for the Leona to get in.
Certainly would. I was thinking about G2 even picking the Poppy themselves, but I guess they're deciding, you know what, given the amount of range and poke that Rogue already have, probably not worth it on the top side of the map. The Ambessa, I think, makes a lot of sense, but they've really pinched Broken Blade's pool. This split, he's played Cassante, Gragas, Ambessa, Poppy, and then he's got a Renekton game in there, but 4 out of those 5 have been taken away. So we'll see what he's got prepared for as Broken Blade, often the innovator here in Europe, or at the very least the first to demonstrate some of the new picks that we see on the patches. Ooh, Ahri going to come out from Caps. Not the most prevalent mid lane champion in the world right now, but synergizes beautifully with Vi. A great lockdown combo, a lot of mobility, and a lot of backline threats.
Just giving people with CC, and the Ahri works really well with it. The ability to Spirit Rush onto the backline, land charms as well. G2 fell foul of it when Hansama was caught out by Fake at MSI last year. I'm sure Caps will be looking to make some catches of his own here. There's the Braum, though, which does stop a bit of that ability to get onto the back line, because if we do see the Vi jumping in, the Braum just puts up Unbreakable. It's very hard to get past that initial front line. You've got quite a tanky line already for Rogue with the Braum and the Maokai. If they can get to a good spot.
Might just be the final lock.
Yeah, just get some poke, get some range.
Yeah. Oh, but of course, there's always the possibility of the Corki moving down to AD carry. We did talk about that earlier. The hover of a potential mid lane pick. Maokai would be a little surprised by the Galio direction. I feel like there's really not a lot of dive coming out.
Cho!
We're going to get a Cho'Gath on the top side of the map. We'll talk a little bit about that matchup, but this to me suggests that G2 could be considering a lane swap. Cho'Gath relatively safe, given that he does have that extra bit of sustain and can farm from a bit of range, but this Galio, typically you see Galio in dive comp, so to provide a lot of extra protection, and I think in Ahri the matchup can be fine, but I'm just a little bit concerned about the damage output. I mean, I guess you could argue that against the decent amount of dive that G2 has with the Vi and the Ahri, it can offer a decent amount of protection alongside the Braum. Rogue have a lot of disengage tools, but I feel like that if Rogue want to engage, I don't know if there's really a lot that the Galio can follow up on, so I'm curious to see how Rogue look to leverage this Galio and how it works in the team composition. G2 have gone for somewhat of a traditional front to back. They have a little bit more pick and a little bit more control over the side lanes, with the Ahri being able to move and potentially shadow the Cho'Gath with solid front to back options around these team fights. Vi and the Leona are going to be very reliant on setting up these fights and engaging for G2. And synergy between the jungle and support is what we're going to be looking at for both sides as we jump into this game.
I don't think we're excited enough about this Cho pick, Veli. I know he's just a tank.
And maybe it's because I've been watching too much The Bouse recently.
Exactly,
so
right? I've been looking through my stats, and I am getting the confirmed. So these are just loose stats that I've looked up. I can't see him having been played anywhere in a major region so far this year.
But I saw it in recent history.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find that, and it may be that my stats are just wrong. But you could have just been watching Los Ratones, and you've seen a bit of Cho'Gath there. We'll get the stats checked as soon as we can, but BB in the top lane on the Cho does have really good sustain with that. Carnivore works well in lane swap as well. We kind of talked about it a little bit. It looks like Rogue are going to move Patrick and Execute up towards that top side of the map. They're currently hovering the top side of mid. Adam did work his way into the bushes in the top lane, and Rogue will push in here, force Skewmond out of his jungle.
Information is key in the early game. Rogue getting some deep wards. Will they drop that deep ward in the top lane? They are looking for it. Patrick is going to spot out Broken Blades. I wonder who really wants the lane swap here. Of course, Corki, a very powerful early laner. Braum can offer a lot in the 2 versus 2, but you imagine the Ezreal Leona just can play it relatively safe. Hang on, Execute's face checking.
I immediately gets charmed. Okay, Execute, well, he's lived up to his name there. Caps gets first blood. I'm not sure about that face check.
A crucial mistake. G2 see you walk into the jungle. You have to respect the possibility that they're lying in wait. He doesn't, and he's punished for it. They will draw first blood. It will be standard lanes across the board. And it's going to be the Ahri that's picking it up. Now, of course, due to the changes coming into this year's patch, first blood doesn't give you that extra gold. It did contribute to the feats of strength, but not anymore. Now it's the first 3 kills. So 2 more, and G2 will be that 1 step closer to securing those extra boots.
Yeah, alongside that, obviously, you want to get the first tower and the 3 epic monsters with a singular grub camp counting as 1 to that 3. I have had it confirmed. It's the first Cho we've seen this year. I also believe we didn't see it in competitive last year either, Betty. So it's been a couple of years since Cho.
I'm glad you're excited about Cho'Gath.
I just like new picks. You literally said it in draft. You were like, Broken Blade's the guy to bring new metas into the LEC. And then he picks Cho'Gath. Then what do we go? Oh, it's going to be a lane swap. It's going to be really boring. They haven't even lane swapped, Betty.
They haven't.
Get on the Cho hype train.
I mean, we can go to the...
He's literally the Messi of League.
Who is?
Bouse. But he brought the Cho to everyone's attention.
You're right. It's true. Soon the AP Jax will be dominating solo queue, I'm sure. Now, we can turn our attention to the top lane, and you'll notice Cho'Gath is struggling, Medic. Okay. This is typical of what you'd expect in the matchup. Jace has a lot of pushing power in the early laning phase, but the beautiful thing about Cho is the amount of sustain that you have in the matchup. Now, I am anticipating that he is heading towards more of a tank atomization rather than the one-shot AP builds that some have been enthusiastic. I mean, I used to be a big Cho mid enthusiast going full AP. Used to be a fun matchup into Katarina. Just some weird trivia for you there.
But I do think tanks just at the moment are pretty strong. So it makes a lot of sense for him to go tank. Good charm there from Caps onto Larson.
Notice he holds the Q, noticing the damage reduction. The second half would have done the true damage, but the initial part wouldn't have. And so that good patience there from Caps forces the flash out from Larson, because Larson was aware of the exact same thing. I'm going to lose this DR if I mean, there's the risk of me getting killed.
Just calling it DR shows how much of a lost art gamer you are, man.
I mean, it's just an MMO thing in general, I feel. You know, the damage reduction.
In this situation. So Broken Blade having to back in the top lane. Last time we saw the Cho'Gath in the LEC as well was Broken Blade back in 2023. Skewmon is looking down towards the bottom lane. Patrick's already used the Valkyrie away. The Unbreakable from Execute. Good flash from Skewmon. Patrick's going to have to flash away. Execute dashes back with the stand behind me. And we'll be able to get to safety. Larson forced out in the mid lane. Broken Blade now on the receiving end of the gank in the top lane. Adam flashes to knock him back. And oh no, Cho has been gaffed by Adam and Malwang. I don't know what gaffed is, but it kind of fit in with the name.
Nice try, but it will be a Rogue getting themselves on the kill leaderboard as they find a nice gank towards the top side of the map. Broken Blade even expended his flash to try and get out of that situation. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't quite enough. You can find himself at quite the deficit now towards the top side of the map as Adam, with a healthy gold lead, grabs himself the tier and a few components as well. Overall, the gold lead very even across the board. Even though Cap's finding small advantages in the mid lane matchup, and the flash now burnt for Patrick means that G2 likely setting their sights on the bot side of the map, and it does make sense. Typically, you wouldn't look to try and play for the Cho'Gath lane, but for Rogue, getting this Jace ahead really sets themselves up for success come the mid-game. He has some really nice item spikes, especially once he has that tier fully stacked. And with the Grubs spawning in about a minute's time, G2 have moved their bot lane up towards the top side of the map. Now, there is an option here for Rogue to be able to match this. If they can have Patrick push out this next wave, he still has enough time to go back to base and start pathing up towards top. You'll notice the Execute already on his way, suggesting that G2 wants to make sure at the very least that Adam is not left isolated. Turning my attention to the jungle as well. While we're kind of discussing and contemplating the possibility of a grub, Skewmon is actually starting off the Dragon. Part of that is because Broken Blade's already been able to get an early push on the bot side of the map, with Caps having control of the mid lane as well, making this a very difficult objective to really enter for the side of Rogue.
I also like the idea of the play where you bring your AD carry up early, you show AD in the top side, the enemy responds thinking, oh, they're playing for the grubs, they're trying to set up towards this top side. You saw Execute running through the lane, not really getting vision around the grubs. They do have the Scuttlecraft, but a lot of Rogue's attention over the last minute or so has been towards this top side. So Skewmon's like, well, we have push in bot, we have push in mid, might as well take this Drake even before the grubs spawn.
I'm keeping my eyes on Broken Blade. I thought there was a window where he was going to look to move, but instead he's keeping his presence bot for now. Patrick and him continuing to match up. In this 4v4, it's going to be a close one. This Braum can offer a lot of value.
And exactly like that. You can see the stun already onto Lebrov. He's now going to have to walk away, a little bit wounded as Malwang's on the chase. Flashes forward for Skewmon, gets the knockback. Execute looking for those concussive blows will get them onto Skewmon, who falls to Malwang. Now the chase continues. Lebrov has to flash away, and Summer still has the flash and the cleanse and an arcane shift to get himself to the relative safety of the tower.
I mean, just the power of Jace in these early skirmishes doing a lot of work for Rogue as they end up finding a nice collapse. The Braum passive, as we were just discussing, just offering so much value in these 2v2s and 3v3s. Rogue setting themselves up nicely to start off the grubs uncontested as G2, as quickly as they can, look for a cross map. Caps immediately roaming towards bot, threatening a potential dive into Patrick. He's forced to concede the wave, so at the very least G2 will get something, but Rogue is going to be happy with the grubs.
Broken Blade's going to get some gold back into his pockets after falling behind in the early game. Patrick only a little bit behind Hans Summer, who has now returned to base, picking himself up a Phage. Both the AD carries on basically exactly the same items, just with differing stacks on their tiers.
Now, there was the possibility that G2 could swap the lanes once more, but instead they're going to keep sending Hans Summer up towards the top lane. Patrick, given that he spent so much time alone on the bot side of the map, very close to level 6, so he does have about a half a level advantage over Hans. He's going to make his way up towards the top side of the map, and no neutral objectives for the time being. So it's kind of a return to standard lanes as Adam, investing his TP to go up against Broken Blade, can go back to bullying him similarly to what we saw within the first few levels.
Broken Blade just building health, trying to sustain up. You can see the stacks that Broken Blade's picked up on the top right of his portrait. So we see Patrick trying to stack up that Gatling gun on Hans Summer, who is just able to arcane shift away. Importantly, with the Cho'Gath stacks, you get a stack if you execute something with Feast, whether it's a minion, an epic monster, etc. But you can only get up to 6 from non-epic monsters and from minions. So Broken Blade will be looking for Drake secures, Baron secures, Grub secures, all of these things to get those extra stacks above the 6 he can naturally get.
Yeah, it's very common for Cho'Gaths to just use it on the cannon, you know, during the lane phase. Because typically, unless you're in solo queue, of course, in pro play at the very least, their priority is getting that extra bit of health. But that extra added smite value in the mid to late game is insanely powerful, and it makes those steals that much harder to do. Alternatively, the potential steal from a flash over the wall Cho'Gath is very real for Rogue. So they're going to have to be cautious of that, as this matchup will get a little bit easier as time goes by. The extra durability of the Cho'Gath going to prove dividends. The slows on the E are an effective trading tool. You can see not taking as much damage, but still no easy matchup for the Cho'Gath for now.
Adam doing a really good job of sidestepping the Rupture there as well, because if the Rupture comes down, then Broken Blade can, you know, just skedaddle his way away from the fight. But if Adam's in melee range, able to avoid that, becomes a lot harder. Patrick's still trading onto Hans Summer. Lebrov looks like went for a recall, so wasn't there to back up his AD carry for now. A minute 30 on the next Drake.
Looking mid.
That he is, Vedi. Larssen does have flash back up. And Justice Punch will get Larssen to safety.
I mean, this is one of the things I wanted to see a little bit. Ooh, I have to hold my breath. Malrang.
Broken Blade's going to be caught up by this. They'll still have the flash, trying to trade back onto Adam, who's holding his distance for now. The Rupture goes wide, and Broken Blade is slammed into the ground by the tree. 3-1 now for Rogue. They pick up that first feat.
The chain CC is just too strong from the Maokai. It's very easy to lock this Cho'Gath down, and even if he did flash away, he knew that he wasn't going to get away with his life. So they concede another kill. And as you highlighted, Rogue getting 3 on the board. That first blood really not doing much for G2 in terms of any significant advantages. This Ahri hasn't really been unlocked on the map, while Caps has done a very good job in the isolated 1v1, building up about a 600 gold lead, sorry. We hear the return of the famous Corki bug.
Yep. Sorry, guys. You just have to listen to Gatling Gun whenever we look at Corki for the next little while. Try and get that fixed for you, but it's a spectator bug, nothing to do with production on this end. Next Drake up in 30 seconds time. Grubs comes up in 42, so perhaps we'll see a trade of those neutrals once again. Malrang on his way towards top side, as Broken Blade is the one catching the wave up there right now.
Go, we're setting up for those Grubs, 30 seconds. Caps has the TP available to him. Larssen has the ulti and TP. He's just showcasing that respect to Caps, knowing that it's a little bit difficult to walk up towards the Ahri. Ooh, nice sidestep though from the Q.
I think it may have been clipped by the edge of it, but he has that magic damage shield, right? Passively on his W. Broken Blade chasing Patrick. Now Patrick has cleanse and flash. Steps into the Rupture, doesn't burn the flash. Feast does a lot of damage right now.
It's on
More
cooldown,
purple spikes. Well, Feast is on cooldown. Okay, he's probably not going to kill him, but he does get the flash out. Thank you for pointing that out.
Damn, yeah, I mean, yeah, because but you and I thought the exact same thing. That's a kill.
Yeah, Feast does like 300 damage plus percentage HP right now.
They are able to steal one Grub away. Okay, I was going to say I was surprised that they were backing off of that, but Adam had priority over the mid wave, and him joining this fight, we've already seen what happened on the top side of the map, so they didn't want to get into that skirmish once more. 5 Grubs is going to be the prize for Rogue. It will deny them one of the feats of strength, but Malrang's not too concerned about that, as the sieging power of Rogue is now a little bit stronger. I will say, nice early game plan so far from Rogue, putting a lot of focus onto playing around Adam, attacking this Cho'Gath as much as they can, as the bot lane 2 versus 2 has just played a strong standard lane. Oh, Interrupt comes out from Caps.
Boot Rush goes in by Caps here. He'll be looking for the charm as well. Larssen flashes, but still clipped by it. Skumon's on his way across. In the end, Larssen is able to get to his tower. Skumon's looking for this Drake now, trying to get that mid-prio through Hans Summer being there first, but the Corki is already gasoling his way through that wave. G2 will start up the Drake. Larssen has TP and has that ultimate. The hero's entrance can be so powerful.
It's a bit scuffed of a setup though, because Hans is forced underneath this tower, which means that Patrick has easier access into the river. You can see Skumon backing away, and Caps literally just used his ultimate bot lane, while Larssen has his. It did cost him his flash, but at the end of the day, Rogue is in a better position. So we've seen a few of these objective starts from G2, and I think they're largely just testing Rogue. See, hey, I mean, if you don't come and check this, we're going to punish you for it.
LeBron's just going to flash for this. Zenith Blade, they know he's got cleanse. Solar Flare just doesn't quite get the stun. Ignite is ticking on Patrick, but he'll survive. Nature's Guards coming out from Malrang. The chase continues here with the TP coming in from Adam. They'll look for Hans Summer, able to dodge away from the root. Lebrov was unable to, though. Rogue get their 4th on the board. Adam is 2-0-2 now.
I feel like this last week, Adam just spoke to Maurang and said, all right, you and me. It's just going to be the us show.
We'll just fight.
And they are just dominating so far in this early game, punishing the proactive plays from G2 and shutting down this Cho'Gath on the top side of the map. Now, Galio playing into the Cho. This is a very neutral matchup where neither side will really find a significant advantage. I imagine they'll look to try and send Adam into the RE. Should be a little bit tougher for Caps to play up against, but no TP available for Adam means that G2 now have a window of opportunity. Those double TP advantages means that they could look to make a play, but the problem is there's no neutral objective on the map to play for. Herald is still 2.5 minutes away. It's Rogue that have escalated this game to about a 1k gold lead. Nothing too significant, but they are dictating the pace of the game so far.
On average, Rogue at 15 minutes are 700 gold behind. For them to be 1,000 ahead at 14 minutes is a drastic shift, almost a 2,000 gold shift from their average. So a very solid early game for them, and it has to be, because this weekend for Rogue is so vital. They need to be picking up wins. They're currently sitting at 1-5 as Larson is caught out with the Rupture. Doesn't have the flash. Very tanky. Season Desist coming out as well, but Larson now down to 300 HP, and he is nommed by Broken Blade.
That he is. G2 make a successful gank happen as they punish Larson on the top side of the map. That was the flash that was burnt earlier, thanks to Caps in the 1v1 bot side of the map. You can see, though, Adam now starting to bully out Caps, and he's primed for a dive.
Nature's Grass coming out once again. Caps does have the flash. TP comes in. Caps Spirit rushes past the Nature's Grass, then back in. Maurang flashes for the Twisted Advance. Caps is shut down. Broken Blade looking for the Rupture with the flash away from Adam is just in time. The chase continues. BB no ult. He's not going to be able to feast on anyone. Importantly, though, for Rogue, they stopped the first tower going down top by making this play. The TP came in from Broken Blade. Larson can now TP top lane to try and push towards that tower. And if they manage to get it, they will have those feats of strength.
Maurang and Adam just making things happen on the map.
I mean, there have been 5 kills. They've both been involved in all of them.
Yes, they have. And it means that the rest of Rogue can just put pressure elsewhere on the map. And it's just limiting G2's options in the early game. We really haven't seen Skumon and Caps work together at all in this early game. One of the big things we highlighted was this... Oh,
Execute is flanking, man.
Is it a good flank?
The flanking Braum is the deadliest. Doesn't quite hit the Winter's Bite. Does get the auto on Hans Summer, who will just jump away. Lebrov still looking to see if he can go for the engage. Meanwhile, the bot lane tower is going to fall. So it'll be a tower for a tower in the entirety of the exchange, but with Rogue picking up the first turret, they were able to get those upgraded boots.
All right, well, while Execute expressed his dominance in the mid lane.
Save the tower.
It's important to recognize that throughout the history of this format, so over the last 2 years, the worst score that G2 has ever gotten is 6-3. And coming into this game, I was talking to you about how I don't expect that record to be blemished in this game. But I have been pleasantly surprised with how Rogue have been playing so far in this early game. I was going to be raising questions around, with this roster change, what we're looking at is synergy. How the team is working together, are they making proactive plays with one another? And so far, every play that G2 has tried to make hasn't really resulted in a huge amount. Rogue has been very respectful of G2 where they are on the map. We didn't see Patrick getting dove when he was on the weak side of the map. We haven't seen really Adam fall short in any of the plays. Meanwhile, Adam and Maurang have just been dominating this early game, extending Rogue's league. And if G2 do lose this game, this will be the first time in the history of this format that they'll be sitting at 4 losses.
Yep.
Because traditionally, in this best-of-1 nature, they've always found a way to get into that top 4 echelon and be a competitor for one of those positions.
Rogue have often struggled to get into those top portions of the table. Right now sitting at 1 and 5 in 9th place, but let's try and climb a little bit higher. I do want to, like, your point was great, Betty, but I keep watching as the Rupture lands onto Adam. Broken Blade looking for the chases, very tanky. Heartsteel already completed. Looking for another Rupture. Maurang coming across as well, but Broken Blade will just back away.
See now how the matchup has shifted a little.
It shifted just a tad. As Adam is unable to really put the damage down, but his poke later on will be pretty deadly. Lebrov now caught out.
Oh, nice.
Zenith Blade was nice from Lebrov. Execute kind of gave him a pathway to safety. Nature's Grass coming out as well. Patrick looking for the chase. Hans Summer with a good block into Cleanse to save his support, who was definitely mispositioned.
Cap sets his sights on the top tier 1 as Skumon providing cover. Larson in a bit of danger, has the flash available though.
Should just be able to walk away from this one. Caps, even with the Spirit Rush, would have had to close a very long gap in a very short period of time. Rift Herald now, though, from G2 as they accelerate the game. 500 gold ahead, looking to break this tier 2 in the top side as we see the rest of Rogue taking a Dragon on the bottom side of the map. The tier 2 does fall. Looks like that Rift Herald is going to be rode towards mid lane. Can you do it, Skewmond? You got your driver's license through the gap, round the corner, hit the apex. Now he turned in on me. He just turned in on Skewmond. Can't believe it.
I don't understand that driving
reference.
reference.
Oh no, you gotta look that up, man.
But
it's just not fair. These are all F1 references you're just not gonna get.
Yeah, no, super cool. Ooh, another charge. That's 3 for the price of 1 right there.
Yeah. Every little helps.
I do get that reference. Cap still hovering around the top side of the map with Skewmond as they steal away Malrang's camps. He's been invested on the bot side of the map, but you can see how the state of the map has shifted somewhat. G2 have suddenly gained a lot of control as they're pushing in top, mid, and bot. Reset's now going to come through. The Dragon did go over to Rogue, but G2 leveraging that window to great effect as they've swung the gold lead back in their favor.
Yeah, basically got 2,500 gold out of that swing because Rogue were about 800 ahead or so before all of that sequence of events began to happen. And they've opened up the map a bunch more as well. You can see the deep vision on the blue side for G2, just giving them more awareness of where Rogue are moving.
I mean, a lot of that gold is sitting in the pockets of Caps right now. Yes, he did fall prey to that gank, but he's been getting a lot of these tower gold, and he's been farming up a Storm. 212 CS at 19 minutes. So he's going to be the player to watch as he's gone for a little bit more of a tank dealing damage build rather than the burst builds that we often see with Malignants. Choice of words was appalling, but
I like tank dealing damage, man. It's what Cho'Gath's been trying to do this whole game.
Very good V-tanks is my point. But all right, we're setting up for the next objective. Atakan spawning in about 30 seconds. Typically, in the LEC, this is not an objective that we've seen teams rush for. But notice again, Malrang shadowing Adam, something that he's been doing a lot in this game. It is because that bot tower is unavailable, and it provides that extra support, but it gives information for Broken Blade because of the positioning of Skewmond, moving deep into the top side of the map thanks to the vision that they have. Caps pushing in this top wave, and that means that Broken Blade can play defensively, play safe, not going to fall prey to another gank. G2 set themselves up nicely on the top side, which is exactly where Atakan is. Rogue now have to fight their way back through the top side of the map. They get control over the mid wave thanks to the control that this Corki has with Patrick. They're clearing out this vision and moving into the top river. G2, they're going to have to respect this, and we're going to continue to see this trade back and forth. The advantage that G2 will be looking for is if Rogue miss a few of these wards, like that one ward on the Raptor Pit, that control ward that's sitting on the blue buff. These give great TP flanks for the Cho'Gath, who can sometimes struggle to get into these fights.
Some are forced away for now, but as you say, those couple of extra wards just behind Rogue right now are causing a few issues because you have the possibility of TPing here. It looks like it's going to be cleared out. Larson and Broken Blade still kind of farming in the bot lane, but there's still a ward on the Razorbeak, not the Razorbeaks, what are they called, Betty? Wolves, that's the one that never has changed his name across the entire history of League of Legends.
But that vision was spotted out.
Most of it cleared out now by Rogue. They are doing their due diligence. That push through mid gave them extra time around here, but they are having to invest some of their own vision in their own side of the jungle, which does mean if they start up Atakan, they don't have vision in G2's red side where you can't see them advancing towards you. I have also seen the argument from time to time that if you're going to play around a topside Atakan, you actually want topside pressure more than mid pressure. You just clear out a wave in mid and then overload the topside to really get that push forward, and you use your minions as kind of an extra ward against the enemy team.
I think it also makes sense based on what G2 is playing into in this position, given that the Corki has just so much wave clear. Han Summit doing his best, but he just can't quite match that you're seeing on your screen right now. Still, he's getting to a point where his poke is becoming very problematic for Rogue. Nice sidestep there from Patrick, but the river control is still in their favor. Dragon in about a minute's time, and it seems that for now, G2 have shifted their focus away as Rogue continue to clear out this vision on the top side of the map. Larson in a precarious position as Broken Blade hovers in the fog of war. Pings have come down furiously onto the bot side of the map, informing Larson that he needs to be cautious.
I think Malrang really wants his own red buff as well. Skewmond's taking that one away right now. Able to sneak it out, but it looks like Rogue might be collapsing towards the top side here. Larson waiting on that Mega Blast Cone. They'll try and get onto Skewmond. They catch him out. Glacial Fissure going down as well. The flash forward, flash away, but they're looking for those concussive blows and they'll land them. Broken Blade can't do much to dissuade Rogue from just collapsing on Skewmond. They'll get the kill. Now they'll turn their attention across towards the Cho. Shielded Durant for the stun, and that should be a very dead Cho'Gath. In the end, Broken Blade will fall to Larson. The mid lane tier 2 will fall though, as G2 have a little bit of time with it, and Patrick can't keep them away.
Debatable who is the real winner there, but the positive that I want to take away is how fast that play was from Rogue. The fact that they were clearly pinging to Larssen, careful, they are definitely in our bot side of the jungle. Let's regroup on the bot side as 4, move into the jungle, and force them out. If we can catch them, that gives us a kill. And Skumon just overstayed a little bit too long, and he ends up losing his flash and his life. But G2 trade it for that mid-tier 2 as well, and now Rogue find themselves with only 2 towers to 5.
Yeah.
And that is where a lot of G2's control and map pressure is coming from right now. So sure, you've extended the kill lead, but the gold lead and map advantage still in favor of G2.
Really, the big 2 players are Caps for G2, 2,500 gold ahead of Larssen. TP behind. We talked about these flanking wards before. Patrick's already taken a bit of chunk. Skumon doesn't have the flash. Broken Blade looking for the rupture here. Patrick has a flash of his own. He'll flash away. Twisted advance from Malrang. They jump on to Execute as he's now in the middle of G2. LeBron falls low. Hero's entrance. Execute's already dead. The charm just short. Perhaps a little bit too early from Caps as he wasn't able to catch Larssen as he landed. Caps still going in. Another charm comes out. Once again, just wide of their Rogue target. A Drake for G2, though, their prize alongside Execute's life.
These deep wards finally kind of paying back G2 for the investment as they're able to find that flank. They get the flash out from Patrick, they get the heal out from Execute. Adam, though, doesn't commit his TP, and neither does Larssen, so that investment from G2 means that there is an advantage in favor of Rogue, because both were used. Caps came in underneath the tower, as we're going to look back in this replay. The idea was to attack Patrick, and I love this idea because if you take him out, then there's a real threat at the other card because a lot of your damage disappears. But he's able to flash away to safety, he has the protection from Malrang there, and then G2 just turned to the nearest available target, which ends up being Execute, who was ironically executed.
And the risk now for G2 is that the Otacon has been begun by Rogue. They don't have a TP on Broken Blade, he's on his way. And the problem is, there's a Feast and a Smite on one side and only a Smite on the other. Now, of course, Maokai relatively good at securing objectives, but very hard to do against basically 2,500 true damage. Broken Blade on the front line, Rupture's going to land on 2, Solo Player follows up onto Execute, and he is down. Patrick locked up with the cease and desist, and the Rogue took too long over that neutral. Malrang now met by Caps. Is going to get charmed up. The Otacon, though, G2's main objective after those 2 kills. Baron as well, a possibility, as they get that false life and have already forced Rogue away.
The biggest strength of Rogue in this game has been the synergy of Malrang and Adam, and we just haven't been able to see that in these fights. Rogue's coordination is just off, and it made it so easy for G2 to collapse onto the bot lane of Rogue and turn the fight in their favor. Now, with this Otacon buff, they set their sights on the Baron, and it's going to be a tough battle for Rogue.
It's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel, though. Broken Blade on the front line, the immediate turn. Never mind, the fish have got Uzis. They shoot back. Lebrov takes the kill. Baron down to 6,000. Malrang trying to find a way in here. Does have a blast cone, but it looks like Rogue. The blast cone's actually a little bit too far away from Malrang, I believe. Baron secured. Lebrov looked for the flash, couldn't find it onto Adam. Rupture going wide as well, and G2 should count their lucky stars that no one fell down there to the poke from Adam, and will start to back away. First recall's coming out. Nature's Grasp used by Malrang as well. They'll land the root on 2. Lebrov is low, rooted up as well, but in the end, the Nature's Grasp not going to do enough.
Well, the interrupts at the very least should open up this mid-tier 1 tower for Patrick.
It bought them 4 whole seconds, Betty.
Certainly did.
Let's go.
So a small advantage gain for Rogue, but it's insurmountable in the 5k gold lead that G2 now find themselves with. And again, look at the coordination here. Adam looking to try and poke away at the opposition, but G2's composition is very much about dive. A single overstep here from Execute as the knockup comes through onto Patrick. He's already forced to use the W to get away to safety, and there's no protection. The Galio doesn't have his ultimate to provide that peel. There's a disconnection between what it is that Rogue wants to do, and it seemed like
Patrick doesn't have flash, Betty.
No, he doesn't.
And Hans Summer makes him pay for it. Hans gets his first kill of the game. Patrick just overextending on the bot side. I wonder if G2 played around vision well there, as Patrick definitely thought he was safe.
I mean, it's a frustrating situation to watch Rogue get themselves into, because it was a very good early game. They were playing around the map very well, but the moment they entered that mid game, they were trading kills for towers. G2 was just slowly taking control over the game, and then they tried to force an Otacon, which they just fumbled on the execution. And now G2, fully in the driver's seat, set their sights on the inhibitor towers.
Rogue really need a win this week. If they go 0-3 again, they will be one of our 2 teams getting eliminated. Whether SK will join them, we have still yet to see. Broken Blade on the front line there. Malrang looking for that flank. Rupture coming down. Caps Still on the wrong side of the wall, but he can just dash back, and with the way he's pushing in bot side, Caps goes in, executes. Well, he's executed by Caps there. Jumps across the wall, that Braum not looking tanky at all. G2 might have to think about backing away because their false lives have fallen off. Another charm goes in. Larson pops the taunt to get that DR that Betty was talking about earlier. TP into the base here by Broken Blade. Caps down to a third HP. Larson has to just his punch away. Where's the peel is the question. Broken Blade going forward. Twisted advance already onto that Cho'Gath. Rupture goes wide. There's only a cannon minion here, so Hansama can't get in range of the tower to really do too much damage. Another TP coming in as Caps will rejoin the party on full life. The inhibitor in the mid lane, the first target for G2. They're chipping away at it, but unable to quite get it down as of yet. They do still have the Baron buff in another 20 seconds. They'll take the inhibitor tower in the bot side. They have a double cannon minion wave here. Larson chunked out. Caps flashes forward once again. Looking for the engage. Patrick had to cleanse, and Valkyrie away. The inhibitors will fall. 2 of them go down. G2 only 8 kills to 7 up, but 8,000 gold to their advantage.
The siege was lengthy, but they made it work. I thought that with all the resets that Rogue were getting at some point, G2 would be punished for their overextension, but full utilization of the Baron results in 2 inhibitors secured. And with the Dragon spawning, G2 are likely to set their sights on that objective, but it'll just be a passing treat as they set their sights on the Nexus of Rogue, who are now in full turtle position. They're going to have to find some sort of pick or opportunity, but I'm concerned around the amount of damage that they have. The original idea on this composition, again, like I still have some questions around the purpose of this Galio in this composition. Maybe there's something that I'm missing, but when you have things like a Corki and a Jace as a foundation, I can see the idea behind the poke. You chip away at your opposition before then following up and then looking for an engage. But when you have Braum Galio, it's very difficult to really follow up once the poke damage has been done. And G2 successfully weathered the storm of the early game. Now with the Dragon secured, they need to push in these waves. You can see Skewmont has actually gone to go and catch the top wave. I guess Broken Blade and Caps don't have TP available. Caps in a bit of danger here.
He's got Spirit Rush. He just gets away.
He doesn't have the Malignance, so the cooldown of it will be a little bit longer, but still, just in general, a relatively short cooldown.
You can see the damage that Rogue have put out in this game. Yes, Larson has been struggling a little bit, as has Patrick. Hasn't really had the opportunity to open up in fights, but G2 are just tankier, man. Like, Broken Blade can just eat this damage for days. Adam has done 26k. And yes, Broken Blade died a few times in the early game, but since then, it really hasn't looked like a threat. Right now, Hansama is being a bit threatened. Redemption coming out. Hansama able to get out of the back of it and survive for the moment. But that was Rogue's engage. That was what they were looking for. Yes, they haven't used the Nature's Grasp, but if you can't catch out Hans, you can't catch out Labrov, Broken Blade, who cares if you catch him out? The guy's sitting on 15,000 HP. He's doing an Elden Ring build, and he's only statted Vitality, you know?
But he does have 6,195.
And how much does his feast do? I love looking at that number.
His feast?
It's going to be like 1,000 true damage? Or, okay, 1,000 true damage to champions and 1,626 true damage to junglers, monsters, and minions. How much health does Patrick have, Betty?
He has 2,297
Okay, so he does
HP.
half of Patrick's health.
Give or take.
Nice enough. Nice enough as G2 will push in the top side, and unless Rogue finds something truly special in this moment, it feels like a victory march. The charm goes down onto Larson. There's the solo player for the follow-up. He's dead, says Betty. And I think G2 agree. The inhibitor will follow shortly after, as G2 now in a 4v5 can continue to advance. Patrick chunked out by a Mystic shot there from Hansama. No Baron on G2 right now, so
really
the minions
don't need it.
a little bit less tanky. Look, Betty, I'm looking for the silver lining. I'm looking for the light at the end of the tunnel, but it seems like it's a train about to collide into Rogue right now. They go for the engage. Malrang's already dead pretty much. Adam locked up by Skewmon. Malrang goes down. Adam has to dodge away from the Zenith Blade, but the Nexus towers have been wailed upon by G2. And Rogue will fall to 1-6. It was a good early game, but G2 through the mid-game showed why they are still a force to be reckoned with here in the LEC, and why that 6-3 record that Betty talked about earlier won't be broken today. The hero's entrance from Larson, not the most apt to name this game for him. Great victory from G2 after a shaky early game. That mid-game was pretty fun to watch.
G2 get ever closer to the top of the table after Giant X's loss today. There's still possibilities for them to be in contention for that top 4 spot. Of course, you can vote for your key player of the game, Broken Blade, Caps, or Hansama, all very viable options, as G2 with a strong performance here today.
Great performance by G2. We'll be right back after the break.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to
fine. Last year we had a positive win record against G2.
Maybe it's the time where like Rogue gets suddenly activated, you know, just because it's G2.
Yeah, I mean Rogue is the counter to G2.
I'm ulting here, I'm ulting here. Okay, I'm tipping mid, can you chase? Chase. Nice.
Let me block. Kill bro, can we kill? Yeah, looks good. Oh, looks good, okay. Chase, take it over. Can you push him out? Chill out.
Welcome back to LEC, everyone. I'm Ginny standing by with Skumont from G2 in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another win, so 4-0 if we don't count the content week, which was week 1.
Yeah.
It's been ramping up a lot from G2. We're seeing a lot more when it comes in terms of cohesion. We're seeing a little bit of funny picks. How does it feel being back in like the leaderboard?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels pretty good. I think we are slowly getting good games, and I think we are having a pretty good showing. I mean, in this game, I think our early was a bit suspicious. I got baited by my top player saying Maokai had no flash, and I died afterwards. But besides that, I think we are showing some good stuff and slowly and surely getting there.
It seems like the communication then as well has been going really good. You're talking about, you know, setting up that synergy with the top laner, Shogath. Let's talk about the Shogath actually, because that was a big boy.
Yeah, I mean, without saying too much, I think that we've practiced many pocket picks, and I think that we just saw the angle, and obviously Shogath historically is a good counter to Jace, and yeah, I mean, he was really big in the end, and I think even though the early game, as I said, was a bit tough, I think he had so much impact in the team fights, taking a lot of Maokai ults and having always the ult to secure objectives as well, which is really good.
He's doing his job as a tank. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I want to talk to you as well because, you know, you are a new face on this G2 roster, and of course there's a lot of pressure on you. And then you're looking at week 1 and it didn't necessarily go the way that you planned. It was a 0-3 week. So how do you, as a new player on a team with such prestige, have had the ability to like mentally reset?
Yeah, I mean, definitely the week 1 individually and as a team was a bit rough. We lost a bit of confidence, even me. And as you said, it's not an easy job to just come and join the new G2 when they won everything last year. It's for sure a lot of pressure. But with also our coach, Isma, our performance coach, he helps me a lot during these hard times. And yeah, I think we are doing a pretty good work. And I think that I'm feeling better playing on stage. And I don't really feel that pressure compared to the first week.
That's really good to hear. It sounds like that mental reset has worked for you guys. I mean, we're seeing it on the score as well. If you had to name one player in your team that did really well, who would it be? Don't look at that. Close your eyes.
I think that both Hans and Caps had pretty good games. Like, to be fair, BB, Labrov and me had a bit of oopsies in the early game, and I think they played pretty disciplined, and they played their champs like pretty well. Like on side and on team fights, Caps and Hans were doing magic. So probably one of them.
It's no oopsies, it's just happy accidents, right? But the Kia player of the game is going to be Caps. Surprise, who would have thought? But that is all from us here on this side. We're going to be heading over to the analyst desk with Lore, so please do take it away.
Thank you, Ginny. Less pressure, more Ws. Caps is still Caps. Nothing is new here on the side of G2, but I want to talk about Rogue here and the expectations we had coming in the day. We knew that it was going to be a tough matchup for them, of course, against G2, but quoting you guys during the meeting we had earlier this week, Rogue don't pull the trigger when they need to, and I do feel like it was the case here again.
I mean, she's bringing out the receipts. I do feel like the early game was good, and
They did pull the trigger,
They did, yes, but was that the main problem we had with Rogue? Because I feel like our main problem was later on, but let's start with the early game. Let's start with Malrang, because he was incredibly influential in getting them early leads.
Exactly, and coming from a poor split in Brazil where he didn't really start off well, he even got benched, if I remember correctly. He was my big question mark on this Rogue lineup, if he's still going to rise up to the occasion. And I feel like throughout this whole split, he's been pulling them up, getting them leads in the game, and I feel like this early game and transition into mid has been nothing but exceptional for Malrang, but he just fell apart.
I mean, Skumont said it. There was a couple of oopsies as well. I think BB, had to use his flash early, and then he was kind of caught. Well, not really caught. There's not much you can do in a side lane as a Cho'Gath against a Jake when Maokai's coming by with no flash.
Well, you're just a potato. The thing is, I mean, it's true. Every time the wave is bad for you, that's why I sucked at the champion. And it's, I mean,
Okay. We didn't say it, you did.
Self-report.
I mean, I was really awful at that champion, and I still am. But the thing is you don't have any sort of mobility. Every time the wave is bad, enemy jungler is coming to collect the 6th or 7th jungle camp, and you're just a little snack.
Absolutely. And I mean, it looked dire, but G2 did manage to come back.
How?
And yeah, I mean, it was because Rogue was in a position.
How,
well, we have some clips for it here as well.
All right, let's roll them.
Because Rogue was in a position where they quite often got these kills, but it didn't lead to anything, right? In this instance, it looks like Labrov is getting caught off guard. Rogue is going to look for the... He is getting caught, you're very right about that. But Larsen has to hover, and while he's doing that, what's happening, Odo?
If we can pause the clip right here, the problem is that after this, Rogue has tempo. They have all the choices, and they just make the poor choice. Larsen is covering here just in case there's a bigger fight happening. But now if you roll out the clip, this fight is going to disengage, and Rogue just tunnel visions on the Drake. They feel like they drive 3 Drakes set up, and now what does Qmon do? He goes into topside because they need to cross map this Drake, and once this Herald drops, it's gonna be cap show.
Yeah, and just like you mentioned, Odo, like Larsen forfeited that wave. That gave them the first turret. They still had Herald available to them. They get a second turret as well. So they, despite not finding the kills, they're finding all the standing gold. Skewman also finding this Rift Herald into the mid lane where the turret was already
in the wall,
incredibly low. But does it matter, Odo? Because the Rift Herald will still continue, and it does get a second charge.
And overall, what's the conclusion of this? G2 got 3 towers, 4 a Drake, tempo on everyone on the team because Rogue needs to react and back off and just retake the map. And then all of a sudden, G2 gets a 2k gold swing out of thin air.
How do they get in situations like this, though? Because Adon gave a really sad, actually, interview to Armand Luke from Sheep Esports, where he was saying, this is not a level worthy of the LEC. We know the mistakes. We know the mistakes are really, really bad. So for me, they know what they're doing wrong. So what happens? How can they fix this?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're not looking for something. It's just they're not seeing the full play just yet. Because while this was happening, then they started hovering bot side because they see, well, we can take a free turret towards the bot side, caps his top side. Problem is they forget to take the Herald into the equation, and suddenly they just don't have the tempo to fight against people who are chasing down these turrets so easily.
And listen, it's super easy to figure out what's going wrong, right? You just look at the replay, you see, oh, we probably just went 2k gold down from this play, but it's a lot harder to implement the fixes because it's not just result-based analysis where, we should probably just react to this Herald next time, because League, there is a game where there's a lot of things changing all the time, and you need to find proper fail-safes, proper solutions, proper safety nets, especially in official games when you're really stressed and you can't think properly, and all of a sudden the enemy surprises you to a brand new situation that you've never been in. You need to know what to do, and this is the kind of processes that you need to implement in training that is a lot harder than just figuring out what the problem is.
And they better find these solutions ASAP, otherwise they're going to have a lot of times to figure out these solutions until spring. But we'll see Rogue against SK tomorrow. But for now, let's send it over to casters for Heretics versus Movistar Koi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Odo, I entirely agree with you. There's lots of fail-safes you have to build in. You have to think through all of these steps, or you can just blame the jungler and FF15. Those are the options.
I prefer blaming the support, personally.
Yeah, that's why we never play together. That and the fact you're Emerald.
Hey, I've taken a break from my season grind, okay?
Well, Rogue are about to take a break alongside SK as well, so...
A lot of that is going to determine on the results of this game. Heretics, if they win, will eliminate SK and will put Rogue in a very difficult position. So those at the bottom of the standings are big Koi fans right now. As we jump straight into draft, Zyra, Vi, and Kalista immediately taken away from Koi as Skarner, Maokai, and Varus are removed from Heretics. And without any hesitation, Heretics lock in the Corki.
We'll see where Koi want to go with their next couple of locks. Mirwin has been having a whale of a time on the Ambessa in that top lane. Wonder if he will prioritize that. At the moment, it's a Cassio hover. I doubt that is going to be the pick. Instead, Ezreal seems to be the AD carry that we forward to after Varus and Corki are out of contention.
We look at other junglers like Vi, still very prevalent here in EU. And the Sejuani too, it just acts as a very solid front line. It's a great skirmish champion. It gives you good presence in the early game. And with some of these faster clear junglers taken out of the pool, especially with, Vi banned. Oh, the Nidalee going to be the direction instead from Elyoya.
Can EU Nidalee win again? It's won once today, Betty. Can it do it again? Does Elyoya is it even EU Nidalee or is it Spanish Nidalee?
Could just be that.
Like El Nidalee. I'm pretty sure she has a skin that's L something, doesn't she?
You know what? I don't know, because I've already tried to show you my Korean this morning and butchered that, and so I'm not going to butcher another language today.
Understandable. Understandable. Cassante is the lock for Heretics. They are rounding out where they've started off a composition that looks very standard so far. MKoi looking for a little bit more poke so far in their lineup. Heretics likely to pick their jungler here on 3. Could go towards mid as well if you want something like the Victor, which Camilo has played 4 times so far this split.
I mean, it would be a very standard draft. Interesting hover here. We've seen Sheo bring out the Lilia in the past, and it would match the clear speed of the Nidalee. Also gives you some decent skirmishing power as well. And it's going to be the lock-in. All right, so an AP threat suggests that the Corki could be considered into the mid lane as well here to diversify that mid-jungle damage spreads. The hover of the Ambessa is going to be the lock-in for Mewin. 3 Cassante games, now 4 Ambessa gains for him. A man that's been known for his diversity of champion pools has been a little bit restricted here in the winter split. But this does mean, of course, that supports now rise in priority. I wonder what approach Koi is going to take, given it looks like both sides have matched, assuming that this Corki is in the AD carry position. You could ban out supports to then lock in your first pick support if you wanted to. Things like the Rel and the Leona are right now big priority picks.
I don't know if that was a missed ban.
I mean, it's...
We'll see. We'll get there. Apparently it was a missed ban by MKoi, so they just didn't ban something on R4.
Ban something. Wow, okay. Maybe the Lilia threw them off and they weren't sure then what direction to go in.
Possibly.
But a small advantage gained for Heretics.
Will it be enough to overcome the MKoi giants that they've been so far? I think MKoi probably, I mean, they are definitely one of our best performing teams because they're sitting at the top of the table, but I think they've shown us a lot of good things so far. You talked a little bit about Mirwin's champion pool and the fact it's been relatively small so far this split. I actually don't mind it. I'm going to be honest, like, with Fearless on the horizon, giving away less information early on makes more sense to me, right? If you can just play Cassante or Ambessa into Cassante, then you're not really giving away your Pocket Corki top or your Varus tops or any of those things. The Fiddlesticks perhaps can come back to the fore. Smolder, the next man here. Heretics can get rid of the Azir in the mid lane, which does make sense because Azir really stops Lilia from doing a lot of the things she wants to.
You and I did watch JoJo's Yone game together.
Yes.
And he didn't have the best Yone game. So we'll see. Oh, it's going to be banned away.
Well, that makes it easier for JoJo not to have a bad Yone game again.
It does. Yes, it does. Poke, I feel like, is the direction you'd be looking at for Koi. So things like Jace immediately speaking to me.
Akali really isn't speaking to me, man.
No.
Because they just pick Braum and you're like, okay, good luck.
Jace is going to be the pick. All right, so that makes more sense to me. AD mid paired up with the AP jungle. Of course, you're very limited in your crowd control right now. Rel looks like a big power pick for Koi alongside the Leona. Heretics could be looking for something similar themselves. They're very much lacking in the engaged department. The question is, where will this Corki be going? And with that hover, it suggests that it might be looking like it's a Corki mid with a Draven for Flakked. Now, I wish I could say it was a surprise. Most of the AD carries that have played in our league were originally Draven one-tricks.
Exactly.
Kazi, Han, Summer, Flakked joins the ranks of those. Very proficient on the champion, one of his favorites, and it's going to be paired alongside the Rel. So a very aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2, which gives the Heretics a very clear avenue to play through. MKoi going for the Ezreal Braum, much more defensive. You can clearly tell with such little engage, they're playing a difficult to execute composition that's very much about finding poke. They have the side lane threat of the Ambessa, paired up with the fact that you don't really have any CC in this composition. Like, yeah, you really kind of don't. Like,
public execution locks someone up for a second, Betty, and then you've got concussive blows.
Yeah, Braum's passive, sure, but
and
it is...
Nidalee heal gives us some attack speed, so you can get the concussive blows off quicker.
Let me tell you right now, Lilia loves compositions where there's very little lockdown.
Very happy. The only problem for Lilia here is that Braum's shield, I believe, can intercept the projectiles of her ult. So if she is on the other side of Braum to where she's on, because it's a projectile, right? So
I mean, that does make sense.
You can stop the charge of it going through. And that's such a niche interaction that it shouldn't really be a problem.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard of it.
Let's get on into the game, though. We kind of built the stakes a little bit earlier on. We have a pause, so the stakes are going to fall through the floor. Apologies.
Hit us with the stakes.
Well, if Heretics win, SK are eliminated from playoff contention because Heretics would get to 3 wins. There would be tied at 3 wins as the lowest wins out of the remaining teams apart from SK and Rogue, and SK can't get to 3 wins because they're 0-7 and only have 2 games left.
Correct.
If MKOI win, they go up to 6-1, joining Fnatic up there. But what we haven't talked about a huge amount is when we get into playoffs, our top 2 teams are seeded on opposite sides of the bracket for the first match. So if you are first and second, Fnatic and MKOI for this example, they can't play each other in our first best of 3s.
Yes. Those are all factually correct
That's
statements.
the stakes.
Yeah.
You want to get in the top 2 because then you don't have to play a really good team in your first best of 3.
Correct.
It's double elim, so you would still get another chance, but avoid the best teams.
Yeah, and for those that have followed our format, it is identical to the winter, summer, and spring of last year, and it's and we'll be moving not next week, the week after. Into
break
the,
week next week.
Yes, teams will be given an opportunity to prep ahead of the fearless best of 3s that they will be going into, and then our players will be a 3-week sprint to decide the winter split champion, and the winner will make their way to Korea to compete in the first stand competition.
First stand.
Yep, first stand. Going to be an exciting time. 3 international events this year. Now, as we jump onto the Rift, as you've highlighted, a lot of pressure. What I will say about Heretics is, to me, they've come across as a very green team. Right,
okay.
You know, like it does make sense when you do have 3 rookies joining the roster. And I think what's interesting about this team is that they've kind of made mistakes that you would expect of a rookie roster.
Sure.
But I think we've seen potential, which I think is a really exciting thing, because with some teams, you sometimes see that like you don't really see what direction they're going in. They don't seem to have any clear identity. But I feel like Heretics is trying really hard to carve out that identity and figure out the direction that they want to go in. And they're finding brief moments of opportunity. And in this game, they've clearly said, you know what, Flakked, Stend, we're going to be playing around the spot side of the map. We're going to be looking to try and get Flakked ahead, play a traditional front to back, have Sheo creating some chaos with some of the priority that you do have in the early laning phase. But that does mean that I wonder if Koi is thinking about the lane swap. Now, these deep walls that were invested by Koi, you can see them on your screen, highlighted, if I can find the right button. You can see this deep vision invested all the way in the lane to identify who is where and what is happening in the early game. And they're going to spot out this bot lane heading towards the top side of the map. So Koi have been able to successfully avoid what would have been a very difficult 2 versus 2. They should be able to get those safe lanes. And notice as well, Mirwin immediately moving towards the mid lane. When we saw these lane swaps happening at the World Championship, often you would have these shared lanes to get those shared experience and get that early level 2 to then threaten a potential dive on the bot side of the map. Mirwin and Jojo can utilize this pressure against Camilo to also give Elyoya the opportunity to set up for an invade, but given that Sheo is starting on the bot side of the map, it's not really going to be much to invade unless they set the sights on the top side, which I would be a little bit surprised by. But they garnered all this information thanks to those early wars that were invested, and now Mirwin, he's about 2 minions off of getting that level 2, which puts him in a pretty comfortable spot. No real risk of getting done.
Carlson has been able to soak up XP underneath the tower, down towards this bottom side. He's already level 2, and he's going to get his first minion of the game on the board as well. Elyoya is on his way. TP is possible for Camilo, but he's been chunked out a bit in that mid lane. It looks like a dive might be on the horizon. Big thing here.
Race to level 3 for Carlson.
Can you Pathfinder out of the concussive blows? Avoid that CC. Here it comes. There's the Pathfinder, still underneath the tower. Doesn't lock anyone up. Alvaro takes a couple of tower shots and the plate falls. Carlson, 1 minion short of level 3, is going to hit it as that minion dies. He dashes forward, flashes away from the Winter's Bite. Once again, it's Elyoya tanking the tower. This time takes 2 shots. A perfect dive from MKOI. In the end, they have to burn a heal, and that's about it.
I mean, I will say Carlson played that about as well as he could have. He was able to get level 3. He circumvents the Q from Alvaro by flashing over it. And I mean, he couldn't have played that much better. He's also able to TP back in because the wave isn't so stacked that Koi can go for the redive. I mean, best case scenario, I feel, for Carlson. Koi had to invest a lot of time. They didn't really commit many summoners, but it is first blood that is drawn for Koi. So, I mean, well played from both sides. Of course, the good news for Flakked is he's given a lot of free time up towards the top side of the map to just farm away. He even gets himself a plate. And now, Sheo has made his way top and has that XP advantage over Elyoya.
Stan looking for the engage on Mirwin, who does just use that Drake Hound step to dash his way away. Control wood will be cleared out. Stan does have a jungle advantage because, of course, he spent all the time that Elyoya was diving bot, just farming through his camps. Now gets over to that 28 farm mark, looking for perhaps a first reset. Just wants to keep clearing this wave. TP in from Mirwin to dodge Stend, Flakked, and Sheo. He is underneath the tower. They can get him down here. Already down to half HP. Unbreakable and Alvaro. Jojo on the wrong side of Camilo here. Jojo has to flash away. Camilo has the flash of his own. Elyoya looking to come in, but already Jojo is like a dodo dead. Camilo is going to get chased down. Elyoya lands the spear. Camilo will fall. Doesn't burn his summoner though.
I mean, a big outplay there from Camilo, getting the solo kill onto Jojo. I hope we get an opportunity to look back at that, because I feel like Jojo just made a poor assessment by going for an all-in that Camilo in the extended trade was able to get the better of. A nice confidence booster for him as Heretics set their sights on another dive top.
Jojo's pathing up towards this though, so this dive has to be rapid. Mirwin flashes away, Sten tanks up a tower shot. Jojo now on the wrong side of the rest of his teammates, but Mirwin able to farm up the wave. I say that, he's got 3 CS so far, but he's farmed this one, Betty. And slowly catching back up. In the end, the dive dissuaded. Mirwin did have to burn that flash.
Mirwin still being put under a lot of pressure. You can see the farm discrepancy is pretty significant between the two top laners. We look back at this. Oh, Jojo, that was... Ooh, dodge medic, that Q nearly hit us. That was a big blunder there. If he'd hit that Q, that trade would have been a lot closer, but a bit of a misclick there means that Camilo ends up getting a solo kill in his favor, and you know he's happy to get the flash out from Elyoya, and he's happy to get that kill.
That's a shocked blast, I believe.
And it was. Now,
So, yeah,
Dragon and Grubs become the next priority objective. We turn our attention to the bot laners, as they often love to get involved in this early objective. Flackett making his way over, and you can see those stacks really starting to mount. 131 on the Draven to stand, face checks.
Jump away early here. Another auto attack is enough for the concussive blows. Sheo trying to come in from the side as well. Sheo will pick up the honey fruit in the middle of the fight. Sheo trying to block for his support right now. Super getting chased down by Flackett, who flashes across, and Super flashes into the grub pit. Now, Super, I don't think there's anywhere for you to go. Sheo takes the kill, dodges away from the Winter's Bite. Sten trying to come in to help his jungler, who'll flash the wall. Elyoya dashes across though. Watch out, he pierced Camilo! A double for Sheo. Elyoya down to 200 HP. Sten, he's a wind's breath away from dying. Gets into the bush, dodges away from the spear, dashes back in. Jojo takes him.
And somehow at the end of all that, it's Koi that get the grubs?
I mean, Elyoya might die to the grubs.
Oh!
Swell seed! Just wide. Jojo now shows towards the top side. He's got to catch the wave. Smite out from Elyoya. Doesn't have another smite, so Sheo will be able to get one glove of the 3.
Back.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. I mean, remember that fight started with Sten face-checking the brush and Koi looking to punish the support. Only level 3, a very squishy round in the early game. He survived that entire exchange as the attention was turned onto Flackhead, who saw a very easy angle onto Super, and I really felt like it was a bit of a misplay from the side of Koi, completely abandoning their AD carry. But Super, demonstrating what he has done so far this split with fantastic mechanics, great patience, is able to buy enough time for his team to turn their attention back towards him, get that kill onto Flackhead, and then the chaos really did ensue.
Yeah, Flackett didn't cash out either, importantly. Now down to 90 stacks on those Adoration. Carlson is level 6 first between the two top laners. Alvaro on his way across. Carlson puts a ward in, realizes, I don't really know where the enemy support or jungle are right now. Backs away as soon as he sees the approaching Alvaro.
But I do want to come back to that Super point, only because last year so many knew him for his comments around him claiming to be stronger than Deft, right? And he became a figure that within the community, a lot of people would, I mean, highlight his mistakes and point at all of the things where he fell short. But I think so far this year, he has been a rock for this Koi roster. His consistency has been incredible to watch. And we turn our attention back to this play. As the collapse initially comes through on Sten, you can see the damage is good, and Super crucially uses his E right in the face of Flackett. So Flackett wisely turns his attention. You can see the damage is good. He gets a bit of a... I think he got the heal back from Elyoya at the very clutch there, which keeps him alive. Either it was the heal from Alvaro, or it was the heal from Elyoya, but that buys him enough time to get into the Grubs pit. And then ultimately, he's able to buy enough time until Sheo ends up cleaning that kill up. Nice flash from him, and then, as we highlighted, a really nice turnaround there from Sten to allow Sheo to get another kill. And then Sten, I mean, he had nothing left. He did everything that he could, and it ends up being 1 for 2 in the Grubs trade.
Elyoya doing a good job to escape the Camilo Valkyrie in as well. I thought he was a goner there. For the moment, though, MKoi about 400 gold ahead. They did manage to pick up the Feat of Warfare, picked up the first 3 kills because Super died a little bit later than Flackhead died, so They are in an okay position in this early game. Gold leads for Carlson and Sheo, who's 2-0 currently on this Lilia. Flacker caught out with concussive blows, doesn't have cleanse, only has the barrier. Whirling Death comes out, and he manages to get a kill on the clapback, but he died beforehand, so those adoration stacks fell off.
A nice play there from Koi to punish Flackett's no flash, but the fact that he was able to get a kill back there, impressive stuff as well. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Gold advantage in favor of Flackett just because he's able to get that 175 gold cash out. The gold is pretty much even between the 280 carries, even though Super does have that kill lead. This is what Draven making his way back towards mid. Super level 7. Stun will connect, but I don't really think Flackett can convert this into much. Supports really struggling on the experience department here. The Grubs are going to be respawning in a minute's time. No dragon has fallen just yet, but I imagine Sheo is setting his sights on it right now, given that he has push in bot and in mid.
Sheo has fallen behind a little bit in terms of CS. He's been playing around with his team quite a lot, but Lilio at this point farms like an absolute storm. Leandri's already complete. You've got the movement speed as well from the blue Pokemon. Can't remember, it's Moss Stomper? No, something. As you go through the bushes. Gust Walker, that's the one. It gives you extra movement speed, buddy. So it's a Gust. We just call it Squirtle.
Don't know if you can, but
I can say it's Squirtle as long as it's not like saying directly it's Squirtle. You know, Elioya though, onto Sheo. Put the sleep down. Sheo has to flash away from the Spear. Was about to make a connection with his rear. The Grub's up in 15 seconds time, and Sheo, not very healthy for it, has also just invested his ultimate on escaping Elioya's clutches.
Has to be careful as Elioya fishes for a spear but will not find one. And fortunately for Koi, getting the flash out from Sheo will give them advantage. Oh, they turn their attention onto Elioya.
Elioya has to flash, then pounce over the wall.
I like the aggression there from Stend. He doesn't have level 6 yet, but neither does Alvaro. It's a very awkward situation for both sides to be in. Super making his way across, but his mana is relatively low. Camilo really wants to go and catch that top wave, so the numbers advantage in favor of Koi.
I don't mind this from Heretics, right? Go in, brute force one, and then accept the fact you're not going to have the mites, right? Like, you make sure that MKoi aren't stacking up towards those neutral feats of strength. Yes, they get 4, they will have mites, but they haven't had a lot of time with your towers, and 1 mite is nowhere near as powerful as having the full 6 grub buff.
What I will say that I like a lot about these fights is due to the limited crowd control that is largely on the side of Koi, but really you could argue for both sides. It makes these fights like very chaotic because it's not about just locking someone down, like one-shotting them and then moving on to the next target. It's a lot of dancing back and forth, a lot of skill expression with making sure you land those skill shots, being able to dodge at the right time, saving your flash for the right moment. Skirmishes are definitely very tense as we find ourselves at 4-5 on the kill board. Right now, Camilo is getting some much-needed protection, but keep your eyes on Super, making his way up through the river. They've spotted the Draven out in mid. Numbers advantage in favor of Koi, and Camilo has to respect that. Stend now, finally getting level 6. Alvaro is still a little bit behind, as Flackett sets his sights on perhaps the tower. No, he doesn't want to overstay his welcome.
I think he just wants to make sure that Super is losing minions here. Gonna land an axe on Super, the Mystic Shot just going wide, and looking for perhaps an engage on Alvaro, but you know, 3 minions lost, 4 minions lost for Super is a incremental advantage that Flacker can get behind. He's completed his Bloodthirster already. I think the next fight we're really going to see is around one of these neutral objectives ready. 3 minutes before the Rift Herald, 2 before we get that Ocean Drake. So perhaps it's a good time to talk about why Heretics winning this game would eliminate SK from the standings. We mentioned it a little bit earlier, but actually with Rogue losing the last game, we have 2 more teams locked into our playoff spot, Giant X and G2. The standings not quite updated for the G2 victory yet. They are at 4-3. If Heretics win this, they'll get to 3 wins, which SK can't match. So SK would be entirely eliminated, and Rogue would need to win their final 2 games of the split if they are going to avoid, I was going to say relegation, but just avoid elimination from the winter season.
Yep. The struggles for SK and for Rogue really is that they still need to win their games to even be in contention of Heretics to contest for that 8th place spot, which is really what these bottom teams are fighting for, to have a chance to compete in the playoffs. You have to remember that last year, Koi, formerly Mad Lions, made an impressive run in the playoffs, given that they did fall so short during the regular season. I mean, actually, it wasn't that close. It was the season finals where they ended up making the impressive run, right?
Yeah.
But all you need is that opportunity, and that's what these teams are looking for. Is the blue buff becomes the focus now for Heretics. Stolen away. Dragon up in 50 seconds as well. Camilo likely going to go back to bot lane. Super trying to get what poke he can onto this bot lane. Oh, he goes in.
They're Super dashing forward there. Alvaro on the front line. Glacial Fisher going out. Floating Lullaby is going to put Alvaro to sleep. Elioya still putting the spears towards Heretics. Jojo TP'd in. Camilo is already in the middle of the fray. Sten goes in onto Super, who cleanses, who flashes, but Blackhead follows. Blackhead picks up his enemy AD carry. TP coming in from the Cassante as Carlson and Mirwin now look to join the Barney. The Drake's still the prize in both these teams' eyes, but for now, Heretics will back away and just get the mid prior.
Again, another chaotic fight where Koi just overstayed their welcome. Stend proving so valuable in so many of these exchanges. The moment that you burn that crucial cooldown, he is looking for it, and he punishes Super, gets both summoners out from him, and Flackhead secures himself another kill. Now, an 840 gold lead in favor of his enemy AD carry counterpart. 5-5 in kills. Dragon has been completely abandoned by both sides.
Rift Herald's better, Betty.
Certainly looks to be the case. We've only seen one Dragon kill so far in this game, definitely low on the priority list. Sten investing his vision. Both AD carries opening up in the mid lane.
Picking up the petals as well. I was going to comment on this. Larson walked past like 5 petals last game, and it just frustrates me. It's free stuff. It's free gold, essentially, for your team. As Mirwin goes in with a public execution. Camilo still has the flash. Will Valkyrie away for now, but there's a lot of damage coming out from Mirwin. Flashes away from the Shadowing Strike. 2 shots! I think he would have just caught the tail of the Corgi there, as Camilo does burn the flash in the end. Now Koi with perfect setup around this Rift Herald. Sheo could look for a Loathing Lullaby though. Doesn't quite have it off cooldown yet. 20 seconds remain before it will be back up. Flackhead trying to get mid-prio, wrestle it out of Jojo's hands. In the end, I think Heretics might accept that they shouldn't really play for this one, but they are TPing Camilo back in, so maybe they want a little bit more of the action.
They're too late though, they're way too late. Good
they are, Betty.
Comes out from Koi to
Can they fight afterwards?
I don't think Koi should. Like, ideally, once you've got the objective, you've leveraged the strength of your comp. But typically, the way that you do that is by chipping away at your enemy's health bar. Mirwin just said, I'm gonna slice you up and force you to go to base. Camilo was immediately forced to retreat, and now he has to be a lot wary. I mean, look at the damage coming out from Mirwin. He's lost his flash, and now a dive is on the horizon.
I think Camilo's about to be flushed, Fetty. Winter's Bite goes wide, the Rift Tower tanks it up, Camilo goes in with the Valkyrie. Elioya is tanking here, Sten's looking for him, can't quite connect. Now Sten's in the midst of Koi. Whirling Death will come out, Mirwin locked up against the wall, tried to get in to the Rift Herald, but it died as he made his attempt. In the end, 2 for 2, a tower as well for Koi, and in the mid lane, Jojo continues to push in.
Good awareness there from Jojo, realizing that he could have gone towards the top side of the map, but it really wouldn't have changed that much. Instead, get yourself that extra objective. 2 towers secured for Koi. And you can see here that Camilo, he has no flash, so the Corki's bubble butt goes back to base as a nice re-engage once again comes in from Stand, locking up 2 members of Koi to allow for the rest of the team to follow up. The Draven doesn't get the kills there, but still, getting them onto show is definitely not a bad situation to be in. 4-0-1 for this Lilia. The second major item almost completed, means that this Lilia is going to become a problem for Koi. As we talked about, the limited amount of crowd control will make it hard to lock this Lilia down.
Remember that Drake we fought over 3 minutes ago, Betty?
Yes, I do.
Well, it's still there if we want to go for it. Flackhead has to get away from Jojo, who flashes forward. Flackhead pops the barrier. Great knockback onto Stand. Flackhead tries to turn it back around, but Jojo puts him in the ground. Camilo's still diving forward, looking for the missiles. Public execution down towards the bottom side in Shale. All that gold is all for naught as Shale falls as well. Super will have the arcane shift up in a second. Stend on the wrong side of the wall. Camilo and Castle now need to retreat. Super dashes in. The Phosphorus Bomb is not met with a missile compatriot, and Super will take another. Koi just absolutely smashing the skirmish.
Just like that, they catch Heretics with their pants down. Unbelievable execution, as it's Jojo that flashes onto Flackhead. The rest of his team is quick to follow up on that aggression, and I think that's one of the biggest strengths of this roster. They are unafraid and they are fast. Ooh, just barely, as Koi is able to secure themselves the dragon. And we look back at this play, look in the mid lane, Flackhead isolated. doesn't have the support available. Jojo flashes in, gets the barrier out from him. Super is right there with Jojo. They think they've overstepped their bounds. Alvaro turns his attention to try and assist as well. They get that initial kill. But now the fight is on two fronts. On the bottom side, it's Sheo that's left isolated. Both Elyoya and Mirwin lock him down, and now the fight has become too scattered in these skirmishes. Koi is able to come out ahead, and they're able to find 4 kills for 1.
Felt a little bit like Heretics skipping steps, right? Flak is playing for mid prior. You're already starting up the Drake with the Lilia and the Cassante. You don't actually have control around the mid lane, and Carlson doesn't have control in the bot side as he was around his tower as it fell. Goes all out, looking for the damage onto Alvaro, but he's going to get stunned up even with the Q3. Carlson will die for the second time this game. And Koi so willing to pounce on these small mistakes from Heretics. And now looking for a tier 2 on the bottom lane. Jojo was slowed up. Losing Lullaby is going to come out. He's been put to sleep, and without a flash and without any way to escape, I think Blackhead's going to be gifted this kill. He gets the shutdown. And that will be all for that in the bot lane.
So, a bit of an overextension there from Koi. But ultimately, I say more advantages gained. Not really. They just kind of got a kill. They moved into the enemy jungle. They tried to steal away some camps, and then they kind of overstayed and ended up just being a 1-for-1. Mirwin is pushing on the top side of the map. Artican is available, but no objective was really secured off the back of it, which means that we return rather to the neutral state. You can see a 2k gold lead in favor of Koi for the time being. This Ezreal securing those 2 items puts him at a very powerful spot. I'll still keep my eyes on Sten though. I feel like so far in this game he's been making a lot of hero plays. His initiations have been crucial to setting up Heretics to win out on these fights.
I 100% agree with you. I think Stend has a really tricky road to walk.
He certainly does.
Because if he jumps on Mirwin, Mirwin dashes away. If he jumps on Elyoya, Elyoya dashes away. If he jumps on Jojo, Jojo knocks him out of the air, as he did in that mid lane fight. If he jumps on Super, Super dashes away, and Alvaro just puts up the Unbreakable. So it is very much about, can he engage? And in the split second he is on top of someone, can his team follow up? We'll see if he looks for an engage in a second. Things like this are great. The swell seed into the engage. Jojo's already slowed up. He wasn't in the right form either, and that's exactly how Heretic can pounce.
The challenge of this comp for Koi is patience, because a single overstep will allow Heretics to lock you down and find a pick. But look at the aggression that we're seeing in response. Koi, knowing that they're a man down, are still getting in the face of Heretics and looking to challenge them for control over the river. Mirwin, he goes in.
Carlson looking for something here.
Look at Sten.
So you see him Sten. Sten's getting onto the flank. Shadowing Strike crashes down as well, but Alvaro stands beside his teammates and keeps Sten at bay. Alvaro now with the Unbreakable, able to survive at half HP, and Topher's missing Mirwin. And Carlson dived in and couldn't find a connection. Carlson dies for it, and Koi on the front foot once again.
Heretics try really hard to force the fight, but Koi navigate it beautifully. They keep them at arm's length. They utilize the Unbreakable will to perfection, and now Jojo's back in the fray, and now it's them forcing the objective. It's now Heretic's job to walk into a 4 versus 5 fight.
Mirwin has the flank as well. No public execution for him. Kamilu on that front line. Sheo has that lilting lullaby. Kamilu already down to a third, and Mirwin immediately dives in to try and take out the enemy mid. He jumps onto Stend instead. True Shot Barrage will find its mark onto Stend. The Artican secured for Koi. They almost pay for it with Elyoya's life, but they secure it. And now they have that false life for the next 150 seconds.
I mean, it's a frustrating situation for Heretics to find themselves in, because multiple times we've seen them punish the mistakes that Koi are making, which, again, it's a difficult comp to play when you're very much centered around poke, very much around creating pockets of vision where you can chip away your opponent's HP bar. It's easy to overstep and then get punished for it. But the aggression that Koi plays with, it was a 4 versus 5, and they were not playing like that was the situation they were in. They're very aware of what ultimates we use. They know the summoner spells, and they're playing within their limits. And it felt like multiple times in that river fight that they hadn't. You know, they've made a mistake. You're stretching too thin, like it's too much of an issue, and they still win out on the fight. And I think that's the biggest strength that we're seeing of this team. They're fast, they're aggressive, and it's why they're sitting at the top of our table.
Pulling Heretics around the map right now as well. Jojo's pushing in the top side. Super secures the mid lane prio, and now can team up with his compatriots down towards the bottom side. Flaccid with a good side step there from the Winter's Bite and the Mystic Shot. Kamilu trading with Jojo, but Jojo has a false life, Kamilu. He doesn't even need a third of his first health bar to take you out.
Bit of revenge there for Jojo after what happened in the mid lane. Numbers advantage. No TP available for Jojo, but he can just start pushing in that top side. Looks like he's going to move into the enemy jungle. No wave really to play with. Maybe he's going to look to push out mid. Just a bit of a standstill right now between the two teams. Dragon is available, but Koi right now have no interest in it.
I really like the positioning from Koi generally, though, because what they're managing to do is split the fight. And Stend always has to think, if I engage on Elioyo and Alvaro towards the top side, Mirwin and Super are free on the bottom side of the fight to engage on towards my backline. If I engage towards Mirwin, well, then Elioyo and Alvaro can just put damage down across the wall. It's really nice positioning to make it difficult for Heretics to actually find avenues to engage the fight. Carlson, concussive blows is going to proc on him, but he's still Cassandre. Glacial Fisher going down as well. Sten still looking for the engage, but once again, there's two pincers that he has to deal with. Blackhead caught out by Mirwin. Stand aside will stop Mirwin getting the kill. Jojo going in for a little bit more, still has that false life. Elioyo dashing in now, down to a third HP, survives through the missile barrage coming out from Kamilu. Jojo will withdraw. A tier 2 now in the bot side. MKOI's prize. They are 5 turrets to 1 up at a 5,000 gold lead.
An ambitious flash there from Jojo, but as you rightly said, not really punished for it. The Dragon is available, but at the end of the day, Koi got the 2 towers that they were looking for. They get an even greater gold advantage. They put even more pressure onto Heretics, who's very quickly losing control of this game.
It's all right, Veddy. We're at the window, okay? This is the Lilia window. You have 1 opportunity to do this per game. Seeker's Arm Guard, Flash, Q, Ult, Seeker's Arm Guard. And you just get a 5-man stun. The question is, will
that's what you just get, right?
Well, but if you do it well, you can get a 10-man sleep. I've seen that happen on the world stage, Veddy, okay? The question is if MKOI are ever grouped up enough for him to do that, because I feel that's where we're at in this game. It's a Flash, Blooming Burst, Lilia Q, into a Lilting Lullaby, and then followed up by Stend. That's what you have to do, really, to get back into this game if you're Heretics.
Longbow combo is for sure much needed. Heretics set their sights on the mid lane. They've got top pushed in their favor. Baron is available. Dragon has been a very low priority. Super ease in, gets punished for it. Elioyo sitting in a bush that is warded as the Dragon ends up going down. And basically this is just a game of poke. Can the poke even land? There's a little bit more that gets thrown onto Kamilu. His mana relatively low as well. Flank comes in.
This is gorgeous. He is spotted on vision as he comes around the wall. Show looking for the swell seeds as well. Mirwin is below Kamilu right now. Sten jumps over the wall, doesn't find a connection. The public execution, though, jumps onto Carlson. Kamilu trying to escape, but still doesn't have his flash up. Carlson down as well. And Heretics, they look for the engage, but MKOI warded their flanks and Stend could not find it.
A moment of hesitation for Stend. He couldn't quite decide which target he wanted to lock down. Heretics were not quick enough to adjust the game plan, and Koi, as they've done all game long, punish the indecision. They set their sights on the Baron. This is Heretics' last chance.
Sheo trying to get into the pit here. It's down to 5,000. Sheo caught up with the concussive blows, yet to be stunned. Still 3 procs needed on it. Walking around, all that extra movement speed from the Lilia, passive from the Gustwalker hatching, but he just can't get in towards the pit. Mirwin's done a great job in the last few fights of just being another pincer, you know, always positioning behind the team, getting flanks off, finding someone, positioning himself up towards the red buff area here to make sure that Sheo can't walk in unabetted, and now Flackhead. I think Mirwin could have gone for a little bit more there if he wanted. Sheo was waiting around his Razor Beaks.
Look back at the fight, and again, it was this moment. Notice just Sten moving up and down, indecisive as to who the target will be. Kamilu a little bit separated alongside their top laner to follow up on that engage, and it's that right there that Koi look to punish. Heretics, they realize the situation is dire. It's a difficult engage to find. The poke is continuing to come through from the side of Koi, and it ends up falling apart. Baron secured. Koi, with a 5.6k gold lead, set their sights on the base of Heretics.
I know I keep talking about how hard it is for Sten to find engages in this situation, but it's because MKOI are playing the fight so well. Like, Super is down towards the bottom side of it. Mirwin is flanking behind. Elioyo is looking for the side position. Mirwin is caught out here with the Lilting Lullaby. Goes back in with public execution. Just to avoid the CC, it seems, as Carlson will shut him down. Super now has to jump away with the Arcane Shift. Stan looking for the Shadowing Strike, will get the stun, but Blackhead now raining into this wall. Alvaro with the Unbreakable, and then Yoyo with the kill. Alvaro flashing away. Carlson going forward, and Yoyo's going to fall as well. And just as I praise MKOI for their team fighting, they get caught out a little bit. They lose 2, they're top in their jungle, and they only get Stend in response.
It showcases the fragility of this composition.
They're just going to go. They're just going to look for him. He dashes away with the Valkyrie. Now Alvaro, you step too far forward. Jojo's there as well. Okay. maybe if the Winter's Bite hits, you can continue for that engage, but after that point, I think discretion is the better part of valor there, MKoi.
Koi is fast and aggressive. It is both a double-edged dagger, especially when playing a composition like this, and Heretics finally find an opportunity to pounce themselves. They get 4 kills, and I will say, if we get a replay of that, you've got to keep track of Flackett and how he utilizes the Draveny to interrupt so many things there. That initial interrupt onto Mirwin to set up for the Q. He comes back in, knowing that there's not much that he can do. He dies. Super ends up Eing. He's forced to flash very early, gets the E back up, and then Alvaro comes into a safety. But look at this E that's going to come through onto Elyoya. He tries to pounce in, interrupted, immediately gets converted into a kill. And then we turn our attention once again. You're going to see another E come through from Flackhead as Alvaro tries to dive in to follow up. I think it's actually onto Jojo. Camilo oversteps here. Look,
I'm just going to say, everything missed. Just walk away, guys.
Nice knockback from Carlson into the E from Flackhead. Results in 4 kills. And yeah, that was a bad fight from Koi.
That end just feels like Yellow Star. He's just too damn tanky, man. How do I get him? But as you say, a double-edged sword. The aggression for MKoi. You can see the damage from Flackett in that fight. 7.5k. And now Heretics might feel they have a little bit of the impetus in this game. They're trying to gain the mid lane prio. Camilo pushed up with that Gatling gun. Super doing the same, though. Claiming out these waves pretty quickly. Across the board, we're looking at about 3 items on our carries. 3 on Super. 2.5 so far on Flackett. Needs to finish up that Executioners. Carlson. Oh. Heretics starting to collapse. The public execution out. Mirwin will be on the right side of the wall here. Carlson with the Pathmaker out. Dodges away from the Glacial Fissure as well. Both the top laners showing just how much mobility you can have in 2024. As you say, mid lane pushed out by Heretics, but there's no wave there for them to really do anything with. And MKoi have a wave in the top side to continue to push forward with.
Heretics in a very awkward spot right now, and it's so hard to get back. Elyoya lands the spear onto Flackett. The inhibitor is getting very low. Jojo can't afford to overstay here.
It's really good movement from MKoi, pulling Heretics around the map. They won't get the inhibitor, but they do get the inhibitor tower. Stend takes another spear. He's down to a 3rd HP. Basically no magic resist on that rel. Went for the Ionian Boots of Lucidity and then the Trailblazer, so very much lacking in magic resist. And Elyoya at 3 items with the Rabadons complete is a very prickly pair to try and pluck.
Dragon going to be started off. Camilo, I mean,
it's given, right?
They can do. They have no vision. It's far too hard to approach this composition blind. They use the blue trinket, but too late. The Baron will be the next objective. I felt like this game was going to be
over,
an easy one to close out for Koi, but due to their mishap on the top side of the map, we will go another round, and that's all Heretics are looking for. One more opportunity. Notice the Rylai's secured there for show, holding onto that arm guard rather than upgrading it. Would rather get that extra bit of utility.
Until you use it, what's the point,
yeah,
right?
I mean, I agree. The 3rd item also finished for both mid and bot on the side of Heretics. This side, sorry, this composition is definitely something you can't afford to underestimate. It all comes down to the execution. We've talked extensively about the limited crowd control. On the side of Koi, Stend needs to find a good engage. It's not an easy thing to do.
We've all been there, Stend, it's fine.
Takes a bounce on the trampoline. That's a good time.
It's a perfectly adequately length jump, okay? It was perfectly long.
Good bounce, good bounce.
Carlson going to jump in front of Stend here, as they do set up around the Baron. 20 seconds before it spawns. And the thing I think for MKoi is, if they play the fights like they played every fight apart from the last one, they should be fine. But Stend is looking for the flank here. Super and Elyoya out of vision. Alvaro caught with a little bit of a slow. Mirwin looking for that flank of his own. I don't know if Stend spotted him there. No
so far,
pings.
not really any poke is landing. I mean, again, we see Heretics a little bit split up here.
Okay, there's some poke onto Sheo.
Good poke onto Sheo.
Alvaro puts down the Unbreakable. That can be big as well. Swells it across the wall.
Is coming through.
And Mirwin is just split pushing while all of this is happening. Heretics using 5 members to try and gain control, but Camilo's damage is starting to stick a little bit into Alvaro and Elyoya. Remember, Elyoya does have that heal. Recall's going to come out from Stend. With the wave pushed in the top side, Carlson's going to be the one to answer that. Camilo here to make sure that MKoi don't freely get to start the Baron. Sheo going down towards the bottom side to clear out his red. Hasn't been spotted on any vision as far as I can see.
poke comps have been all the range around. All the range?
I mean, they have been. Good one, Betty.
All the rage around the world, and you can see why. An obnoxious composition to play into. I'm waiting for the Soraka comps to start coming back into meta, but this is the tricky part. Camilo eats a spear, maybe he eats a shock blast, and now 50% HP. The call comes from Koi. Do you want to fight us when you have this HP? And often the answer is no. They want to go back to base. Maybe they expend the TP, which he does have. The red buff does help. Get a bit of extra healing with that buff sitting on top of you, but look at how much space Koi reclaim with their poke, making it difficult for Heretics to approach.
Joe just looking for that singular swirl seed. If he lands it on Elioya and Super, if he lands it on a couple of the carries, you know he is just going to go. True Shot Barrage comes out. Doesn't really seem to do too much. The shielding coming out from Stend and Carlson enough to eat through that damage. Stend now has a locket. It's down to half HP. Camilo gaining mid lane prio. Carlson jumped on. Concussive blows, one auto away from being procced onto him. Break up in a minute 30. Mkoi. It's battle lines drawn, public execution onto Blackhead as he tries to escape, has already popped the barrier. Meanwhile, Lacing Lullaby on Jojo, but Alvaro is going to block him. Sten goes in onto Super, he cleanses and dashes across the wall. Now Mirwin's on the back line, Sten diving in, Super dashes in, but Blackhead will be able to secure him. Elioya's going to get him in response. Camilo now up towards the top side, trying to take down Jojo, and will manage to do so. Elioya trying to escape as Sheo has buried the cat 6 feet under. Camilo still chasing forward here as the fighters come out on Heretics' terms.
It certainly has, Medic. Heretics, after holding the line, after weathering the harassment of poke that was coming out from Koi, are able to play the fight well. They're able to find 3 kills, and those are some long death timers, so they can turn their attention to the Baron.
Look to try and chip through that tier 2 in the mid lane as well. The Baron, their first target, will even out the gold between the two teams. Flack it up in 20 seconds would be a long time to wait to make sure that he gets the buff as well.
The fight happened on multiple fronts, and where my focus was on was between the AD carries. Flackett flashing after Super, looking to try and kill him as quickly as possible, and then Elioya getting the kill onto him. But I noticed that at the end of that fight, Cher was largely untouched, and I have to come back to the question of how did they manage to deal with Sheo and this Lilia in the fight? When we get the replay, I want to track how he was able to just be a nuisance, because Mirwin diving onto the backline there, quite an ambitious engage.
It really was, and now Soul, the next objective for both these teams. It's up in 20 seconds. Obviously, Heretics have the Baron, the mid-wave not in their favor right now. They're pushing through bot. Flacked, no sums. Super the same. In fact, no flashes at all for anyone on Mkoi. Mirwin looking for that flank position again, Betty. Trying to get behind them, stand down to half HP. The Dragon now spawning into the pit. As we said, would be Infernal Soul for Mkoi, and Infernal with this poke would be absolutely devastating. Spears rain down, Sten dashes out. Mirwin still looking for that flank. Super eats an axe, and that's a third of his HP already gone.
Look at the poke, Medic. It is just ruthless.
Carlson trying to get back in. True Shot Barrage goes through him and through Flackett. Sten still looking for that flank position. Elioya still on the Drake. It's 9,000 HP on it. Lilting Lullaby on Jojo. Also connects on Alvaro. He puts down the Glacial Fisher. Mirwin still trying to get him, but Camilu's keeping him at bay. The Drake's still aggro, but it's still only at 9,000 HP. Sten's so low at the moment. Super gonna have to run. The Whirling Death is trying to chase him down. Public execution onto Camilu. Mirwin will go into the pit. Camilu is in fact the one who goes in. Sten in there, in the middle of the pit. It's secured by Heretics, and now the fight really begins. Alvaro and Jojo have to run because Sheo is on the chase, and that deer goes fast. Watch out, Eep! It's Sheo, and he's here to party. 2 more to Heretics. They get the Drake as well. A TP to the bot lane as Heretics, they're going to look to break open the base.
They might just look to end the game. They still have 4 members alive. They're able to dance around such a dangerous fight. And just like that, a single misstep from Koi, sieging onto Heretics' base, may well have cost them the game.
Camilu down for Mirwin though. The wave not cleared out. How long we got? 20 seconds, 16 on Elioya.
Blackett's
it
still alive.
Should be enough. Blackhead has 4 items, and his Draven comes to the fore. What a hard-fought game from Heretics, as they will knock SK out of playoffs and take that step so much closer to top 8.
Look at the excitement on Flackhead's face. A huge victory for him. This game was out of their control for so much of it, but a single fight was all they needed. A beautiful bounce back, a huge throw from the side of Koi. but Heretics should be happy with how they turned that game around.
Crazy game, crazy fighting. You can vote for one of them, one of the players from Heretics, and your Kia player of the game. Vote Sheo, Flacket, or Stend are your options. I love that game. That was a lot of fun. But as you say, chaos across the rift. Every fight had 5 or 6 places that your eyes had to be drawn to. So credit to both these teams for giving us such a delight of League of Legends. We see as well, Flacket taking his time.
And it's
Draven bows when he pleases.
A great combination performance of both the rookies and the veterans. Sten finding so many great engages, Carlson being that front line, and Sheo being a huge carry in the fights.
Let's go to a quick break. Afterwards, we'll have Janiro standing by with Flackhead and Camille.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
have ult. I still have ult. If they come, I can go.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
I'm TPing. I'm TPing.
I can shoot.
I'm best at TP. Can we play more? We can look.
It's not good, I think. It's good.
Get brown.
Bomb is dead.
I get best. I see. Nice.
It's only us three. Coming now. We can fight. Portly, no W, no flash.
Aliens dead. Look to fight.
You can win. Nice, super. You like that cojones, super? I like it.
I'm best on me. Is it dead? Yeah, I move.
Need me. I'm dead. I'm on HP.
I'm on the
No flash. Nice. Can we dash? Can we hit?
Yeah.
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone. I'm Ginny, joined with Flakid and Camille in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Let's talk about that game because honestly, I thought it was a banger. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, for sure it was a banger, you can tell. I lost a bit my voice because after taking down the Nexus, we were like shouting a lot.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you know, with coming to this week, right, we have to take some wins if we want to make it to playoffs. So every day was really important. And, you know, like winning today means a lot as well. I think Koi, so far are the best performing team, I would say, like from what we've seen, alongside Fnatic, I would say. So it really means a lot winning this game, and we put so much effort in this week. And I'm really happy, and I'm probably sure that my teammates are really happy as well that the effort is showing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great start and also just a great way of showing what you guys are capable of. I'm gonna have to come to you, Camillo, because first of all, you got new glasses. That's nice.
I had to.
Did it help with solo killing Jojo in mid lane?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not that hard, but you know.
Okay, good to know. Let's talk about you being on this Heretic roster as the rookie, and then you have someone like Flakid and Cheo. They're more like your older, your veterans on the team. How has it been for you to have the guidance from such great players as well?
I mean, it's really helpful, like day to day. My teammates are really, I don't know how to say, but you always guide me when I'm curious or things like this. You will always answer me in a really nice way. You know, like I think those teammates that I have is probably the best environment I could have to improve day to day. So I'm really happy to spend the year with them.
Aww, that is so wholesome. How has it been for you to be in that role of like guiding people on the server?
I mean, to me, it's like really refreshing, I would say, especially coming from last year that we had like so many veterans, right?
Yeah.
Coming right now with like a lot of rookies, and I mean, I would say like me and Sheo are like experienced. I wouldn't say like veterans yet, because I'm pretty sure we joined LEC the same year. But I mean, we've been here already like 3 years already. But I mean, to me, it's really refreshing, right? I really enjoy when I see a lot of ambition and I see like people that really live for this game. So to me, it's just fantastic to have the chance to work with this new roster. And so far, I'm enjoying it so much.
That's good to hear. I mean, it's good to hear that you're enjoying it. It's also really good to see what Heretics is capable of doing because I felt like in a lot of these fights that we were seeing, like we're seeing the Ambessa trying to flank, but it felt like the communication was really on point. Like at some point, you particularly at the Dragon fights when it was Soul Point, you were making sure that the Ambessa wasn't able to actually get onto that back line. Is that just something that you put yourself in as a mid laner, or was this something that you agreed on as a team?
I mean, a bit of both. Like we as a team have a positional that is nice. Yeah. That helps us a lot to like review team fights and know whose role is what. And so it kind of feels natural, so we don't always have to communicate about it. I feel like our team fights is a good strength that we have overall right now in this beginning of LEC. So I would say for the moment it's kind of more natural than being talked a lot. Okay. Like we all know kind of what we have to do. And that's it.
If you had to give a player from this game the player of the game, who would it be?
That's a rough one.
It's harder.
Actually...
You can give it to yourself.
I don't know. No, I wouldn't give it to myself. I would give it to Stan, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Stan or
I would give it to like Stan or Carlson.
Oh, see, you guys are so nice because we're actually
no,
looking
I mean, they were like, honestly, they were like 1v9ing, I feel like. I mean, I think Stan was really looking for like a lot of angles because I don't think it's hard.
Yeah.
And for sure, like the way we contested some mid waves, so we need to review them. But I think like Stan had a lot of like pressure, I would say, this game. to make the actual good engages. And I think Carlsen combos were just like really good.
Yeah,
I think
I
like
agree.
big reason why Camilo was like marking the Ambessa most of the times is because Carlsen was just mentioning it on cooldown. So yeah, I mean, I would give it to like one of them probably.
Well, we're gonna have to give it to you. You're
I mean,
the
it's
key
fine.
player
It's
of the
fine.
game.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's
It's
fine.
fine.
I mean, you had a
Shout out
good
Draven.
game on the Draven, right? I think.
I mean, I really entered, I think, early game.
Yeah.
I mean, I really didn't like. I didn't play Draven for like 3 months, like even in solo queue on streams. But today I just pull it out.
Why
you know?
today?
Yeah, I mean, basically it's like 4-5 AD carry. It's a bit, cringe to just pick Jhin or something like this. So just go something like Mega Chat and just go for a Draven.
So, Camillo, for you, like looking forward towards playoffs because you have 2 more matches coming up. What would be your definition of success here in your first split at the LEC?
I mean, I wouldn't really have a definition of success. I'm just happy as long as I play good. For example, I think early game I could have played better, so I'm happy. But I think my team fights were good, so I'm happy about that part. We have to take the small wins and be happy about what you can be happy about. I think.
And that's amazing. Thank you guys both for your
Thank you so
time for
much.
the interview, for the positive vibes. I appreciate it. We are ready to be heading into the next game. Vitality going up against Carmine Corps. So Mehdi and Vedi, take it away.
You take it away this time, Betty. I always take it away.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're here for our final game of the day. Week 3, day 1, KC versus Vitality. And shout out to Camilo and Flack. I always love the energy that those two bring, especially a young rookie in the mid lane. Always comes across as super enthusiastic and eager to be here. And we're going to be seeing some very enthusiastic players along with their fan base today as KC makes their way onto the Rift. It is.
I had to turn you up.
It is a race for the top when it comes to KC. They've set their sights on the top of the table.
And especially with MCoy losing the last game, they actually have much more of a statement towards it. If they win this game, obviously tied with Fnatic, head-to-heads would be, I think, the 1v1 between the two, which happened... Does it happen tomorrow?
Fnatic versus KC is tomorrow.
That could be who gets first.
That's exactly. So that's why I'm very excited for that one, because KC... considering what their year was like last year, to end 2 regular seasons in 10th place, to then have a stronger summer, but then fail to make it to the season finals because of their placement throughout the entire year was, I know, very difficult for many of the KC fans and the organization, but coming into winter, they've revamped, they've looked good, they've looked confident, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Now, against Vitality, they should be considered the favorites, but Vitality find themselves at 3-3.
Yeah.
They're a roster that it's hard to really judge the level that they're demonstrating right now. We've seen them take down teams that you would kind of expect to be weaker, and they seem to fall to teams that are stronger. And it's
I
one
think
of those
we
things
can
that,
judge their level, Vinny.
Are they in the middle of the pack?
I think they're in the middle of the pack. I expect Vitality to end around the middle of the pack. Carmine Corps definitely one of the top of the pack right now, and expect them to continue to be so. Tomorrow's game against Fnatic is going to be an absolute banger for them.
But we have already seen one upset today with Heretics getting a win over Koi. Let's see if Vitality can do the same as Bands.
We've seen 2.
Did it?
Yeah, Fnatic had one as well.
Oh, did they?
Yep.
Now, Zyra... Zyra, Ezreal,
Did you not get it?
I didn't get it at first. I was just laughing because that's what I do.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then
sorry. We're past 9:30. It's officially Medic's bedtime. Therefore, all these jokes start to come out.
Skarner, Cassante, Maokai, and Victor going to be taken away. Shouldn't really come as a surprise, as Chayek has been playing. Oh, I say a bunch of Victor. They all blend together, all of the Victor games.
We've seen a lot of Victor. Chayek has put it out once so far. With Varus still available, my expectations are we'll look towards something like the Varus, but Corki is well a possibility. So the question is, do you pick Corki and Varus and just say, well, Corki mid from the start? Or do you maybe put that Corki down in Kalist's hands, which Carmine Corps have yet to do this split?
Traditionally, we do see it in the mid lane. Yike, is he going to look to grab the Vi? He's showcased a number of different champions this split. If they want to go for more of a front-to-back style, you would expect something like the Sejuani to come through. If they want a little bit more dive, then something like the Zin. Oh, we're going to get a Kalista coming through from Kalist, his first Kalista of the game.
Of the split.
Yeah. Sorry,
It is also his first Kalista of the game.
Was genuinely thinking about how, oh great, we're going to be casting Kalista, playing Kalista.
That was exactly what went through my mind as well, Benny.
Surely that will be easy.
I'm just going to pick one of them and stick with it the entire time.
Varus, a common answer, a powerful laner to go up against the duelist that is Kalista in the laning phase. And Lince's going to be locking in his Wukong. Great backline dive threat. So far you can see great team fighting on the side of Vitality. They're now looking for a little bit more engage. Leona, Rel, Alistar, all solid front lines that would complement this draft very nicely. I wonder if Casey will look to ban those away. Is the Sejuani that we talked about, a little bit more front to back. Both sides looking at more of a team fighting game.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, still some poke, but nowhere near as much as we saw in the last game between McCoy and Heretics. Now we move into the second ban phase. Poppy, no surprises there with the Kalista already in your pool, and the Sejuani and the Corki want to remove the ability to stop those dashes. Rumble banned away by Vitality. Kano has had an exceptional split so far in Winter. Likely, probably seen as the best top laner so far. I think there's a couple of other names that could be put into contention there. But I think also, if you look at Carmine Core, you could say a lot of their players have been best in slot so far this split. Kalista obviously springs to mind immediately. Yike alongside him. And we'll see where Carmine Core want to go for their second ban. Alistar the removal, so maybe a Rel on 4 here.
It's looking like a trade between the Rel Leonas, between the two bot lanes. The question is, what does KC prefer? As Vitality setting their sights on limiting the top lane pool. I wonder if they'll remove the Jace from Kana. A little bit more poke. We've seen the tank Jace kind of disappear with the return of the damage one, but still fits very nicely in most compositions. Great side lane threat on one of Kana's best champions. It's going to be the Gragas instead. Another one of his favorites. So he kind of has the pick of the litter, but you expect that to be the last pick. I believe that Rel will be the lock-in for Targamas, as pretty much every support in the league, Rel and Leona are kind of the go-to engaged supports in the current meta.
Yeah, Nautilus kind of fallen off a little bit over the start of this year.
I will say Nautilus could be good here for Vitality. Paired alongside the Varus, good lockdown into both the Kalista and the Corki, but we'll see if they decide to go that direction.
Is the Rel locked in. Wouldn't mind a Braum for Vitality, just looking at the 2v2 in the bot side. Braum is relatively good into Rel, but we'll see if they want a little bit more engaged, like the Nautilus, like the Leona that you were talking about, Veddy. And with already knowing the support as well, picking something like a Leona and then being, having a Braum picked into you isn't really a possibility.
Nako taking the Jace away. Could push KC towards a Nart. Talked about the Nautilus. We could look really smart right now, Vitality, if you just lock that in.
I also did say I wouldn't mind a Braum, so one of us is going to look... Oh, no,
okay,
please,
Hilly, that would be
come on, come on, man.
Nah, man,
I've never seen a player die 12 times in the first 5 minutes. Okay, bless. Andrew, calm it down.
I will say, though, again, Vitality's engage is very much centered around this Wukong. It is kind of the meta right now, given that we have so much poke. But the thing with Varus, good follow-up. You also have the Gravity Zone field, Chaos field, the W from Victor. And the solid follow-up with the Braum, with a lot of skirmishing power, especially on the side of Vitality. Right now, a hover of the Ambessa. Kana has brought that out so far this split. We saw Mewin to great effect with the champion in the previous game. It's going to be the final lock-in. I was expecting a little bit more poke, but KC really want to try and scrap Sejuani plus Ambessa. It's a great top jungle duo just because of how they synergize with Sejuani's passive. Makes for a very strong top lane combination where I kind of expect them to be able to win out. Of course, you do have the stacking armor passive available on the side of Wukong, who against this many AD carries is going to gain a lot of value. But I'm excited. A lot of team fighting is what I'm expecting. I'm hoping for a lot of skirmishing. I hope we don't get a lane swap, because Kazi versus Kalista is definitely a matchup I'd love to see.
I'm very much looking forward to that 2v2 on the bot side. Our fans very much looking forward to it as well. The battle of the French Orcs here. We saw Carmine Core fans in loud voice as per usual. I saw 3 or 4 Vitality fans as well pointing to the badge. It doesn't surprise me they can't outvoice the KC, the blue wall, but still great to see support for both the teams here in Berlin. Vitality make a beeline for the bot lane. Obviously, Braum very powerful in early skirmishes because of that concussive blows, and there's the pause. I say there's the pause as if we just expected it to happen. Here's the secret, I did.
When we have more information, you couldn't read it at the bottom of your screen because that's where we put it now.
Can I make a comment? I love this blue wall from Carmichael fans. Really cool. Everyone jumping up and down, locked shoulders. You know, very familiar atmosphere. You know, we're in this together.
Yes.
The thing that always bugs me about it is you're not facing the screen, and they do it even if the game's playing. I'd be like, hey guys, kind of want to watch the game. You know, I'm enjoying cheering for the team. But what if something happens in the first minute?
Yeah, it doesn't really set yourself up to both enjoy the game and provide support.
Maybe we need to put screens behind the fans as well.
Oh, smart. To accommodate.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Vitality did initiate the pause, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. Players have indicated they're ready to resume, so we'll be getting back into the action. Lickety split. There we go. On to your screens in just a second. Vitality are pushing in towards this bottom side, but Carmichael are all on the top side of the map, so Vitality aren't going to find anything in this bot side jungle.
So you're going to see pings come down to highlight how they can sidestep the vision. There's a deep ward to keep track of a potential lane swap. Deep vision, but that single ward should see Vitality. Ooh, not yet. Oh, there we go. Nako spotted, and along with the rest of Vitality. So now, KC have the pick of the litter as to what they want to do.
Well, importantly, they also saw that Kazi and Hylissang stayed around and they see that Nako is backing. So all of Carmichael are like immediately run into this side of the map. It looks like Kana is going to path towards top. KC seem to want standard lanes. Targmas clipped. We use that Oracle's alteration. It's a 3v4, Hylissang. He's already taken the Winter's Bite. Will flash across the wall, burns that summoner and escapes. A flash for Ignite exchange.
So KC's not only going to get the 2 versus 2, but they're also going to get Hilly's flash. Now, Targamas did have to use the Ignite, but I think they're going to be happy with that situation. Neither side will lose any experience, even if a few CS were dropped. Hail of Arrows will come down. Ooh, nice there from Kalist. Lands the auto just as the minion dies with the Ren, means that he will have the Ren up available. Does the exact same thing just there. 2 quick Ren procs onto Kazi. Immediately gives Kalist, well, I should say, equalizes the HP between the two. Level 2 going to come through, flash in.
Targamas immediately jumps onto Hylissang, who will land that Winter's Bite. Kalist will be stunned up, does have the cleanse, doesn't burn it. Doesn't think he can kill Hylissang from 400 health.
Great response there from Kazi. Trying to proc the passive from Braum as quickly as possible to limit Kalist's ability to follow up. Kalist had the cleanse available, decided, you know what, it's fine, we'll get the heal out. The only downside, Targamas had to expend his flash as well. So reset going to come through from Kalist. Dagger picked up, no pots available for him. Could be a small window for Kazi to get a bit of an XP lead.
And it's less of a downside to have to burn your flash on a rel because you already have the crash down, you have the mount up for extra movement speed, you can use your E for movement speed, but also he has Hex Flash. So if he wants to look for that Hex Flash out of a bush into the lane, always has a little bit of threat.
Now, I'm mid laner myself.
Okay.
Big fan of mid lane champions, even though the mid lane meta isn't as exciting as it could be.
Okay. Not enough Katarina is what you're saying.
I wish Katarina would come back. We're praying to Showmaker still.
Okay.
Victor has demonstrated a number of different rune choices. We saw Grass Victor last week. We've seen Airy Victor. We've seen First Strike Victor. Now we're getting Phase Rush Victor.
Yeah.
Basically, the idea is that just extra speed is nice to have.
It is.
Easy to proc as well, and it synergizes nicely with once your Q is upgraded, you also get additional movement speed from there as well. And it's just easy to get that proc just because of how your Q works when in combination with your E. And having that extra mobility just helps you circumvent things like Corky Rockets along with the Q proc as well. So just want to highlight that because Victor has become the new Azir, and that basically you can throw a dice, whatever it lands on is whatever rune you're going to take that day, and I'm sure you can find a way to make it work.
Just bring back Kleptomancy, that's what I'm asking for. Play that on everyone. It's, we saw Linsus and Yike meeting up in the jungle. Yike was forced away. Both of them going to be even in terms of farm. I think Linsus is like 1 camp ahead right now. It is spotted on vision. Triax staying around in the mid lane as Vladdy TP's back. Didn't quite replenish his entire health bar, but has that tier and will want to start stacking it up.
Kana expectedly falling a little bit behind in terms of the matchup. The poke is annoying. Nice shield to block some of that poke coming out from Nako. And you can see that early on the trades can't really go in Kana's favor, so he's forced to kind of play defensively, get what trades he can. The priority of securing as much farm as possible. Targamas goes to the Hex Flash. Qs from both supports are sidestepped. Yike. Oh, I actually thought he cancelled his base to provide a little bit more time, but the wave is bouncing back towards KC, so he should feel the safety. They have that ward down in the Tri-Bush as well to spot out if the Wukong is looking to make a play. Dragon up, well, right now, and the Grubs soon to follow in about a minute's time.
Okay, KC will spot Linsus as he walks around the corner here. Can't get rid of that Sentinel. And, I mean, he's been spotted, so he's just making sure that Hylissang and Kazi can push this in, get it all the way into the tower before they look for their resets. Kalist is slightly behind in terms of farm. You can see he's sitting on 29 right now. It's about 6 here for him to collect, but because of his cheetah recall that was not really a cheetah because the wave was frozen outside of the tower, he is going to be about 10 farm down overall.
It's also just Varus at a certain point, I think like around level 3 in the matchup, isn't as afraid. And when you have a stacked wave 2, there's a lot for you to play around, especially if the Q from Braum does connect. Swap is what I wanted to talk about, and already you're going to see it come through from Kazi. Both these teams love to prioritize the early grubs, as many teams do here in the LEC. The resets from Kalist and Targamas will be a little bit slow. Interestingly, Naknako committing the TP.
Kana's going to do the same, so...
I thought the idea there was to try and get ahead of the wave, push it so then you can potentially collapse up towards mids. As that's now going to be started off by Vitality, knowing that their AD carry is first to the top lane.
Interesting choice as well from Hilly to open through mid. Decides he wants to try and get Chayak pressure in that lane so he can move quicker out of mid lane. He will be able to move first, but Targamas and Kalista are on the chase. At the moment, Kazi yet to join up with his team. Hylissang dashes away. The gravity well goes down. 2 grubs secured so far. Linsus doesn't have a smite for the third, though. So Yike will be able to smite that away. 2 for 1, the exchange.
Similar to what we've seen many times before. Hilly not forced to expend a flash, but did of course lose his heal. Flatty relatively low as well, but it's kind of what we've come to expect, especially when you have these scaling carries in the mid lane. They really don't want to fight early, so the battle becomes a lot more about support jungle plus AD carry. And in this situation, not too much happened, which means that now both teams will be sending their sights on the dragon, but of course both top laners are on the bottom side of the map. They just keep throwing skills at one another. The crucial thing is if this Wukong gets spotted, it easily opens up for a dragon. He's looking for a play on the top side of the map. Linsus trying to set up a play for Kazi. Linsus
wasn't pinged.
He wasn't.
Wasn't seen. Hilly's going to jump forward. They go for Kalist, who flashes away, as does Targamas. Double flash burnt. But as you say, no objective on the top side apart from those summoners for Vitality right now.
That should be an easy dragon start.
It should be. Yike didn't find anything in the bot lane, but doesn't really need to, as you say, because he can just go for that dragon. Targamas staying around. Just looking to catch this wave. The crash down shield you get on the rel can actually be quite a good tool at catching waves as they push in, but it doesn't look like the wave's going to get there too far before Kalist. He might lose, you know, 1 melee and probably won't lose the cannon.
I mean, right now, the state of the game is great for Vitality. Kalist is pretty much a full level behind Kazi. Of course, there is a wave for him to catch, but the pressure is... Oh, level 6s have come through as well.
Kalist has no flash, nor does Targamas. Glacial Fissure going out, Chain of Corruption as well, and Kalist is done for. Hilly taking up the tower now, Linsus takes it. And Vitality with a well-executed dive. They are all quite low, and so I think they call off the redive on target.
And this is only going to make the experience difference that much harder. Kalist would have loved to catch that wave, close the XP gap with the level 6. It's then much harder to dive in, but Vitality didn't waste any time. They knew that Yike was still on the bot side of the map, securing the dragon, and that gave them a window to find first blood, well executed by Vitality.
It really was. They get first blood 8 minutes in. They have about a 1.2k gold lead, and that is predominantly sitting on Kazi, who's 700 gold ahead. We'll have another look at that dive.
And it's pretty straightforward. Kazi doesn't have maximum health, but it doesn't matter. Hilly has the ulti, Linsus has the ulti. The dash comes through, and it's just a chain CC of ultis, basically. It's a good thing that Linsus ends up getting aggro, because Hilly was in a very dangerous spot there. But just utilizing the level differences. Level 6 for everyone made it very difficult for Kalist to get out.
Overall, well played by Vitality. 1,000 gold their lead, and currently sitting at 3-3 in the standings. If they do manage to win this, they put themselves in a very nice spot, qualifying for the playoffs, qualifying for our top 8. Obviously then SK pretty much eliminated, well, they've already been eliminated by the earlier wins.
Yes, and regardless of the outcome of even this weekend for KC. Just a huge testament to the shift from last year, where they really did struggle throughout the entire year. They started off winter incredibly poorly, and it didn't look that much better in spring, but now they were able to get their prodigy, Kalist, to join the league, and I feel like he's definitely like one of those games that has been overhyped, you know, and everyone goes to play it, and they're just like, oh, no, this is not what I thought, but I really feel like he's delivered on the hype. He showcased a lot of highlight reels, and he's had a fantastic start. In this game, a lot of focus has been put on trying to shut him down. A little bit was due to how the early laning phase went. Let's charge it.
Unable to get away from the glacial prison, and Carmichael, we're ready to collapse.
And it's Casey's time to return the favor. They set their sights on Jayek, and he was not given an opportunity to move. Nice punish there. Didn't even get a chance to flash. The chain CC was lethal.
TP coming to the top side here as well. Hilly and Kazi. Well, Kazi has the flash. Hilly's going to land the Winter's Bite. Shadowing Strike going down with the crash down as well. Hilly looking to dash to Kazi here. We'll get the Guardian too. Linsa's coming in. Hillis sang the Permafrost. Targamas locked up underneath the tower, and here comes the Cyclone. Kalist already dead. Targamas there with the Shadowing Strike as well, but Yike has been stunned up with the staggering blows. Yike down to 100 HP. Targa dead as well. So's Yike. Vladdy now procced with the stun. Oh, it's disaster for KC. The blue wall comes crumbling down in the face of Kazi.
In a 3 versus 4, the bot lane of Vitality stands strong. But it's the play from Lincecum that really turns everything around. All of these resources thrown into Hilly, a lot of it going into the Unbreakable. They commit under the tower. Look at Lincecum, gets to knock up onto the front line, turns his attention onto Kalist, and with the help of Kazi, they're able to get that kill. And now they're on the run. So much of their damage has disappeared. Vladdy doesn't have a front line to play around, and while Vladdy tries his best to get a return kill onto Kazi, the Braum passive does its work. Massive for Vitality, 5 kills to 1.
Just so much CC from that concussive blows from that Braum passive. You can see Merc Tread's completed on Vladdy now, but across the rest of them, not a single bit of tenacity to be seen. 5-1 the score for Vitality, a 3,000 gold lead. And at the start of this game, we were talking about how Vitality were the middle of the pack. They beat those below them, can't beat those above them. Well, this is an exceptional start towards perhaps disproving that hypothesis. Kazi has gone for the on-hit build. I could have told with the lethal tempo, but has already got his Blade of the Ruin King as well, where Kalist is sitting 2,000 gold in a hole with only a pickaxe and Berserker Greaves to his name.
I mean, it's interesting how at the start of this game we said we really want to see these standard lanes, Kalist versus Kazi, and the moment we get into lane, Kalist gets that level 2, they go for the all-in, it's just nothing but aggression. Kazi measured though, responds, able to hold the line, protects his support, and they're able to get out. And since then, it's really just been the Kazi show. The amount of pressure, the way Lincecum has played around this bot lane, they've really done a good job of shutting Kalist down, and now he finds himself, what, 25 CS behind, he's 0-2. Kalist, probably one of his... I mean, it's not that he's... Oh.
Public execution down on Naknako. Kana continues to trade in with a repudiation. Naknako with a good flash away from the glacial prison.
Very nicely done there from Naknako.
I don't think he had vision around the corner either, so instinctive. Immediate reaction there. Lincecum's looking for Vladdy on the top side. Vladdy has flash, has the Valkyrie as well. This is more just to make sure you're getting those plates. Drake up, though, in 6 seconds' time, and Yike will spend his time on the bot side of the map. 5 grubs to 1 means that Vitality can rip through these towers pretty quickly. Don't have those double mites, but what they can do is try and harass them. The wave cleared out, though. Targamas looking for the Shadowing Strike. Hylissang just outside of range.
I like the lane assignments here from KC. Vladdy just has so much more wave clear. Typically, you'd use it to get priority in the mid lane, but Vitality, they just want to keep playing around their duo, and they've set their sights on that top tier 1, sorry. And Vladdy, with his wave throws, making it a lot harder for them to dive. Ooh, nice interrupt.
Cyclone on the crash down. Targamas will still flash across the wall. Cyclone for the movement speed, and Hilly lands the stun. Hilly on fire on this Braum. 0-0-6 has been involved in every single one of his team's kills.
I mean, Hilly having a good split overall. He did have that one game where he died a bunch.
He's had a few games where it's been a bit chaotic.
But aside
overall,
from that, he's been very solid. And Vitality playing through the strength of their bot lane 2 versus 2 to great effect. First tower secured means the feats of strength will go to the hands, or to the victors, I should say, of Vitality.
It goes to their feet, Betty. That's exactly where they put them.
Exactly. They will all be slightly faster.
Yeah. There are a few sites that you can look at if you want to know more about the boots. Look at a Wikipedia version for the feats of strength.
Right.
You want to learn more, yep. It's wiki.League of Legends, I think, is the one. It gives you all of that information.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Medic.
It's a good website.
Thank you.
I use that for all my like summoner spells and such. wiki.leagueoflegends.com. It's great.
Yeah. So do I. Anyway, Harold spawning in about 1:15 seconds. As Kazi and Hilly have now made their way towards the mid lane. Victor, he doesn't love being on a side lane. It's the traditional mage with no mobility.
Yeah.
It's some very serious risk. We already saw what happened to him in mid lane. The possibility of that happening on a side lane is that much higher. So he's going to play pretty defensively. And if you look at the minimap right now, you can see him hiding underneath this tower. He can't afford to overstep. They need a lot more information. He should spot out Yike soon.
Keep it
Speaking
behind.
of,
Vladdy looking for the flank here. They're jumping in onto Nako. Targamas low, though. Public Execution coming out. Vitality going to be outnumbered in just a second, and Nako's already fallen. Yike and Targamas are low. Vitality able to retreat for the moment. Chayak didn't have TP, so couldn't join the fight. He will push towards the tier 2 in the top lane.
I mean, it's a TP investment from Vladdy. He's going to lose some of the farm as Chayak continues to push in top. I mean, like, the idea of getting a kill is pretty good, but you're going to lose your topside jungle for it. You're going to take a lot of damage for this mid lane tower.
I think you lose it because everyone had to reset, right? Like, Targamas and Yike were so low that Hylissang and Kazi can just spend some time on this turret. If they've been focusing just the tower, I mean, they're still going to take it, even with Kalisto trying to be defensive.
It's one of those things where, like, sure, the idea is good, but if you're not really converting it into anything, what does the play really result in? They have a TP available for Nako to go towards the bot lane. He's able to prevent that siege from continuing.
And now, because you're on the back foot catching these waves, Vitality have first priority towards the Rift Herald. They've already taken 2 of the tier 1s, almost taken a tier 2 in the top side, and look down towards the bottom side. Drake up in 2 minutes as Carmine Corps saving grace right now, you would say, is the fact they picked up the first 2 dragons of the game, which obviously delays the soul for Vitality if they are looking for it.
Yeah, it's a small thing from KC where, looking back through some of their VODs, their early objective control isn't the strongest in terms of their setups, and I think sometimes where you see the biggest strength of them is their mid-game team fight. They have a lot of very talented players, and so when they find themselves in the 5v5s and they have the opportunity to kind of outplay, that's where you see a lot of their skill expression on full display. Especially last week in their 3-0, they had a lot of really impressive fights, especially around Arakan. And that is an objective that I think many teams are still trying to figure out. When to start it, how to best punish, versus kind of starting the objective then using it as a tool. So we'll see how both teams navigate that.
Artican is going to spawn on the top side of the map. Vitality's trying to get a little bit of vision around there right now. There is a Drake a minute before that Artican though, and I'm pretty sure Vitality won't want to give that one up. Carmine Corps have some vision in the vicinity, a couple of control wards in the sort of the shallower portions of the river, and a little bit of vision towards the red buff of Vitality, but they are very much standing back, accepting waves. Only really Kana has the ability to push in his lane. Kana's looking for Kazi. Hilly caught out as well by Yike. Kazi, Chain of Corruption goes right. Hilly's on the wrong side of the wall there. Targamas going in with Magnet Sword. Public Execution now onto Kazi. No flash. Cleanse does nothing for him here. They jump onto Kana. Lince is able to pick up that kill with Nako. Bait's cool. Hilly's still chasing forward. He has bought so much space, but at what cost? In the end, it's his life. Chayak stepping in as well. Vladdy will take him. Nako has to flash the wall, and Vladdy's there to chase with a flash of his own. It's 4-1 in favor of Carmine Corps.
It is in the team fights that you see the skill expression of KC. Kana, with great awareness, locks down Kazi on the backline and shuts down the fight before it can really begin. It then just becomes the cleanup show. Even though Vitality find themselves with a 3k gold lead, the Dragon's gonna go over to KC. I mean, look back at this fight. Like, Hilly trying to get very deep vision without having the proper setup. KC find an angle to punish. They turn their attention onto Kazi. The TP comes in a little too late, but they're back in the fight. Lince's looking to try and steal.
Crash down for Targamas will hold Lince's in place for a second. 200 HP on it. Lince's unable to secure the smite. It does go over to Carmine Corps. I don't even know if Yike smited in that. I think Vladdy just secured it with an auto attack or a phosphorus bomb. Hilly's flashing forward. He's angry. I mean,
the idea is good. If he gets the slow, the Wukong can definitely follow up on that. Doesn't quite connect it though.
Just disrupting tempo as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely looks like that. I mean, now we're in an interesting state because KC find themselves at Soul Point. Of course, Vitality investing so much on the top side of the map to secure that first tower.
Chain of Corruption. Oh, Yike dodges away from it. Gravity Well coming down as well. I agree with you, Veddy. It's a very interesting state. And right now, Hilly, oh no! Hilly! Well, Hilly's turned to gas, and that's the state you don't want to be in, even if you're playing Braum. 0-2-8. While Kana pushes in the top side.
My man needs to calm down. 3 times now we've said. First, he's trying to get a deep ward without proper wave states. The second, he's flashing onto the Corki. And then the third, he rides the Herald into the tower. Oh my god.
Just like that, Carmine Corva back in the game.
Oh,
Only
they certainly are.
Between the two teams. Vladdy 2-1-4 at the moment on this Corki. He's rattling through the damage. He'll have a fully stacked Manamune when he finishes that item, already 360 on the tier. He'll take a tier 1 in the bottom side to almost even it out. 3-2 towers in favor of Vitality. Artican is up. Soul in terms of Drakes for Carmine Core will be 3 minutes away. Kalist still not in the best of shapes, 1.6k gold behind, but there's a lead for Kana and there's a lead for Vladdy for Carmine Core.
Arcan is going to be too difficult of an objective to start off early, as we've seen many times before. I imagine we'll return to a bit of a lull state, as Dragon is going to be a very important objective for both sides. And meanwhile, it's crucial to recognize that while all this has been happening, Kalist, a player that was shut down in the early game, put very far behind, he was dove, he was behind in experience, has now come ahead in experience over Kazi, and while he definitely still finds himself behind in randomization and gold, he has been quietly catching up.
Yeah.
And I think that through all the chaos that has happened, this is one of the biggest values that KC have gained, of just bringing him back into the game and setting up Vladdy to be the carry.
Talked about lane assignments earlier, and a lot of it was Vladdy is the one who's teaming up with Targamas to try and stop the push, and Kalist is in a lane by himself, collecting that experience, collecting that gold. So it's a great job as a team by Carmine Core to get Kalist back into that spot. Kazi still 1.3k gold ahead, still has 2 completed items. Still, if he has time in a fight, will be able to rattle through these Carmine Core members. But right now, Carmine Core playing well around Vision, have wards into the Vitality jungle. They're TPing behind Linces here as well, but the mid lane tower still stands, so Vitality should just be able to back away to it. Ooh. A root immediately with the Chain of Corruption. Kana locked up, Repudiation for a bit of a shield. The Glacier Fisher coming across as well, but Vitality only have 3 members here right now, and Carmine Core have 5. Yike able to dash away. Linces goes in with the Cyclone, dodges the Shadowing Strike as well, and now Vladdy is on the wrong side of the rift. Now Nako looking to chase onto Kalist, who does still have the flash and the cleanse. And Carmine Core were waiting just around the bend to see if they could collapse on Nako overextending, but he doesn't. Vitality turn their eyes towards Artican. We've seen throws here before though, Reddy.
I mean, Yike, very low. Doesn't have anything like the Warmogs to bring him back in. The KC faithful showing their support. Yike looking for an angle back in.
He's been the king of smites so far in winter.
He certainly has.
Tries to get in, he gets close, he can't get close enough. Shut down by Kazi, no smite available to him. Voracious Artican secured by Vitality, and their lead regained for the moment.
Kazi has been massive for this team. Nako going to face check.
Straight into a Shadowing Strike. Kalist and Targamas trying to kill him off. Hylissang jumping in with the Unbreakable. They just want to get that false life out. The Magnet Storm coming out as well. Nako and Hylissang, the heal used to try and get them away. Now they turn back onto Kalist, but Kalist and Targamas will take 2 false lives away. They take the Summoner as well from Hylissang. It's not much, but it's something there for Vitality, for KC.
Nako wanting to push that extra wave, definitely end up getting punished. But Kazi, what a hero for Vitality. Punishes the TP. Questionable play overall from KC, because what are they really TPing into? And then Yike ends up taking so much damage from Kazi as well. Then the follow-up comes in from Lintus. Vladdy doesn't really have anywhere to go, so he separates himself from the team to make it harder for Vitality to go for more. The poke still comes through again from Kazi. And I mean, he is just a man of the hour, doing so much work for Vitality.
And it's Drake o'clock for Vitality. They need to secure this. A soul for KC. Wouldn't be the end of the world, but it's still a mountain soul, and that's pretty difficult to deal with. Vitality have those false lives still. So they'll just gain the mid lane prior. They can use their health bars a little bit to do so. Shadowing Strike onto Chayak. He continues to chase across the wall. Kalist has the flash, will use it, gets the face call out.
It's 2 ultis though.
And Kana is having a bit of free time with the top lane tower here. Hilly! Oh, Hilly! Okay, he goes in.
Oh, the idea, I think he was aiming for
Chain of Corruption onto Kalist, has to burn the cleanse. I mean, I like it. I like the idea. It's just sometimes you see Hilly jump forward and you're worried, you know?
You hesitate for a second. But yeah, as you rightly said, the idea was good. He was threatening to engage onto Yike. kind of lowering the judgment from Vladdy, but then he misses the Q onto Vladdy. So no follow-up coming through from there. Yike, again, as you highlighted, has gotten a lot of great smite steals this split.
Not going to get one hit.
Gonna act as sentinel there, deny that entry. Chayek.
Trailing onto Vladdy, does still have that false life. Shock blast from Nako. Vladdy has to flash. Glacial Prison going wide. Really looking for that Winter Spite as well. Karmine Corp did a good job of making sure that Vitality had to invest 5 players to take that Drake, because obviously the threat of a steal was there. So Kana got free time in the top lane, takes that top tier 2, gets a little bit of gold back into his pockets. He's 1.6k gold ahead, almost at 3 items. Eclipse and Black Cleaver already complete.
The advantage is largely sitting in Kazi's pocket.
Yeah.
With the Terminus now completed, the on-hit build has already come together for the Varus. You imagine something like the Jack Show may come out next. A little bit more durability, synergies nicely as well with the Terminus. But Kazi really has become the man of the hour. Vitality put the eggs in the Kazi basket. So far, he's delivering them to the neighborhood. He's doing a lot of damage.
So he's feeding people.
No, okay, it's a metaphor. Okay. Put the eggs in the
But when you put the
basket.
eggs in the basket, don't you want to keep them?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's not dive deeper into my metaphor. Okay?
Sure.
It sounded cool at the time. And let's just say that Kazi's doing a good job.
Yes.
Okay? Great job. Yes. Dragon.
It's a clucking good job from Kazi.
Someone like that, yeah. Kazi's doing a great job. And Baron becoming a point of contention is a little scary for both sides. Because as we said, both compositions very much about team fighting, skirmishing, trying to find those 3v3s if they can, and ultimately trying to play those somewhat traditional front to backs. But whoever starts it is naturally going to be on the lower foot, in the
low ground, yeah.
The low ground, sure.
And you can't fight. If someone has the high ground, you just can't fight them.
You certainly can't. We know that to be a fact.
It's over in that sort of position.
Certainly would be. And as I say that, Vitality's just going to start. All right, Vitality,
well,
would you have the low ground? Here we go.
Will Karmine Corp manage to destroy the Sith, or will they become one of them? This is the question.
Yeah, no, they're going to walk away from the low ground, I feel.
That's smart. Smart move, Vitality. But Kana's still pushing in bot lane, and Vitality aren't really matching him right now.
So the idea is to get his TP, right? They're trying to bring him over. They're trying to put enough pressure onto KC to say, come on, get involved. Oh.
So Lince's been doing this quite a lot. Targamas engages, though. Chayek has to flash away. Glacial Prison hits. Lince's already killed off Targamas, though, and now Yike is next on the menu. Kazi takes him out. You could see what Karmine Corp were looking for, but they couldn't quite find it. Hilly's about to join from the mid lane. Catches Kana.
That was a 3 versus 4, and Vitality still made it happen.
Kana's still very healthy here. Kazi's going to have to turn his attentions across towards him. Hilly going for Vladdy now, who doesn't have the flash. The concussive blows will land on him, but Vladdy takes down Hilly. Nako down to Kalist. 3 Barons remain for Vitality. The low ground is still a footing of weakness, it seems, as Kalist is able to find one on the way out. Now needs to get out towards the bottom side of the map. Kazi's on the chase. Linces gives it up, and we'll just go for the Razor Beaks.
I mean, Vitality got a little over-aggressive there. I think Hilly overestimated how much damage Chayek could do. Vladdy ends up getting a kill onto him. Nako, I think his responsibility there is just trying to keep people out of the fight, but we look at this, it is a 3 versus 3, I guess, at the start, because Kalist's not really in a great position. The front line just gets melted, and then the 2 members of Vitality that are on the front line just flash out while Kazi is completely untouched. Then you can see the ulti there from Vladdy acting as a zoning tool. Chayek acting as a zoning tool. Kazi casually takes a sip of his water. Another day in the office for him.
I wonder if Karmine Corp saw the resets, because both Nako and Hilly were coming out of base as that engage happened. So I wonder if Karmine Corp just like, hey, we have a small window where we have a man advantage. We can go for the
I mean, the thing is, it looks so good as well, because Chayek even flashed into what looked like the Sejuani ultimate too, right? But I think that with just Vladdy alone, they don't have enough dive damage. And the fact that both Chayek and Linces had their flash mean that they could immediately disengage once they got the initial kill onto Targamas. So just a bit of an execution blunder there from KC is now with the Baron. Vitality, a largely clean game from them. Outside of the blunder that happened around the river, they've had a solid one, and they're looking to upset the apple cart as KC, they were trying to fight for first place, and Vitality looking to take that away and secure a spot in playoffs themselves.
With Vitality winning, this does give them that spot in the playoffs. We'll be fighting for the final one. As Nako currently pushing through mid, doesn't have that Baron buff, and that is a small weakness here for Vitality. They only have 3 of them, so it's a little trickier to actually apply pressure on 2 lanes. Linces and Kazi having to team up to clear out vision in the river right now. Hilly has just reset. There's a control ward in his pocket, but with the dragon already spawning, there's a small window for Carmine Core just to pull the trigger on it, see if you can win the 50-50, get the soul. Vitality going to start to step forward. Jake has been so good at smiting, and you have the Rend as well. Look at how low the Drake is already. Chain of Corruption, Glacial Prison going out, and there is the soul secured. Kazi locked up in the pit. He was on the front line, and now Vitality needs to get the hell out. They'll lose 2, their bot lane dead. The Drake soul secured for Carmine Core.
I mean, how many times have we got to say it? When KC can just play the 5v5 fights, they're able to come out ahead. But what was the positioning of Kazi there in the pit, making it so easy for Targamas to find the flank? The engage comes through, the soul is secured, and I don't think this game is over yet.
Nor do I, Betty. 30 minutes in, Carmine Core have been speedrunning some of their games in the LEC. This one looks like it's going to take a little bit longer, but they will crack the tier 2 in the bot side, the tier 1 in the mid lane. They'll go ahead in turrets for the first time this game and even out the gold as well. We'll have another look at this because, as you said, Betty, like, what is Kazi doing in the pit here?
I mean, so he moves into the pit to sidestep the ulti, but I think he makes it too easy for Yak to throw that ulti on him. Hilly and Naka weren't even there. It was a numbers advantage for KC. They made the right call to just force the objective. Vitality were too slow to set up proper response. And KC, they get everything. The gold is pretty much equalized. Kalist, he has a full level over Kazi now. They're pretty much equal on itemization. KC definitely now feel like they're in the driver's seat.
With that Mountain Soul in their pocket, just gives you so many free stats, gives you that shield as well to avoid a little bit of the poke that comes out from Vitality. Credit as well to Targamas, his engage has been very solid. That one there, doing a great job. It's easy to hit people in the pit, you can say, but you still got to do it. And he's been on form so far this winter. For Vitality, you're still looking at a good front to back. Like, Linces has yet to die this game. He's been absolutely on fire. And if you can find that initial pick, you can really rip through Carmine Core, but they're becoming trickier and trickier as the fights become more about just front-to-back team fights a lot of the time.
I mean, Vitality just need to get more coordinated. Yeah. The early game, they punished KC well, but now KC, when they enter this stage of the game, you can trust Kana on a side lane. He's got great awareness of the map. He's going to TP when he needs to. And while in the last fight it was a little late, I don't think he was prepared for the quick response engage from KC. Meanwhile, in the full 5v5, KC's just has great awareness of their positioning. They play the front to back very well. And Vitality, they can't afford to miss position like that. Hilly is so crucial in these fights just because of how much utility he provides and the wall of damage that he can block.
Yeah, it's also, if he's sitting on top of his carries, it becomes so hard for anyone to actually spend time on them. Cyclone coming out from Linces. Another one there onto Kana just to try and get himself away. But if Hilly's on top of Kazi when Kana jumps in, Kana's stunned. Like that, it's Winter's Bite into concussive blows. He's stunned immediately. Glacial Fissure as well stops the follow-up. But if Hilly's not there, public execution just wide there for Kana as he can't quite get onto Chayak. Becomes so much harder. Jack Show is now complete for Kazi. Gives himself a little bit more tankiness, but I still don't think it's going to be enough to stop Kana from just killing you.
Blue trinkets across the board. With control wards stomped to the brim on the side of Vitality. Every single member holding on to one. Princess with at least 2. This is how they'll walk into Fog of War. Utilize those blue trinkets to check the brushes, then rely on those control wards to sweep them away. Then they can protect that space with the poke that they have available. As Void Staff now finished for Chayak. Big item spike to help melt through the front line. Kana getting closer to level 18. And it's resulted in a very tense late game now. Getting closer to 35 minutes. 3 items is really where you see all of these scaling carries come online. The damage is going to get monstrous. As now Kana is no longer split pushing, he's grouped up with the team. 5 versus 5. Vladdy looking to get a quick base off.
Has the TP, so can really quickly join back up with his team.
Must be so close. He's waiting.
There we are. Lord Dominic's finished. TP's to the top lane to try and get a bit of priority, but because he's done that, Vitality see an opportunity to engage. A window, perhaps.
Let's get the push in top, though. They do lose some space in the river, and Vitality will have first access into the wave, but that top wave and that bot wave pushing in favor of KC. slowly putting pressure onto the map of Vitality. Kazi's positioning dangerous, but he forces Yike back.
Kana's going to catch the wave in the mid lane though. Vladi now joined up with Karmine Core. Kazi stepping forward once again. Yike almost stunned. Kana looking for that flank position. Out of vision for the moment. Now seen, spotted by Vitality. Elder only a minute away. We thought it was only the Baron in play, but the Elder Drake basically game winning from this position. It does what it's designed to do. Yike still looking for a flank of his own. That pincer movement from Kana and Yike. Just if anyone oversteps.
Feel the tension. Who's going to find the engage? Kazi is on the front.
Targamas! Oh, Glacial Fissure stops in the Magnus Storm going in as well. The Cyclone from Linces is perfect! Kazi and Chayak untouched, but Nuck already down. Yike has the flash away. Kalist and Targamas have the opportunity to open up on Linces. The stun onto Kana towards the top side, unbreakable from Hillisang. Vladi and Targamas dive onto Kazi. Kazi has to pop the claims, but Yike is there as well to follow up. Kalist gets one. Vladi gets a second. Nucko already dead. And Karmine Core have blinking health bars, but they all survive.
All 5 members live in the team fight. A great engage comes out from Targamas, and the follow-up delivered. They get that initial pick onto Nucko. It looked like a scary follow-up fight from Vitality. I thought the Kazi was going to clean up, but he does not get the chance. Kazi dancing at the edge of death. Targamas looks for his opportunity. A nice interrupt comes from the rest of his team. The knock-up as well from Linces, but Nucko on the front line absolutely melts. You can see that Yike tanking up very well. The backline, though, completely untouched on the side of KC. Kalist finds one pick off on the mid lane. Kazi then gets locked down. And it's an absolute stomp as all 5 members walk away with the Baron and now the Elder as well.
Perfect timing for Karmine Core. Baron straight into the Elder play. Targamas just going to keep Linces at bay. Keeps it as far away as possible. Linces jumps in, there was 1 HP, but now the Elder secured. And you have to feel Karmine Core have the opportunity to really open up the shutdown over to Chayak. They'll get a second, but Vladi rains lasers from the sky to find himself one as well. Linces and Nucko dead. Yike. Is he going to chase for more here? I mean, with the Elder Drake, you have a lot of extra damage, but he doesn't want to go any further. Chayak will get the recall off, 2 for 2 in the exchange. Elder remains on Karmine Core for 2 more minutes, basically perfectly synced with the Baron buff.
I mean, we talked about it, Medic. What's so great about this KC roster is just the way they played the team fights. Their positioning, their target focus, their awareness, and just their individual mechanics are often how they outplay a lot of their opposition. And Vitality, they made 1 too many mistakes in the ensuing fights that have happened past the mid-game. And KC have used those fights to claw their way back into the game. You can see it on the gold screen in front of you. 3.5k was the lead that Vitality sat on, now a 5.3k. Flipped on its head in favor of KC. The Elder Dragon, the Baron buff, they've set their sights on the Nexus, and they're looking to tie Fnatic at the top of the standings.
If Vitality can somehow survive the next minute, everything becomes on as even again. You know, a 5,000 gold lead at this point, although it is impressive, doesn't really matter too much when everyone is getting towards those full builds. Kalist has overtaken Kazi in terms of builds. Look at the damage from Vladi as well. I mean, we've talked so much about Kalist this year. We've talked about Kana as well, but Vladi is having an absolute storm over split.
He certainly is.
This guy has been on fine form. Last week he had that 10-1, 10-2 Victor performance. 40 seconds before the Baron and the Elder wear off. Karmine Core trying to take it all from Vitality in that time. Inhibitor in the mid lane will fall. 30 seconds now remain. Vitality have to back away, and Vladi is Valkyrieing forward. He's looking for more. The wave in the bot lane still a little bit of a way away. Karmine Core might just look to close it out here. Glacial Prison hits, and down goes Chayak. Kana with the shutdown. Linces with the Cyclone just to try and buy himself a little bit more time. Targamas going to kill Kazi underneath the towers. Linces next up. Targum won't even fall. Karmine Core once again looking for the clean ace. Vitality unable to do anything. Vladi dives in and Hilly dies. Karmine Core with the comeback of the split to take down Vitality.
Impressive resilience from KC and just great individual play. You highlighted him, Vladi, with a scoreline of 9-2 and 10. 19 of the team's 21 kills. He stepped up when Kalist was put so far behind, And I mean, that's what you want to see from one of your top teams, that you can trust multiple members to be the clutch factor when you need them most. You can vote for your key player of the game at X, Kana, Yike, Vladdy, all fantastic options. Credit to Targum as well. He had some great engages in those late game fights, but really a testament to this team is a scary team fighting team.
It really is, and now they top the table alongside Fnatic going into our final 2 days of competition here in the LEC winter regular season. They all deserve their dues right now. Great performance.
Tomorrow is the battle for first.
Oh, baby.
Fnatic versus KC. One will hold on to that first place position, while the other will fall short. It's going to be a banger for our match of the week.
That is the hope. We'll see how well it can go.
I mean, it's Upset versus Kalist, who I think are two of the best performing AD carries in the league right now. I know there was a bit of a blunder today from the side of Kalist, but I don't think that's really any fault of his, rather than the pressure that was put onto him throughout the laning phase.
Also, he ended 4-2-12.
He certainly did. He bounced back very well.
He was pushed down in the early game, but is that his fault, or is that the fact the enemy team targeted him, right? Like, it's always that sort of thing in a game of League where ascribing blame to an individual player is often incorrect. Although sometimes when I play, solo queue, it can be correct.
Definitely someone's fault.
It's usually someone else. We are just waiting for an interview. I see Ginny behind us.
But it's a frustrating loss for Vitality because it's a position where they played the early game very well. They conceded Dragons in order to make sure that Kazi got ahead of Kalist, the star of KC, in order to then snowball the game. And you felt like in so many of these fights that he would be the individual that would turn things around. But he made one too many positional mistakes. We saw a little too much aggression from Hilly, and the coordination ultimately did fall short.
Yeah, well, Ginny is ready with Yike in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Just over there.
Welcome back. Thank you, guys. I'm Ginny, standing by with Yike in a Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. And there's the Carmine Core fans as well. I'm going to be a little bit louder so that you can actually hear me. That was a really great game that showed incredible resilience from you guys at KC.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was very scary early game, and yeah, I think we made a good comeback. I think we played good later on, and yeah, I mean, I think we were very resilient. Yeah, we played on Dragons, and it was easy to come back.
How do you stay that resilient for so long as a team? Because there were a couple of points when you lose Atakan, when you lose Baron, where you're like, oh, this might actually slip away.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit scary for sure when we lost Atakan. I was like even trying to steal it, just try to save the game, but I kind of trolled. But yeah, I mean, I think we just kept talking about Dragons, We knew Dragons are like a win condition for us, and we knew we could play it well. We have Kalista, we bursted it, and it's good.
They said that you're very cute.
Oh, thank you.
That's adorable. I mean, the fans have been very supportive, very loud. How is that when you are in the game? Can you hear them through your headset?
Yeah, we can hear them, and it's nice, It gives a little boost, and then you never want to give up, Even after the disaster early game, we never wanted to give up. We still looked for all the chances we had, and we did a good comeback.
When I look at you guys as a team, I feel like the confidence is there, the resilience is there, the communication is there, but also individually, every single one of the players has that ability to step up and actually make a game-changing moment happen. How does that feel from your perspective as a jungler? Does it take a little bit of pressure off of you as well?
Yeah, I mean, this game, for example, I just had a feeling that anyone could step up and do a good play, and I think the team fights, I think individually we all just played very good, and I'm very happy with that. It's very rare to find a team with all 5 players being individually very talented, mechanically, and yeah, we just clutched it.
And you're 6-1 with this as well, just like Fnatic, and you're playing them tomorrow. Is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to in that match?
I mean, I think it's going to be a very hype match. I want it to be a very fun match, and I guess a fighting match. I want it to be a very good match for the viewers to watch, and yeah, I think we're going to win it.
Okay, I love the confidence. They love it too. Thank you so much for your time and for the interview. That's all from us on this side of the studio. We're going to be heading over to PGL with Lore, Odo, and Reha. So take it away.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils sont bruyants! They're so loud! I love it! Thanks, Ginny. Amazing interview from Yike. And we have Rhea with us to talk about this one. Thank you, Rhea.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. I'm sorry. What do we say to this? Are you going to scold them or congratulate them for actually turning this one around?
I mean, we have a saying in Scrim, which is a win is a win, kind of.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, we have to review early game for sure. I think we messed up. Probably the top fight isn't good. I mean, we're supposed to be mega strong at Grubs, and we are not there all the time. So there's things that we need to rewatch for sure. But yeah.
Before you go,
okay,
I have something to say because, sorry, Rhea, but we were backstage watching the game, and you see Vitality taking Atakan. So I'm going to quote you and say, "There's no way Vitality lose from this point onwards." Would you like to review that statement?
No, I wouldn't, because still there was no way. Once you get the broken Atakan, the one with the GA, I feel like if you don't, purposefully run it down, you're not gonna really lose. But I feel like who was it? Kalist and Targa found great pick on
top side.
Yeah, on top side, and then it disrupted the whole flow and the tempo, and then it allowed them to get better dragon set up. So I feel like, realistically, I was not wrong, but sometimes weird things happen. But regardless, I felt like it was a crazy game, because a lot of times as a player you get up in these situations where sometimes negative things happen and you int, and then it's the player's nature to int because he loves to int. But regardless, I think you should still be really happy, as you said, with them coming back, because this was not an easy game to come back. It required a lot of miracle work from Targa and from Kana to set up flanks and isolate the Varus repeatedly, because past 25 minutes, I feel like there was always someone on top of the Varus marking him and making his life hell, because he was the main threat of Vitality's team comp.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a bit hard to play Varus in this game, though. I think, but what I'm happy about what you said is, like, I think we practiced a bit those type of games where we're behind. Like, I think most of the teams in scrims, when you're behind, you don't actually try to come back. But I think that's something that we talked a lot for the last maybe 1.5 years, and with this group particularly. And I think we did really well. Our fundamentals are reading, because let's say as a coach you watch the goal difference, but you can just check the items. The items are not the difference in items is not that big. Maybe on Varus and Wukong was quite big, but I think when we were kind of even in terms of numbers of items, we took the right fight. So even if the goal lead seems big, it's not that big, I think. And I think also we played well around summoners, so yeah, made a difference, I think.
And what I wanted to ask is, now with two new players, with Yike and Kalist, was it hard to integrate them in your systems and pretty much make them slot into the team, or are you guys still building up on the systems from last year, and it was a seamless transition with them two coming into the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think, okay, I don't know if we can hear it, fans, but yeah, they're pretty
we can hear them, and they can definitely see them here.
Yeah, I mean,
the blue wall being the blue wall. I love it.
But yeah, I was saying, yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, the systems that Kalist was in LFL is really similar to the system that we have in LEC, basically, because we had, his head coach was Wadi, who's my assistant coach now, and we talked a lot about how we should run a team together. So it's just a following of what happened in the previous splits. And for Yike, I think it's really easy to work with him. He has a lot of good ideas, and I think that's also my job to make sure that he's listened to and his ideas are followed up through, kind of. And we make sure that, okay, he has way more experience than maybe all of us. Even Targa went to Worlds, but he didn't went to Worlds twice like Yike. So most important is we listen to each other and we go in the same direction. That's the system kind of that I want to put in place, and I think we're doing it well right now. So I'm happy.
Yeah, and I mean, if it feels like all the players take turn in carrying the game. We know Vladi had some amazing moment. Yike as well. Not going to talk about the bot lane because we know what they can do. And Kana today was the key player of the game. So any notes on his performance today? And also training Kana in general?
I can't even say how happy I am to work with him. I think this game, I was, because it's in voice comms he makes a difference, which is not where we expected him to be that good at, right now, maybe my way of seeing things, okay, maybe in some aspect we can discuss about doing some specific fast play that only he sees, but he's already doing it right now, so I'm mega happy. I think when we get the Varus shut down because he gets first move on buff because he knows that enemy guy based early, and then he says I'm first and the guy can't be there, it's him who talks about the number, talks about making the difference and taking the fight and pulling the team to him to take a good fight. So it's so good, to be honest, so good.
From my experience working with Korean players, it's always the surprising thing that happens, because you know their level of English, you know how they are when you scrim with them, and they're usually a lot more reserved. And all of a sudden, it's this official game where things are not really going well, and all of a sudden he's the one with limited language skills. He's the one who's pulling the team through just from a moment of inspiration. So it's really funny to see this happening as a trend with Korean players, but I think it's just a trend that happens with very good players.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a really good player. I think he understood the concepts that we talked, as a team, and then he does the same thing that his teammates are doing, but as himself, like he sees the things, and then we just need to follow up because everybody understands, what it means. Doesn't need to speak much. He just needs to say what he thinks he wants to do, and then it's either we go or we don't go, right? And then when he's the guys calling the shots in this type of games, it's so good, really surprised. I'm not surprised, but I'm really
pleasantly surprised.
Pleasantly surprised. I'm like, oh, that was actually a great performance because when he's playing Jace and all these champions, you guys are maybe like, oh my God, he's so good, but we already know he's so good. It's like, we know you're making good on Jace and people are going to ban it, right? But when he's playing those type of new champions and he's making the difference, you can see his quality as a player because he's able to pull out the new champions and make the difference, I think also big shout out also to Miro and who's like putting great Mbessa as well, gameplay, and then for me it's, I'm pleasantly surprised, as you said.
It has been a delight, honestly, seeing what Casey is able to do this year. And you talk about Kana, there was a flashy play from Kalist last week as well. I know that you guys posted the reaction, the Draven clip that I'm talking about. And I know that Yike was asking him, why didn't you flash here? Why didn't you flash here? And Kalist was actually giving his reasoning. But from an outside perspective, that's really impressive. Thinking about this in the fire of the action, fire of the moment, and managing to do this is impressive. I'm also not really good at the game, so I guess impressed easily, but I feel like a lot of pro players got impressed by this. But I'm just wondering, for you as a coach, you've been working with Kalist for such a long time, what sets him apart as a player in short moments, short decisions like this?
I think there's a lot of good things to say about Kalist, right?
Yeah.
I think one thing that he's really, really good at is it doesn't matter really about his conditions in the game. He will always find a way to win the game. Like in this game, he's mega behind, but he's still thinking proactively, talking proactively with his team how they can win, And then when there's a clutch mechanical moments that he can outplay, he will do it. And that's the quality of him, That's these big moments. That's something that I really want to say. Is these big moments when you're going to be on stage playing against a mega team, and then you have to make the play. You should enjoy it, and you should try to it's kind of the Kobe mindset. It's last second shot you have to make it, And he for sure has it, and I think that's his quality. He will go there. He'll be knowing exactly what he wants to do in his team fight. Doesn't matter what the conditions are, and he will just outplay the people, and that's really appreciable for sure.
And what I really like about Kalist is also the fact that he's not erring on the side of safety, because I feel like a lot of time in official games with time, people are gonna, you see a skill shot coming at you, it's gonna chunk you, maybe it's gonna get you very low on HP, and people flash it early just to preserve the HP and the resources. But Kalist feels like he's always calculating a lot. I feel like he's doing a lot of reactionary movements. A lot of time I would see a lot of people use their flash or their mobility spells a lot earlier than he does. But for him, he's always playing on the edge, and so far it worked, and I would just like to see this going on for as long as possible.
Yeah, I want to see not what's going to be the limit, but what's going to be the first hurdle for him, with the first difficulty, because he hasn't had, I don't want to say any, but not that many so far. So yeah, I just want to see how far he can go.
Yeah, I mean, he had kind of a bad year, in terms of results last year in the LFL, though. So I think it's also a growing process, because there's him as a player, and there's also him as a teammate. That's really important, and he knows completely also this role of leadership. When I talk about leadership, it's not telling to your teammates what to do and being the bigger guy. It's more about, okay, he's the most mechanically gifted player maybe in the league, it means something to the team, right? It means every day you need to be to this level to your team, and I think he understands that as well. So I'm kind of digressing, to be honest.
No, but it's always interesting to hear your take. I want to talk about the standings, actually, and your situation, as KC being 6-1 right now, if I remember correctly. But talk about your level of comfort among the best teams we have in the league right now. How do you guys feel as a team? Moving into playoffs, you're already qualified. What is going to be the main point of focus for KC entering playoffs?
I think, one thing that we're not the best team in early game, I think, for sure, in the league. So first, that's something for sure that we need to focus on.
Oh, worst, you said. Okay,
no, we are not the best, that's what I mean, we're not the best, we don't have great numbers at 15 and stuff. Even Grubs, we're not the best at, so we need to be, for sure, getting better at that. But I think the most exciting thing for playoff is Fearless, how do you actually going to prepare for Fearless? I think some, Asian teams have been doing specific scenarios, and, it's also as a staff, it's really... exciting to see, okay, it's a new way of drafting, new way of preparing, how they should actually going to do it. Is there a smart way to do so? Is there like, I don't know, an algorithm that you have to do to make it good? So that's what I'm the most excited of. And in terms of level, you know, it's like, I think it's going to be a new patch, it's going to be new, like a lot of things going to change, right? We are playing in 12 days, I think, after this weekend. It's a long time, so it's hard to completely say we're the best. But if we work well, I think for sure we can do a good performance. Yes.
One thing I was wondering now that, in comparison to last year, because in summer you guys were ramping up. Unfortunate end of summer, you were in really good form, but right now you guys are coming into these playoffs as pretty much the top dog. You know, have you seen any sort of mentality shift within your players or within the team or the organization when you transition from this contender, middle of the pack, to being the top dog, where you need to keep your foot on the ground, staying humble, and still finding this way to keep progressing, moving forward?
No, I mean, that's the thing that's good. You know, with the club and the players know is like we have a certain standard of where we want to go in every team that is in the club. So obviously there's the League of Legends team, but there's like other teams, you know, like we all want to win worlds in our game, you know. And I think they all know that it's only regular season, and that's something I've been saying for a long time. It's, you know, it's about playoff. It's about like, it doesn't matter if you're first place, if you do 2 losses in best of 3s, the 2 first best of 3s place, then you're top 8. So it doesn't matter regular season. Like, it's really about the best of 3s. So now it's just the beginning. We're happy. We're doing good. Yeah, sure, super. Yeah, we're really happy. There you go. Your no trophy. You get a trophy of regular season. But the most important is the next steps, right? So that's the next weeks that are going to be the most important. And I think they all know about it. So that's good.
Before we get there, we have a match of the week tomorrow still against Fnatic, fighting for first. I know that it doesn't count, but it counts for us. What do you think of this matchup, going against probably one of the best teams, if not the best team we have in the league right now, and also your ex-AD carry versus your new AD carry on the Rift?
yeah. I mean, really, really exciting. I think for sure they were the team that was the most problematic in scrims, if I can say. I think it's not a surprise that they are tied with us at first place. I think it will be a really exciting game. And yeah, I think it will be a banger in the bot lane. Let's see how it goes, you know.
No lane swaps.
I mean...
No, play standard League of Legends. No lane swap. We don't want this.
You know, it's like, I think maybe they swap, you know, them, not
You need
us.
a handshake agreement in the middle.
Yeah, no, I think, really excited. Also, like, proper, like, shout out to their staff. I think Gax and Grabs have been doing great works, except maybe the first draft. But yeah, like, really excited to play against them. Really excited, yeah.
You better come up with a good draft after saying this tomorrow.
Yeah.
Jinx yourself here. Thank you so much, though, for coming to PGL. It was always interesting hearing about KC. Odo, thank you for joining me for this one as well. And thank you all at home for watching the LEC. We'll be back tomorrow, 5:45 for Ready Check, 6 p.m. for the beginning of the games. Have a good evening, everyone. See ya.
In this initial split of the LTA North, today's scenarios are clear. You either win or you go home, and you do not want to go home. Everything is on the line as Elimination Station is right around the corner, and the stakes couldn't be higher. It's stay a while or back to the domicile as Shopify Rebellion take on Lion. Then later, the teams separated by a vow will do battle to see who moves on and who's sent packing back to Roost as Dig take on DSG. There's everything to lose as the remaining slots left for Sao Paulo dwindle week after week here at the LTA. Will it be see you again or back to the condominium? Ascendancy or wait and see? Will the teams keep yapping or is it back to the cabin? Cause one team's gotta go and the other's back to the bungalow. See who remains in their place and who's heading back to base. The LTA starts now.
Guys, we are actually 0-6, but we have good hairline, you know?
Good what?
We have good hairline.
How does it go? You're looking for the next knock-up. He flashes away, but to the other side of the map. Why flash is the big question. And now Rika's just once again tried to help his jungler.
If you can get out, that's good. Can something stay, okay? Nice switch. Come to me. Oh my god, I'm so good at this game, by the way. BFG, they are too low, they are too low, they are too low. Just go die, guys, it's all good. Kill them all, kill them. Penta. Oh my god, you still my penta.
Mickey's here to help out. Oscar flashes away, but solar flare. Mickey, you're so fine.
Nice. Kill him, okay. He's very fine. That should be very good fight. Yeah, fine, guys, yeah, fine.
Oh, kill the Aurora, no flash.
I'm ulting Esper.
Nice.
I have the base.
Alistar no flash. Finish it. I'm ulting here. Okay, I'm tipping mid. Can you chase? Yeah, chase.
Olike Leona. Nice.
Let me block. Kill Brown. Can we kill? Yeah. Looks good. Oh, look to it. Cocky. I chase. Take it over. Can you push him out? Chill out.
It's not good, I think. It's good.
Brown. Let me set. I get him best. I see.
Nice. 14, no W, no flash.
Elias, they look to fight.
You're not winning. Nice, Ruba. You like that cojones super? I like it.
Finish on me. It's all good. Got against nothing. Okay, can't have flash, but let's oh my god. Nice. Okay. Baros. No flash, walk. No take it back. Oh.
It's fine.
It's good. I go mid.